around about 9 o'clock, I would have said, from a sunnier Edgbaston than yesterday. But alas, that is no longer the case. It is rather overcast. And looking over towards the barn stand and the press box stand, where some have ventured out from the confines of the pavilion, there are rather more coats in evidence than one would ideally hope in the last week of July. But we are going to have some cricket to start the day, with Worcestershire resuming their first innings shortly at 262 for 8. Warwickshire will be keen to knock them over and get on with batting as quickly as they can. But I think they would probably have counted both teams on it being a rather better day for batting today than yesterday. Maybe it won't be.
Well, the conditions. Good morning, everyone. The conditions they're bowler friendly, aren't they? I don't think Worcestershire took advantage of the conditions yesterday, because at times it was fairly sunny and the ball wasn't doing too much. But they would be very disappointed. They're going to try and scratch out another 30 odd runs today, aren't they, and get to 300, which they might be reasonably happy with. I think we're waiting for the floodlights to come on. Indeed, as I speak, yes, they do. The umpires on the way out were on the radio saying, well, we assume they were saying, put the floodlights on, and there they are. And we're going to start with Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end, who got through 22 overs yesterday, and he's going to bowl the first one today, starting to Adam Finch, who is pushing away into the offside, and there isn't a run, so we've started just before 11 o'clock. We lost 3 overs in the end yesterday. There were 2 or 3 interruptions, and we finished when the lights suddenly closed in about 6:30. And then it rained.
And then it did rain, yes.
After that, yeah.
And got wet going back to the car. Sadly, the car's still dirty. It didn't rain that hard. 2 slips are the only close catches. Bamber bowls wide of the off stump, and Finch lets it go. I did think yesterday that Bamber, in particular, put in a terrific shift. He came up and spoke last night and said they were really pleased, Warwickshire, with how they'd got on. They think that the pitch is essentially flat and good for batting. He said, we had a bit of help with the overheads. It was probably in our favour, but they thought they'd done a pretty good job. Bamber's in again, and this on offers to swing back, but doesn't really do anything until after it's past Finch, who's letting it go.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I think Worcestershire a bit disappointed. Yeah. A couple of batsmen got in yesterday. Adam Hose got in, Brett D'Oliveira got in. Didn't go on to get the big scores, so they're relying on Ethan Brooks to get him up to 300. But I suggested that to Brett D'Oliveira it was a 350 pitch, and he didn't disagree.
Yeah, I think that seems fair enough. I think you'd want 350 to be in the game. Bamber hits Finch on the thigh pad here as he comes forward a little bit late on it, and it drops harmlessly away into the offside, and there isn't a run. The floodlights coming on. We started at the middle school I was at. We had floodlights, lights in the hall like this.
I was going to say you had floodlit
not
cricket.
Floodlights.
What school did you go to?
Not quite that good. It's very good though. Hello to everybody at Fulford School in Burntwood, if you're still around. I haven't been there for years, but it was nice. I was there for a while. But we had lights in the hall that came on very, very slowly, a bit like this. Bamber bowls, and this is off the outside edge, run down to third man, and they're going to have the first run today, 263 for 8. So if you were doing a PE lesson in the hall, then if nobody put the lights on before, you'd be a quarter of an hour into it before anybody could do anything.
Do it in the dark.
The lights would come on very, very slowly. But so they're doing that a bit here. And as the lights are coming on, if anything, the natural light's got to be even worse in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure we would have started.
No,
if we hadn't had floodlights.
I don't think we would. I've got a local radio update coming in about 45 seconds. If you can bear with that, everybody. As Bamber bowls for the first time today to Brooks, who's going to take a short single up to Alex Davis at mid-off, who sends a skimmer of a throw-in, which Kai Smith runs towards and then catches by his shoulder and hurries off down to the other end because it's the end of today's first over. A single for each player. Brooks has kept the strike, and Worcestershire are 264 for 8. And it looks as though Bo Webster is going to bowl from the Birmingham end in a few moments. I'll give way to Dave once I've got this report out the way. Just a a few moments. And here it comes. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where the second morning of the game here between Worcestershire and Warwickshire has started under very grey skies. The floodlights have come on. Warwickshire are in the field still, trying to finish off the Worcestershire first innings as quickly as they can. They're pretty pleased with how they bowled yesterday, Warwickshire, on what they feel is essentially a flat pitch for batting. Only Ethan Brooks still holding them up. He's unbeaten with 81 playing against his former county and taking on Ethan Bamber and Bo Webster, who've opened the bowling for the Bears this morning. We are in the second over today. Worcestershire 265 for 8. You can hear it live on the BBC Sport website or your smart speaker. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Marvellous.
There we go. Let's get on with it.
Ethan Brooks just pushing to the cover boundary for a single. As if you weren't with us yesterday, short boundary one side, very long boundary the other side. The short side is to the Hollies stand, if you know your Edgbaston. Webster, who bowled very well yesterday, I thought, is in and bowls again, and forward comes Adam Finch, pushes the ball away to Ed Barnard, who's at extra cover. Yeah, I thought Webster's figures didn't quite. Was he 1 for 37 off 16? 16 and 2 balls. I thought he bowled really well yesterday. And as we were saying, the Warwickshire bowlers were pretty pleased with their efforts. I think didn't give Worcestershire too much to hit. Didn't give them too much width. Length was always pretty decent. Webster in again. And there again, spot on. Finish forward.
I thought the length, and Chloe Brewer, the Bears women bowler who was with us yesterday, made the point quite early in the day. She said, look, she tried a hard length, which I think we can take to be, on the whole, just short of a good length, of what you would traditionally think of as a good length. And they really hit that, the same length, pretty much all day, the seamers, especially Bamber and Webster. And there was very little to hit.
Webster to Finch, lets this one go by, through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, and that's it. That's, 4-day cricket on a pitch. It's not doing much with the ball. It's not doing much. You've just got to be very, very patient.
So a few deliveries swung. Bamber got one of his early wickets. He got Libby with a ball that swung nicely, and a classic outswinger, just kissed the outside edge as Libby was pushing forward. But it was by no means hooping around, and yet they kept Worcester under 3 and over, and some attacking players as well.
Webster and Finch again lets the ball go by outside the off stump. There was a little bit when the new ball last night did a bit, but it's not sort of going round in circles.
No.
And it's it was if you were coming along and watched the 100 or the T20, you would not have enjoyed yesterday's game of cricket or day of cricket. But if you were a bit of a connoisseur of the game, you would quite have enjoyed it.
I think so.
Webster to finish off his first over in the morning, bowls to Finch, forward he comes, and just pushes the ball gently to mid-off, where Davis is the fielder end of the over. Finch has 8, Brooks 82, Worcestershire are 265 for 8.
The game ought to be big enough to have a varied diet for everybody, I think. It's, in the same way, so I like watching the snooker when it's on. And I quite like watching Ronnie O'Sullivan knock a century break in, but I also quite like watching John Higgins and Mark Selby hide the cue ball from each other for an hour.
Yeah.
I could happily immerse myself in that.
Yeah.
I don't you have to be. I think we tend to think a little bit in silos in cricket of you can only be a 2020 fan or you can only be a Test cricket fan and never the twain. It doesn't have to be that way. I can like a burger and a steak.
Yeah.
Not at the same time, although depends. Bamber's running away from us, and Brooks is defending away on the offside, and there isn't a run because Dan Mosley, who spent mostly a very lonely day out in the boondocks on the big boundary side yesterday, with nobody to talk to about Aston Villa.
Yeah.
He's a bit closer into the action today.
Yeah. Do you think he put a word in last night and said, "Can somebody else go out?
I think
wander the vast acres."
You'd have thought he would pull sufficient rank now.
Yeah.
Mosley. Good fun. Bamber runs in and bowls, and Brooks fetches this from outside the off stump and hoiks it round the corner for 4. And that he really that was done by numbers, I think. He decided he was going for that to drag it to the short boundary, and ended up hauling it round from. I'm sure that was. We're not immediately behind the bowler's arm here, but that looked like he fetched it from a long way outside off stump.
It was just a bit short of a length. I don't know if it had been a full length, been a Yorker, he would have to have changed his mind quickly.
He would have. Bamber bowls again to him, and he adjusts late to push this away through backward point where there's a gap, and he goes through for a single. And it would be something of a landmark for Ethan Brooks against his former county if he can go through to 3 figures. He's 87, and it's been a very well organised effort. When he came in at the run out of Hose, Worcestershire were 109 for 4 and might have crumpled at that point. But Brooks has stiffened their sinews a bit. Here's Finch letting go a ball that starts wide of off stump and curves away and sends Kai Smith diving in front of Webster at first slip to grab it.
Yeah, 1 century to his name, Ethan Brooks, 132 against Hampshire down at Southampton last year.
Well, this one will mean a lot to him, I'm sure. If he can complete it and he's 13 runs away, he will need the assistance of Finch and maybe Khurram Shazan if he's going to get there. And Finch is facing up to Bamber. He goes wide of the crease, and Finch starts to play at that, and then I think possibly makes a good decision and hides the bat behind his front pad.
I think you're being generous, mate. I think he had a little dabble at that.
Did he?
Yeah.
He looks in a slightly I've been caught at it kind of way.
yeah. What me? So, yeah. It's like you catch it. Some biscuits are missing, and you ask your dog where they've gone. He's no, what me? Hide me bat.
Off goes Bamber, and Finch has to play at this one, and it comes off a thick outside edge, and they take a single. Brooks doesn't run it with an enormous amount of enthusiasm because he's going to keep Finch on strike for the start of the next over, but the score advanced by 6 in that one to 271 for 8. Finch is up to 9, and he is giving good support to Ethan Brooks, who is 87. Yesterday, Brett D'Oliveira made 57. And really put in some spade work for them until and looked pretty good to go on until he was chivied out by Webster. Adam Ho's run out for 40 felt like the key moment of yesterday.
Yeah. Webster to Finch. Finch is dropped at slip. Did it carry?
I'm not sure that carried to Rob Yates.
I'm not sure whether it did or not.
Yates has made quite a big deal at pointing at an area in front of him. Look, it landed there.
Yeah, look, everybody.
Yes, there's the pitch mark.
If you're in any doubt, here's where it bounced.
Yeah, to be fair, he doesn't miss much, Rob Yates.
No, he's got a good pair of hands. So a little bit of a let-off for Finch. He will say, I played it down into the ground, so I deserve to stay here. Webster in again. Finch very solidly this time. Forward defensive. Pushes out on the offside. The total remains 271 for 8 on a gloomy, what day is it? Wednesday morning.
Wednesday, yeah.
Test match starting today. I never know what day the test matches are starting.
No.
It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Sunday could be the last day of the test.
England in the field after winning the toss, incidentally.
Here's Webster in, flicked away by Finch. Might be a couple here. Yeah, he's saying 2, so he's coming back for a second, just back with a square on the leg side. Who's that down there? Tazir Ali fielding down there. And Worcestershire pick up 2 more, 273 for 8.
Quite enjoyed Tazim Ali yesterday.
I thought
he bowled with he's quite an interesting wrist spinner. He's not, I suppose, a wrist spinner you're trying to attack, and he certainly did that.
Webster to Finch. Finch turns this away on the onside. Won't get a run on this occasion, so Malik is going to his right from mid-wicket.
He did take the wicket of Taylor yesterday, Tazim Ali, but Ethan Brooks, that was a super contest with Brooks, who hit him 3 times over the short leg side boundary. But he kept coming.
Yeah.
Ali, I wonder whether the pitch will offer him and Rocky Choli and Foreman, for that matter, a bit more assistance later.
Webster in, and Finch looks very suspiciously at this one as he plays it away on the leg side, directly to square leg, but I'm not 100% sure that he was totally in control of it. It was never going to be a chance, but he took his bottom hand away and then went for a stroll. Actually strolls behind the stumps.
He did look a bit
Yeah.
very suspicious about that, having played it with one hand coming off the bat. And it's prompted Alex Davis to have a bit of a think as well here, and he's going to take himself, with one to come in this over, to leg slip.
Yeah.
Quite wide at leg slip, actually.
Webster to Finch again, and Finch this time covers up again, a little more solidly this time, plays the ball out to mid-on. Hannon Dolby, the fielder, no run. Worcestershire are 273 for 8, Finch has 11, and Brooks has 87.
Yes, slightly has the air of Adam Finch, who's wondering if he should have read the small print about this pitch, the way he played some of those strokes. So I'm not sure I entirely trust that.
As a medium pace bowler, and who bowls pretty quick these days.
He does, yeah.
Finch, he might be quite pleased to see it.
Well, you'd have thought so.
Doing a couple of strange things.
Yes.
I'd be surprised if it does on the second morning.
Yeah.
I thought they might have got a bit more swing this morning with a relative. It was 17 overs old, this ball. But, somebody standing up in the pavilion.
Well, we're going to have some fun and games in this over with Bamber bowling to Brooks by the look of it. They've put 4 back on the leg side boundary and only a slip in, so it's almost a 20-20 sort of field. Bamber bowls and Brooks is punching this away through extra cover for 1, which rather spoils the fun. And it's thrown back in by Malik from out on the long boundary. In fact, that would have been a no ball in a 20-20 game because there'd have only been 3 in the circle, which tells you about the sort of stage we're at. Having said that, Brooks was quite happy to take the single.
Oh yeah, he's got every confidence in Adam Finch. Well, he's faced 40 balls so far, Finch, in this innings. Put on 29, which is useful.
Yes, it's been a dog hit. From 109 for 4, there was a danger that Worcestershire would slide away. They haven't done that. Bamber bowls full again, and Finch is driving. The bowler knocks it down in his follow-through and reties his bootlace. That they have battled away, Worcestershire. I think that feels a bit light at the moment, their total. But they've certainly dug in for it. And they've made Bamber in particular get through a lot of work. This is his 25th over. Mind you, he's quite up for it. He runs away from us and bowls a ball wide of off stump. Finch lets it go. I said to him last night, I said, Ethan, 22 overs these days. And he'd bowled about 15 by 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
He bowled a long spell in the morning. 10 either side of that little rain break, and then was back on after lunch. I said, that was a fair shift you put in today. He said, I just like bowling.
Well, good.
That's what I do, he said. I just like bowling. Well, that's good for you. He said it with a big grin. Here he is, grinning off on his way into Finch as he Finch turns it off his pads into the leg side. That's the sort of phrase you would think that gladdens the coach's heart.
He's changed his outfit today, Ethan Bamber.
Yes.
The cloth that he had sticking out the back of his trousers yesterday was a scarlety pink. It's dark blue, royal blue. It might be black today, so a different towel to what they're all with, which suggests that the outfield's still maybe a little bit damp from that. Didn't rain that much last night, but there was a drop fell.
274 for 8. Bamber bowls again to Finch. This takes the outside edge, but he guided it down, Finch, and that one definitely bounced before it got to Rob Yates. That was quite well played in the end by Adam Finch, who followed it as it left him. But
Leg slip going.
Yeah, going to get Mosley's going to take a turn doing leg slip now. Again for the last ball of the over. So they've left, I suspect this is as much as anything to leave a yawning gap on the offside for Finch to push a single into if he wants it. If they'd left that big a gap, he could probably get two. Bamber bowls and Finch chases a wide one and then tells himself off, a little hop of annoyance. How could I have possibly chased that? I'm not sure how near he was to it as he flashed a drive, and it's the end of the over.
He spotted that gap, didn't he?
Yeah.
Get a bat on
have some of that.
There's runs here.
Anyway, one from the over. 274 for 8 in 98 overs of their first innings, Worcestershire. 88 now to Brooks and 11 to the dogged Finch.
Yeah, it's they're not racing along here, but as they did yesterday, Warwickshire bowled well. Very few down the leg side yesterday. You count them on the fingers of one foot, and they've started off again this morning. A bit of rhythm, and it's some will say, "Oh, Worcestershire is slow and need to get on with it and everything else," but you've got to take into account the bowling. And also, Brett D'Oliveira pointed out last night that they only had 2 slips for nearly all of the day yesterday, which means, of course, that there's more outer fielders, if you want to call them that. So they plugged the gaps, so it was difficult to score runs. They were hitting the fielders on a regular basis. Webster to Brooks, and Brooks gets a ball down the leg side. There's a kind of a muffled appeal, as if he got a bat on it, but he'd taken everything out of the way. Might have just brushed his thigh pad on the way through, hence the excitement.
I think even with the floodlights on, the light can't be that great at the moment.
It isn't, is it?
It's playable, but it's not great. And as I think you said, without the lights on, I'm not sure we would be playing at the moment.
No. Webster to Brooks, who lets this one go by outside the off stump. Yeah, it's always a conundrum, isn't it? When the floodlights are on, but they go off for bad light. Everybody's going, "Whoa."
Yeah,
it's not supposed to enhance the natural light, which I would say, what do you put them on for?
It's exactly what it is supposed to be for. No, and I mean, I would caveat all of that by saying we're 3 floors up, and
yes,
in a big ground. I'm not sure that is a very good position to be judging this from.
Yeah.
But we can only tell you what we can see out the window, which is that it's not a great day at the moment.
Webster to Brooks, lets the ball go by outside the off stump.
It's also not going anywhere. When I came into the ground earlier, there was a little bit of breeze, but it's dead still now as well.
Yeah, those trees aren't moving, are they?
No.
Well, the trees aren't moving. I mean, the tops of the trees aren't moving. Trees don't normally move. Although one did move and hit the back bumper of my car once.
Oh, did it?
I didn't back into the tree. The tree moved and hit my car.
Is that what you put in the insurance for?
I did, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I named the tree as well.
Well, I bet you did.
I got its insurance number. Here's Webster in, and that's come off an inside edge onto the thigh pad. Let's have another look at that. Yeah, an inside edge onto the thigh pad. Good job I did his thigh pad, because it might have gone onto the stumps. So well bowled, Webster. Just not giving any width. He bowled the first one down the leg side, but for you to say that, I'm just looking. There is a bit of breeze across Webster walking back. You can see a bit of breeze across his shirt, and quite a few of the fielders have got sweaters on today. Webster just talking to Skipper Davis at the end of his run. No noticeable change in the field following that conversation. No. Carry on, lad. You're doing all right. 274 for 8. Brooks waits, charges down and cracks it through the offside for a 4. I think he'd made his mind up there, Ethan Brooks. He was going to have a go at the next ball. And he did. Smashed it away past Ed Barnard at extra cover to the short side to the Ray Bank for 4. And somebody throws the ball back, because there aren't too many spectators in there to help with the fielding. So thank you very much, sir.
It's a good shot. They were being very positive there. Brooks giving Webster the charge. And betting, presumably, that Webster would keep aiming at the same spot, which he's done pretty regularly so far, and try and take the challenge to Webster.
278 for 8. Brooks goes to 92. Webster from the Birmingham end bowls, and this is pushed down the ground. He's going to get, he might get 4 here. That's a good shot. It really was. I didn't see that as a drive. I saw it more as a push back past the bowler. So it was a concentrated push, if there's ever such a thing. It was a push, but with a little bit of power in it. Raced down to the other end of the ground. Brooks goes to 96, and Worcestershire go to 282 for 8, and makes a bit of a mess of Webster's figures, which had been quite tidy this morning until 8 runs were conceded off the last 2 balls of the over.
Well, he's pretty close now to what would be an excellent 100 in the circumstances, and one that I'm sure will mean a lot to him if he can close it out. But on 96, he'll be watching a little more nervously than he was in the last over, I suspect. The next round of Bamber against Finch. And here is Ethan Bamber on his way past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Oh, he beats Finch. They're claiming it's nibbled the edge. I think he might have come off the thigh pad, actually. Or even the flap of the pad as he's pushed forward.
Yeah, top of his back pad. It's bat. His back pad.
It's easy for you to say. Yes.
Good decision by Steve O'Shaughnessy. Ethan Bamber wasn't convinced, was he?
No. He had the air of a man who wasn't quite sure what he was appealing for. Am I appealing for a catch or for LBW? But as you know, because you'll have read your laws, if you're the sort of person who's listening to this, you probably have read your laws. Or know that an appeal covers all modes of dismissal. Bamber had several of them in mind, and this time he hits Finch on the pad, and it loops into the leg side. And Corey Rocchiccioli, who was one of the supporting cast yesterday, bowling his off-spin, but we'll perhaps see more of him later in the game.
That actually wasn't a bad shout for LBW. Yeah. It was going over, but not by much.
Yeah, they didn't get very excited about that one. 282 for 8. Finch has 11. But this has been a pretty square-jawed effort by Adam Finch. He's digging in for his mate. Bamber bowls on his pads, and he's going to touch this around to long leg where Ollie Hannon-Dolby, well, the sidearms in a return from quite a short boundary there. So Ethan Bamber yesterday just couldn't calibrate the boundary when he was fielding on. He kept throwing it 15 yards over the wicketkeeper's head. It's so short.
Yeah. We thought in the end he should be underarming it.
Yes, probably you're right. Doesn't know his own strength, the boy. 283 for 8. He's quite a strong man, Bamber, but he carries it lightly. If you talk to him, he's a very softly spoken, jolly chap. But he runs in eagerly, and he's pretty sturdily built. And here he is now, passing... Oh, and he's taken on by Brooks, who collars him into the Holly stand for 6 and raises his century. 102 to Ethan Brooks against his former county, and he yelled his own celebration before taking the acclaim of the Worcestershire supporters and particularly pointing to his dressing room. And that's he's now raising both hands for a pose for a photograph, and good for him. Against his former club, he has steered them up to what is getting close towards a competitive total, but he's done it with a bit of style in the end. Well played.
Yeah, I suspect his folks are here. They go to most games, and I suspect they were up on the balcony there where he was looking to. A good way to go to your century.
Yes, he enjoyed that. I wonder if he'll go for a few more now. He certainly got stuck into that one. He took on Brooks a bit in the... took on Webster a bit in the last over. 289 for 8. And see if he can nail down a batting point in a minute. If he can, it'll be the next little target. He drives into the offside and changes his mind about a run. It's a good decision because Mosley is diving across to make the stop. So now he comes into conference with Finch. How are we going to smuggle a single here so he can stay on strike?
Warwickshire, well, there's square of the wicket. There's one easily.
Plenty of room if he wants it.
In fact, they're going to...
Yeah, Warwickshire having a bit of a rethink here. And dispense with a slip. Send Rob Yates off to backward point. There are 4 on the leg side boundary, but they were all spectators for that 6. Bamber's running into bowl to him again, goes wider of the crease, bowls a very wide delivery, which Brooks, he doesn't play at. He lets it go and leaves Finch to it. 289 for 8. And Brooks to 102. His second first-class century?
Yes. Yeah. That was comfortably a one-day wide.
Yes.
But these two are putting on useful runs here.
Yeah.
They're on to the 40s. 44 for the 9th wicket.
I should say Brooks' century, 141 balls, and with his 4th 6 and 11 fours as well. So he hasn't done too much running.
It's going to be, I assume, Webster to continue from the Birmingham end once he's had a discussion with skipper Davis and senior professional Alan Dolby. And I'm not sure what the okay, Slip is going to disappear. Slip is going to, where's he going?
We're going to see if he likes a pull, are they? Comes
Yeah,
to backward square lane.
Deep backward square. So there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square, not on the boundary, because if he hits it onto the boundary, it's going to be a good hit. There's a fine leg as well. One slip, third man, cover point, extra cover, mid-off. Webster in and bowls to Finch, who just dabs the ball down on the onside. Alan Dolby jogs in to field. One more to the total. Sorry, no more to the total.
Yeah.
It's stuck in my brain, one more to the total. 289 for 8. So we're in the 101st over, so there's a chance of another batting bonus point for Worcestershire, and of course a bowling bonus point for Warwickshire. 110 overs the limit on bonus points. Short ball, which Finch doesn't take on, ducks underneath, and the ball flies through. In fact, it bounced almost in front of wicketkeeper Smith, so a bit of a, I don't think it was a slow bouncer, it was just it looped up over the batsman. It always surprised me, you know, in limited over cricket with balls, slower balls, faster balls, slow bounces, but in first class cricket very rarely do you see it. Webster in, bowls, forward comes Finch, just turns the ball away on the onside, and there is no run. Still gloomy above. No break in the crowd, really.
No.
Yesterday we had the clouds were rolling by, but today it's just a grey mass above.
Yeah, I think it looks like they might be sticking around for part of the day. Some sunny spells forecast later, but this won't make your runner beans grow if you've got them in.
You still have to water them, though.
Yeah, my dad would have tutted at that. It's going to make your runner beans grow. He's very proud of his runner beans.
Try your dad's runner beans. I've heard
No, we used to. We used to try until every week till about December. By the time we'd finish with them.
Yeah. Well, he was probably of that generation.
Oh, yeah.
You ate what you grew.
Aye.
Yeah.
It's a good job we didn't only eat that, but to be honest.
You've got a bean poisoning. You've got a short leg coming in here.
Yes.
But you've got help. You're not missing any cricket because there's lots of field changing, some equipment changing.
Zen Malik is the lucky winner, although he's not a very short leg. He's a little bit of a gap.
Webster is in bowls down the leg side through to the wicketkeeper. Need to be careful here. Steve O'Shaughnessy is going across to the other side because at the moment we've got a fine leg, a deep backwards, well, just backward a square out on the boundary, a short leg, and then a fielder almost directly behind the short leg.
Yes.
And of course, well, now we've got a leg slip coming in.
Yeah, so they'll all have to move round a bit, so they haven't got three behind square.
Yeah, you can only have two behind square. If it's three, it's a no ball.
Yes.
Webster to bowl to Finch on leg stump, as we quite expected. And the ball goes bobbling away. At Southampton, last game I did, in the Championship, Kyle Abbott had a 9-0 field. So there's no fielders on the offside at all. Everybody on the leg side, and he bowled round the wicket as well. And I swear that Brown, the wicketkeeper, was stood on the leg side as well.
Warwickshire went to an 8-1 field for a while at Hove, for much the same reason, I suspect.
Webster bowls. Finch just turned this away on the leg side. And at the end of the over, it's 289 for 8.
It is.
Shall we get young Phil in for a yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll fill in for a bit. We shall, I think, hear from Dermot Reeve in a bit as well. 28948, and Brooks is 102, and I wonder if he'll just get after it a bit now. Although Finch is proving to be a sturdy partner for him. Bamber is going to carry on. There's a physio has been on, a member of the Worcestershire staff, with an enormous towel, a huge bath towel, by the look of it. I'm not sure it's that sweaty a day for
but it's warming up.
It's a big bath sheet.
This is a very useful partnership.
It is, they're doing very well. Bamber's going to run away from us, and Brooks climbs into the first delivery of a new over, but doesn't quite time it as he drives up to mid-off, and Davis is fielding it, but again he's rubbing the ball. They're doing a lot of drying of the ball. They were doing that quite a lot yesterday.
Yep.
So
what's he added this morning? 22. He was 80, I think.
He was 80 overnight,
yep.
yeah. So he's 102 now.
Really useful runs.
Bamber's running into bowl to him. He's across his stumps and ends up in a heap, trying to flick that away to the leg side. I think it's hit the flailing bat and gone down to a very fine third man. Well, and after all, though, they haven't taken a run.
It's a good job he did, because it would have taken his middle stump out as he fell across. It was a full delivery, which in the end he got something onto, and it, I think more by luck than anything else.
It was an unusual method.
It's not a shot which I've seen. I think it came off the arm or the glove in the end.
Well, they declined a run. They could have had one. 289 for 8. Bamber is running in again, and Brooks is getting this off a thick edge. It's running down to third man, and this time they'll have one, and they'll try and come back for 2, and they will get it because there's a misfield out on the boundary by Tazim Ali, who waves an apology. So Brooks is back for 2.
Yeah.
Might well have got back anyway.
I think he would have got back anyway. He was taking it on, but the misfield certainly was to his advantage. Just showing the it wasn't quite as good a shot as you see from Pant when he falls over that one of Brooks.
291 for 8. In goes Bamber, and this is driven on the up through. It's gone up quite thick behind square on the offside, and they're going to have 2 out to the long boundary there by the time Malik gets around to field it. So that raises a 50 partnership, which is a dogged effort from these two.
Yeah. Finch has played his part. 12 he's got from 54 deliveries. And Brooks has made 39 of that partnership from 35 deliveries. So he's really he's playing at the moment in almost one-day mode. He's really going for his shots, and why not?
The scoreboard is showing 293 for 8. Yeah, there was a slight clip. I think they thought it did hit the helmet and got 5 extra runs, but that appears to have been crossed off. So Brooks is 106, and he gets a very wide ball from Bamber, which he clearly thinks ought to have been called wide by umpire O'Shaughnessy, but it hasn't been.
Just looking at the replay, I think he might have a case. It was absolutely borderline, but broom handle job, that one, I think, to have got to that.
So now this is the last ball of the over. Mosley's creeping a bit closer at extra cover to see if he can deny them a single. But there's still 4 back on that short leg side boundary. So they're trying to cover all bases here. Warwickshire and Bramber bowls a Yorker, which is chivied out by Brooks. It's driving down to long on, and Barnard well, I don't know whether he misfields it or decides on to field it, let it go for 4 so they get Finch on strike. Anyway, he doesn't field it, he does go for 4, and it's the end of the over. 110 to Brooks. Finch has 12, it's 297 for 8. I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I'll pop back onto the at 12 o'clock for our local radio listeners, and we'll get Dermot Reeve in here for the first time we're going to hear from Dermot today.
Yeah, I think Ed Barnard just arrived at that one down at long on. He just arrived just a fraction late, and the ball was past him. He was trying to actually scoop it back from the boundary. Wasn't successful, so this partnership is really beginning to add. Good morning, Dermot.
Good morning, Phil. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Yeah, a frustrating partnership this for Warwickshire, but a fantastic partnership for Worcestershire.
Yeah, and good to see young Ethan Brooks, who's come up through the Warwickshire system before joining Worcestershire, getting his second first-class century, and he's really held this together for the.
Yeah, you could see by his celebration.
Yeah.
How much it meant to him. I'd have to say his celebration was a little bit over the top for somebody just say scoring a first-class 100 in normal means, but obviously there's some history there, and he was absolutely overjoyed and celebrated didn't quite do a backflip, but it was just about everything else.
Yeah. Taz Ali has come into the attack and will bowl from the Birmingham end. And he will have his first bowl of the morning. He's in. This first one is just a little bit short and played down into the short leg. He had some success yesterday. Got hit for 3 or 4 sixes during the course of his spell, but at the same time he did cause some problems back in the Warwickshire side, having been in early in the season. This one, Finch defends somewhat awkwardly out into the offside. Goes across his stumps there, and if you're going to play that sort of shot, you've got to make sure you get bat onto it. He's got a slip and a short leg as he's in, and again short ball which he's just played solidly into the onside. There's no run. Have you seen much of Taz Ali?
A little bit in I think the game against Hampshire earlier in the season.
Yeah.
And we started off here very flat, very fast. These first 3 deliveries that he's bowled. There's an attacking field.
He's had now a leg slip brought in, so the mid-wicket's gone into leg slip for him. And this one again, Finch offers just a defensive drop shot, ball dropping down in front of him, and there's no run. He does push it through a bit, doesn't he? He doesn't.
Yeah, they've got plenty of options with the ball, haven't they, Warwickshire?
Oh yeah.
I mean, Yates hasn't had a ball yet.
No, Mosley, Yates haven't had a ball. He's in. This one is turned to short leg. One bounce straight into Malik's hands at short leg.
And that was 1 ball to go. There's a change in the field. Deep square leg is going out. Basically saying they don't mind Finch getting a single.
He's in. And Finch again defends that down. Fielded by Malik. Short leg. End of that over. 297 for 8 it remains. 12 for Finch. And Brooks on 110.
Yeah, they've got I wouldn't want to say really a luxury of riches, but the fact that they've got Webster and Barnard in the side, so you've got 2 high quality all rounders that can get first class 100s and can pick up wickets and get through overs. It allows them to play the extra spinner in Malik.
Yeah,
because they've got Rockacholi and Yates. To bowl off spin, so
Rocky Charlie bowled yesterday. Probably wasn't his best spell. I think, if we to be perfectly honest with him, during yesterday he did get the 1 wicket, but as we talk about it, here's Dan Mosley coming into the attack. We're just talking about other options, and Dan Mosley's come in. So ahead of Rob Yates, which might surprise a few people, because Rob Yates this season, he hasn't been prolific with his wickets, but he's done a decent job as the Warwickshire spinner. He's taken 11 wickets in the championship. It's Mosley in, and this first one is pushed through outside the off stump, and he's pushed away for a single, which eventually Davis manages to pick the ball up. He has a little bit of trouble getting round to tidy that one up, but he's done it, which gets Brooks onto 111, 111. It's 298, and Worcestershire moving up towards a second batting point. And they've got time still. We've had this is the 11th over of the morning, so still got a couple of overs remaining. We lost 3 yesterday, so it's a bit more than that. Yeah, we've got 6 and 5 balls, so there should be plenty of chance. I don't think anybody will get any more than that in terms of bonuses. As Mosley is in, this is turned around the corner, just backward a square, and there's no run. Crowd has built up a little bit during the morning. Still, most people sat over on the old press box stand and in front of the Thwaite scoreboard. As Mosley in, and this is turned again. Gets a little bit of bounce there, but Finch deals with it well. It's just a little bit of turn, but he controlled his shot round the corner. So Mosley in again and bowls and gives that plenty of air. Shap for LBW there.
Well, there needs to be some turn, Phil. Otherwise, he absolutely shouldn't be bowling, because we've got humid, sticky conditions where the ball should swing around. But Alex Davies has decided, I'm going to the off spin of Mosley, which he's not going to frighten anybody out.
He's in and bowls outside the off stump, and it's a bit of width, and it's just steered away by Finch down to the vacant third man position. Alex Davis gets there, brings up the 300 for Worcestershire. That's the applause you can hear, and a second batting point. Very much a one-day bowler, Dan Mosley.
Well, that was really fast and a bit short, a little bit of room, and with no one behind square on the offside saving a run. Alex Davies is in at slip, but plenty of open real estate there for Finch just to open the face. And
this one from Mosley is better and brings him forward, pushing it to mid-wicket. Yeah, he's got the field all set, a leg side defence field. And, bowling it short outside the off stump is not really what the doctor ordered there. 300 for 8. This is really good ninth wicket partnership. It's just changing. I think last night it was advantage Warwickshire, but I think they're just now tipping the scale here slightly. Remember, Worcestershire did win the toss yesterday and put Warwickshire in. Decided to bat. Sorry.
I just hope I find these 2 days I'm up here, Phil, a bit more enjoyable than the 3 days I came up for the Somerset game. I have to let you know, as a man who captains every ball, I found some of Alex Davies' captaincy bewildering, and so I hope he's improved.
I don't know whether he's actually improved. Had time to improve that much, Dermot. Did you not do the Somerset game? No.
Yeah, the first 3 days of that one.
Yeah, this one is played. The first ball from Tazim Ali's new over was driven out into the offside by Brooks. He would have had an easy single, but he decides he's looking for bigger fish. Decides not to run. In comes Tassim again. This field well pushed back, and Brooks, this one, defends back to the bowler. The field is spread. We've got a deep backward point, a man out on the deep cover point boundary, a man out deep extra, a long on, a long off, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg. This is. You'd think it was 500 on here at the moment rather than 3, as Brooks again pushes it into the offside and there's no run. Inviting the single, which clearly isn't going to come until probably the 4th or 5th delivery. As Brooks waits, Tassim is on his way in and bowls, and Brooks drives into the offside and just handles the single off the 4th ball, and it leaves them 2 balls to have at Finch, who has survived 65 balls and probably isn't going to be quite as easy as they think. Suddenly the field all converges back on Finch. So we've got the slip, the leg slip and the short leg, and then the offside field coming in into close catching positions. Webster coming in at short extra. As Tassim is in again and bowls and short, and this is trying to be hoisted away over mid wicket, but in the end Finch misses that one. Smith behind the stumps can't take it cleanly, and altogether a bit messy that cricket there. He'll feel he missed out there on a shot. This next one, final ball of the over, he just pushes back and Tassim fields up his own bowling. End of another over, 301 for 8. Would you like to make a comment?
Well, yeah, I'd like to bring Alan Donald on, but he's not playing.
No, we don't have that. That's right. That must have been a very great thing where you were in trouble and you got him in your side, throw the ball to him and say.
Well, it was good that Alan always wanted to bowl, which was, a lovely thing to have as a captain, someone who could bowl with that pace.
And how did he keep? Did he keep himself that fit? This one outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, as Mosley starts a new over, fired through. The field, by the way, has spread again for Brooks, so we're back to the defensive field. Mosley firing in bullets outside the off stump. This is driven down the ground, down to long off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, we've got at the moment nearly 8 on the boundary. Alex Davies is a short third man, but there's no close catches.
Mosley in with a ball which pitches nearer to him than to the batsman.
Well, he did his impression of Alan Donald there. He actually bowled a bouncer, Mosley, and
it was
late cut for a dot.
Well, the keeper couldn't take it. It ran down towards the short third man, but they didn't take the single. This next one is driven hard and high and straight back over the bowler's head for 6 by Brooks. Lovely pick up and shot. 307 for 8. Brooks goes on to 112. Lovely shot. And if you go put the fielders out, you need to put them in the stands, I think. And now Moses decided that he's going to bring the field in with 2 balls to go. Well, some of the fields have come in. That's Mosley in, Bolden. Brooks has gone again, and he's gone hard.
Another
and high,
6.
and another 6 into the corner of the Hollies stand. And this tactic, I don't think, is working here, don't it? 313 for 8. And Brooks moves on majestically to 124, and Alex Davis has come down to have a chat with the bowler.
Yeah. Well, if he's gonna play that shot with the men on the boundary, with 1 ball to go, if he's got the smarts about him now, he'll just take a 1. Because they haven't come up at all on the leg side. There's 4 still back on the leg side.
it's neither one thing nor the other now, this field, is it? It's wide outside the off stump. Brooks gets up on his toes, cuts it away to deep backward point, and just walks the single. 314 for 8. Strange tactic at the moment going on. In the meantime, Worcester are just pushing this lead on and on. So having got last night, Warwickshire would have been happy with the position, or quite happy with the position they'd got themselves into at the end of the first day. But this first hour,
I mean, Mosley got one ball in his first over that did bounce a bit.
Yep.
You know, bounce a bit and turned a little. So,
yep.
you know, even to Brooks, you could have just a short leg in. Just one man who's there catching, just in case you get that ball and get an inside edge and it pops up. But there's a man at short, fine leg on the boundary for him. It doesn't make any sense.
Tasmania in, starting a new over. Brooks punches this one up to Malik, who does the fielding at a sort of wideish mid-wicket, mid-on position.
And he's bowling leg spin with a third man on the boundary. I just don't, you know.
This next one, Brooks.
You'd put him there if someone was really good at reverse sweeping, and they'd done it a few times, and you thought, oh, I better have a man back there
Just
to save the runs.
Protect it. Yep.
But if he bowls a good ball here and gets it right and gets a little bit of spin as a leg spinner, oh, he might edge it to first slip. But we haven't got one.
We ain't got a man within 30 yards of the bat apart from the wicket-keeper. So Tassim again is in and bowls, and this is chopped away out to deep extra cover, and Brooks just walks, turns round and has a look at the umpire and gets ready for the next ball. So he's just waiting until the fourth or fifth ball, and again the field is still out for him, so if he wants to pick up that single, and now we've got one or two of them just coming in, but it really is only a token defence. We've got extra cover coming in off the boundary, but still the rest are out there. Tasmania is in, Brooks drives it up to long off and walks another single, and 315 for 8. Brooks goes on to 126, and it's all very comfortable and very easy for them at the moment.
Yeah, and the energy in the field is just, you know, the body language from the Warwickshire players is poor. They're sauntering around, they're looking a bit lost, they're looking at each other. So at least now he's got 3 close catches and a short extra cover.
This one is just off the pad and just runs down to leg slip. He's got players around him, but just the one ball to survive for Finch. Finch has got 14, doing a sterling job. 68 balls he's faced. He plays this last ball of Ali's 16th over, down to mid-wicket. There is no run. It's 315 for 8. And Worcestershire are pushing along really well this morning. It's a really good hour they've had. So I'm going to bring in Mike, because he's got to do an update for local radio. So I'll bring Mike in to replace me and join you, Dermot.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Well, there's no change. It's still going to be Dan Mosley from the pavilion end. Corey Roccaccioli has just jogged off the field, perhaps needing a little comfort break.
This has been a little bit hard to figure out in the last 20 minutes, isn't it? I wonder whether having such a short boundary one side complicates it when you're trying to manage this kind of thing. Because it's a peculiar shaped playing area in this game, but Mosley here has the short boundary on the leg side, and it's tempted Brooks a few times already. They've got 4 men on the boundary, but he keeps hitting it over them. So Mosley starts with eventually, now the umpire is sure he's had enough, he does signal wide, and that was a very wide one. In fact, it was outside the return crease by the time that Kai Smith took it, so he's not going to get away with that. 3-1-6 for 8. Mosley trots up again and bowls another one that was almost as wide as the first one. Smith can't take it cleanly, and Brooks rather disdainfully ignores it. I wonder whether sometimes you can almost overthink these situations. Can you?
I mean, I'm just thinking back to a game against Gloucestershire,
Mosley bowling in again well wide of the off stump, and this one will also be called wide.
where Andrew Simons was on strike at that end with a short boundary like we got here, and I actually got Ashley Giles to bowl over the wicket, outside leg,
Okay.
just
yeah.
to make him whack it to that short boundary, and he got bowled around his legs.
Well, he's coming on his off spin over the wicket here, and Brooks takes him on and hits him into the hollies. I'm looking to see whereabouts it lands, but it was comfortably over the boundary. So he's going to keep chipping him over that.
Yeah, but the difference here is he's got an off spinner bowling to the short leg side boundary, which.
So yesterday we had the leg spinner bowling at this end, which at least made Brooks hit against the spin, which he did, but you're making him do it. Mosley's going to come round the wicket, which is the line he often comes from in T20 cricket. He bowls another wide on the offside. And now one or two in the crowd getting a bit fed up with this. Mosley is chasing different plans here at the same time. He's coming round the wicket and fizzes this across Brooks, who carves him off the thick outside edge down towards the third man boundary, and Davis is going to pick it up just inside the rope, and they're going to have two. So Brooks is up to 134, which is his highest first class score, and he's making hay here. 326 for 8. Deep extra covers coming up a bit. Bamber to try and save a single. Backward points running in as well. And Bosley bowls a big full toss, which is collared into the seats by Brooks with one hand for another 6. And whatever the plan is, it's not working at the moment. Brooks is up to 140. And he's taking these very well, Dermot.
Well, yeah, I mean, Mosley's bowled 2.4 overs, none for 33 at the moment in a 4-day game when the opposition are 8 down. The ball's 20 odd overs old. They took the new ball straight away?
Yeah, they did, yes. So it's not that old.
It's 27 overs old. They should be working hard on shining it. You've got to make the ball go sideways. So if Mosley's not making it go sideways off the wicket with spin, he basically shouldn't be on.
Well, he's persisting here and bowling. That'll be another wide, I think. Yeah. That's the 4th one in this over. And this is a curious plan that's not working at the moment. And Brooks is taking full advantage. He's waiting again for Mosley, and he hoiks one. Maybe it's going to work. He's carved it off a thick edge. Brooks can't believe it. And he's caught off a skyer by Bamber. So they have bought the wicket of Brooks for 140. Dan Mosley generously shakes the hand of his old teammate. And in fact, lots of the Warwickshire players are going to do that to congratulate Ethan Brooks, who leaves for a career best 140. He's caught Bamber bowled Mosley. He's very cross with himself for being out. But he ought to allow himself a moment of self-congratulation for the highest innings of his first-class career, and he has taken full advantage of what's been available this morning. Well played. 140 to Brooks.
Well, you'd say that the ploy in the end worked with the angle round the wicket by Mosley, bowling it across Brooks, from the ball going from the leg side across to the offside. He'd been wided a few times because it was too wide of off, but Brooks has taken on that short boundary again, that he probably wouldn't have done if it was a normal size. And he got a top edge, he just went straight up, and he was caught at extra cover. But thank goodness the extra cover had come in from off the boundary.
That's right.
Otherwise, that could have, we'd have had the wicketkeeper charging out to try and get it. But Warwickshire has taken an hour. But that is a fantastic partnership for Worcestershire, and now Finch, who's on 14 of 69. If he gets on strike, he might decide, right, well, I'm going to play some shots.
Well, we'll see if he does. He's now going to have the last man, Khurram Shahzad, for company, who we're going to see bowl his quick seam up a little later. He'll hope he can delay doing that for a short while. In about 15 seconds, I'm going to do a quick update for BBC local radio listeners, and then we will pick things up. It might take Warwickshire that long to get the field worked out. There's one to come in this over. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Worcestershire have extended their first innings to 333 for 9 on the back of a splendid century from Ethan Brooks against his former county. He has just departed for a career best 140, adding 60 this morning as Warwickshire tried various tactics without immediate success to get him out. Eventually Dan Mosley bought his wicket, not until Brooks had hit him over the short leg side boundary 4 times for 6, but he eventually had him caught by Ethan Bamber off a skyer at extra cover. So the last pair holding out now for Worcestershire. They're 333 for 9. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And during that, Shahzad poked the last ball of the over away into the offside, and that elongated over from Dan Mosley has finished. It cost 18 runs, but you know, it's old-fashioned buying a wicket. You don't see that very often these days. It was a peculiar method.
Yeah, well, I'm still trying to recover from the Ethan Bamber bowling to Lammonby, who had a reverse sweep at him in the Somerset game, and in the next over, Bamber bowled with 3 men on the boundary behind square on the offside.
Yes.
To stop him playing that shot? He didn't even hit it. Hit him on the pad anyway. But it was just, in all my time watching cricket, I hadn't seen a field like that to a medium pacer.
Well, Tazim Ali's going to bowl now to Finch, and hits him on the pad, and he's LBW. So in the end, it's all folded up rather quickly, and a second wicket for Tazim Ali. Finch went back just as Tom Taylor did yesterday, and it's always a dangerous thing to do against the wrist spinner. So Worcestershire are all out for 333. They've added 71 this morning for the final 2 wickets, and they did a pretty stubborn job. I mean, Finch there has made 14, but the fact that he was able to hang around with Brooks for an hour has made a significant difference there, Dermot. 333, I think, probably gets Worcestershire in the game.
Well, it was very entertaining cricket, and nice for the leg spinner to get a second wicket. He beat Finch on the inside edge. Finch probably playing for a little bit of spin that didn't come, and the ball skidded through. It was a touch high. I mean, it would have only gone on to hit the top of the stumps.
Yeah.
But adjudged LBW. It absolutely wasn't plumb.
No.
Must have been a little bit of doubt with the height.
So wickets for Mosley and Tazim Ali eventually this morning. Briefly the bowling figures, and then we'll take a quick pause. Alan Dobby we didn't see today. 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 37. Bamber 26 overs, put in a good shift. 5 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 62. Barnard we didn't see today. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 47. Webster finished 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 47. Rocky Choli 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 28 yesterday. Tazim Ali with 16 overs and 1 ball, 2 maidens, 2 for 61. And Dan Mosley's 3 overs, 1 for 34. So 140 to Brooks, 333 to Worcestershire. On a pitch that doesn't seem to have done an awful lot. I mean, it's not a massive total, but at least they will leave the field feeling a little bit cheered, I should think, after what's happened this morning.
Well, absolutely, and you know, if you get 300, you're absolutely in the game. So you know, that's averaging 30 runs per wicket. They've gone and batted for more than 100 overs. So yeah, it was really that partnership, that 8th wicket partnership, has given Worcestershire absolutely a total here to go. We come out now, we've got nearly an hour before lunch, and pick up a few wickets with a nice new ball,
Yeah, it's a nice spell to be able to bowl, isn't it? You come out, they'll have probably 40,
Well, these are lovely
45
conditions
minutes.
for bowling
good,
because it's muggy. It's actually a bit sticky and humid out there.
Yeah.
So there should be some swing and a little bit of movement off the seam when the ball's new. You know, you'd have to say that leg side boundary, it probably, over the course of, say, the innings, you're probably at, say, 30 runs.
Yeah, it's...
You know, it probably gives you 30.
Yeah, and
if
it's
you bat
also,
100
yes.
overs.
And it's going to be a factor because you're going to be surely thinking, well, which bowlers can I bowl from which end with a boundary this short? It brings a different factor to the game, having a boundary that's so short one side and long the other side.
Well, it can work in the fielding side's favour, though, is if you get batsmen who become fixated on that boundary, and they look to hit across the line, you've got more chance of getting wickets, and if they're playing nice and straight. So, you know, Warwickshire just got to come out, see off the new ball, you know, build partnerships. We're only in, you know, an hour and 10 minutes into day 2, so there's still plenty of cricket in the game. But I would say with that boundary, Warwickshire should score at a decent rate.
Yes, you'd think so.
With the batsmen they have.
Well, we'll take a very brief pause while the ground staff do their stuff and get the roller on, and then we'll pick up the story in a few moments when Warwickshire come out in response to Worcestershire's 333. then, anyway. Well, the players are just on their way out for the start of the Warwickshire innings, and they will reply to Worcestershire's 333. Dave's going to pick up the commentary in a moment, and Dermot Reeve will be back on shortly as well. But in the meantime, just doing a bit of internet searching, and those with Worcestershire connections can feel free to jump in, but doing a quick search, I think that the 8 sixes scored by Ethan Brooks in that innings of 140 has only been exceeded once in the Championship by Worcestershire, and that would be 11 by Graham Hick in his famous 405 at Taunton.
Yeah.
So that would appear to be not quite a record, but the next best. There was a further first-class example for Worcestershire of 9 by Stephen Moore in a university game about 15 years ago at Kidderminster. But in the Championship, I think it's only ever been exceeded by Graham Hick. So that's exalted air he's in there, Dave.
Good start. Good start. So we're underway. Rob Yates facing Karam Shahzad. He's bowling from the Birmingham end, and the first ball is a full length and pushed into the offside, where Kashif Ali is the fielder at extra cover. Worcestershire starting off with 3 slips. Cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg somewhere. Yeah, there he is down on the boundary. Interesting to see Tom Taylor normally opening the bowling with Shahzad, but Adam Finch has been bowling very quick of late, so maybe he'll be first change today. Allison, Brooks and Hose, the slip trio for Worcestershire. Shahzad in bowls, initially on the back foot, but then Yates comes forward and pushes the ball out on the offside. It was really interesting when Ethan Brooks was hitting those sixes and Dan Mosley was bowling wides. The crowd were getting very restless.
Yeah, we're a bit.
And there were some people at the far end were up on there shouting, and when he took the wicket, Dan Mosley just turned and gave him a clap as if to say, yeah, who's right now? Shahzad, right arm around the wicket in and bowls, and Yates is forward and pushing the ball to mid-on, and there is no run. Dermot's back with us, fully coffeed up.
Yep. up and down the stairs as quick as I could.
There's a lift, you know.
Oh, he's got some pace.
Shahzad, yeah, he's okay. He's not massively tall for a pace bowler, but you don't have to be, do you? He races in and bowls, and Yates lets this one go by. It sort of dips a bit before it goes through to wicketkeeper Roderick. Short pace bowlers, Dermot. Who tell me? Apart from Malcolm Marshall, you can't have Malcolm Marshall.
Can't have Malcolm Marshall.
No. Mike Smith down at Gloucester was.
Andy Pick was only a little
he
fella
was, wasn't he? Yeah.
at Trent Bridge.
Yeah. I've forgotten him. Shahzad just turns. There's a pile of sawdust still behind him. I don't think we've seen any of that used today. And this time Yates is forward, pushing to mid-off, where D'Oliveira is the skipper. Yeah, Mike Smith down at Gloucester, left armour. He wasn't very tall.
No.
But there's not many. They're usually big fellas.
James Kirtley, he wasn't very tall, really.
No. Sussex, yeah.
He was a bit wiry.
Yeah. Shahzad strides back. I'm sure he's gone. Yeah, he has gone a step further back. Right arm around the wicket, into the left-hander. Yates is forward, driving down the pitch. Bowler in the follow through. Does the fielding. End of the over. And chasing Worcestershire's 333, triple Nelson. Warwickshire are 0 without loss. So Tom Taylor going to come on from the pavilion end when umpire O'Shaughnessy has strode in to collect his sweater, and Alex Davis to face. That was weird. I know you were discussing it with Phil on there, but I thought that's the end of that last session was a bit weird, wasn't it? I couldn't figure out what was supposed to be happening. You know, they tried forever last night and this morning to get both batsmen out. Then all of a sudden, they're giving Brooks.
I mean, normally as a bowler, you've got a mode of dismissal that you're thinking of. That you, right, this is my mode of dismissal I'm trying to get. But it was a bit like,
Taylor bowls, turn on the
Brooks,
leg side.
we're going to just bowl at you and hope you just try to keep hitting it for 6.
Yeah.
And wait for you to get it wrong.
Yeah, which in the end it did, but it proved to be very expensive.
Yeah.
Strange way of taking a wicket. Well, there we are. So, pretty similar field. 3 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As this next ball is full length, played back out, and Taylor himself does the fielding. Bertie Foreman, Worcestershire's lone signing, is the mid-wicket. As we were pointing out yesterday, probably the only first-class cricketer who has his granddad's name on the front of a bus in Brighton, because his granddad was Dennis Foreman, he was before your time, played for Sussex. So the grandson is playing for Worcestershire today. So
Right.
yeah. Here's Tom Taylor. This ball Davis leaves outside the off stump, and pretty wide outside the off stump as well. We didn't think there was too much in it yesterday for the Warwickshire bowlers, but we thought as a group they bowled pretty tidily. Didn't give much width. Not much for anybody to hit.
Well, it looks, like they've taken the grass nearly totally off the pitch. There's no green to the wicket at all.
Taylor in bowls, Davis flicks to mid-wicket where the aforementioned Foreman is the fielder. And as we've been going on forever in the last few county championship games, the Kookaburra
Yeah, I
ball.
was going to say, I haven't heard the word Kookaburra since I arrived. Yeah.
It doesn't do much. The players tell me, and from what we can see, it doesn't do much. I mean,
It was probably doing a bit down at Taunton yesterday, wasn't it? 20 odd wickets
that was weird, wasn't it?
in first day.
Taylor in and bowls, and this is wide of the stumps through to the wicket keeper. Somebody showed me, I think Mike showed me a picture this morning of the pitch, the wicket, if you want to call it that, which was pretty much the same colour as the outfield, really.
There's a square, yeah. So it was just, you couldn't.
Yeah. Well, there was a time when you turned up at Trent Bridge,
Yeah.
and Hadley and Royce were bowling, and you couldn't tell where they were playing until they
but
put the
there was
stumps
always a
in.
patch for Eddie Hemmings as well. That
Yeah.
the groundsman had managed to make dry and dusty.
Taylor in bowls wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden over for Tom Taylor. Batsman didn't have to play a couple of those.
I was actually at Trent Bridge the week before a first class game, playing in the second team.
All right.
And I could see the pitch getting prepared, and the groundsman literally came out with a spade and took like half an inch of the wicket away, just in one area, filled it with mud.
Really?
And when I came back a week later, that was a patch that was for Hemmings to land the ball in. So, and the rest of it was, as you say, green for Rice and Hadley.
Yeah. Shazad in bowls and driven by Yates. Nicely timed drive on the offside, but straight to Kashi Fally, who's at extra cover. We were at Derby the other week and they were telling us the story of Derek Morgan, again, before your time. So they're playing a county game. The next county game is 2 strips away. And he fielded there on the last day of this game and just roughed it up a little bit because he knew that the next game was on that pitch, and Les Jackson came on and took 8 for.
Oh.
Yeah. It's all very crafty. Next ball, bowls him! Left outside the off stump, and it's just come in at an angle, that one. Yates completely misjudging it, but it does come back. And Worcestershire have early success, and Rob Yates goes clean bowled by Shazad for a duck.
Yep, for naught, off stump out of the ground. Absolutely too close to leave with the ball on that angle. But it did just offer a little bit more back into Yates, so credit that to the bowler. But there was just a decent line and length that, he needed to be across his stumps a little bit more and using his bat.
Yeah, well, great early success for Worcestershire. And they are, as you would imagine, celebrating. Well, it's...
the pairs have got their tails up here at Edgbaston in Bear Country.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny old game, this. We went yesterday, wickets were hard to get, and then this morning we went for, nearly an hour. And then 2 wickets fell in 2 overs, and then another one's gone down today. So if you'd gone to get a drink, you might have missed the 3 wickets that have fallen today so far. It's a funny old game. So Dan Mosley is the new batsman, and Worcestershire with 3 slips, Alison, Brooks and Hose. Libby a backward point, another left-hander. Extra cover is Kashif Ali. Mid-off D'Oliveira, mid-on is Tom Taylor. Mid-wicket Foreman, and fine leg, if I can see him. Yeah, there he is down there. Is Adam Finch. So Shazad it bowls a little inside edge-ish down towards fine leg, but he's off the mark, and Warwickshire are off the mark. 1 for 1, and the sun's shining. First time today. Floodlights are still on, so a bit of a waste of electricity. But yesterday it just went dark very suddenly, and there's no breeze today. Those trees that we can see, a lot of trees that you can see from our elevated position here at Edgbaston, and they are stationary. As I said earlier, trees don't move, but the wind sometimes moves them. Davis to face Shazad. He's going over the wicket to the right-hander, and Davis plays defensively out on the offside. Foreman comes in to field.
And Birmingham's always had that reputation, hasn't it? With Spaghetti Junction and the motorway area, and people think of it as they probably think more concrete than they do trees. But when first time I came to it, I couldn't believe how many big trees in Moseley and in Edgbaston. It's very green. Cannon Hill Park behind us.
Yeah, it is very. As Shazad is in and bowls, and Davis lets this one go by through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, it's when you get up here, isn't it, and you look down, you can see how much greenery there is. London's the same, isn't it? You'd think London is just a load of concrete, but a lot of parks.
Yeah, some beautiful parks. And obviously here being a test ground, it's so well, compared to where I've played my first 5 years at Sussex, and by this time of year the outfield wouldn't be green.
No. Shazad is in and bowls, and this is pushed out on the onside, and there is no run. End of the over. 1 for 1 Warwickshire, replying to Worcestershire's 333 all out. Yeah, they were saying that the spinner Rocky Keoli, he played down at Sussex, and being an Australian, he couldn't believe the slope.
Right, yeah.
It is at Hove.
Yeah, big slope.
Yeah.
Up and down.
I've asked a lot of people this who played there. Yeah. How different was it bowling down to bowling up?
Yeah, it was very different. Yeah, I didn't get to bowl down much. But you did find yourself just reaching the crease a bit quicker when you're coming downhill, so you have to extend your run up a bit. But yeah, it is a big slope at
It is.
at Hove.
Bigger slope than Headingley?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Not too dissimilar, but I'd say a little bit more. And there was a little ridge on a few of the wickets. There was just a bit of a ridge that if you hit it, it bounced.
Here's Tom Taylor in and bowls to Moseley, who drives to mid-off, where Brett D'Oliveira is the fielder. Yeah, not too many others. There's only those two nowadays with a real slope on it.
I remember a game against Derby with Michael Holding, just coming off a short run. I think it was a one-day game. But there was a definite sort of ridge that he was hitting on just short of a length, and the ball was flying through.
Taylor in bowls wide of the stumps through the keeper.
And our opening batsman, Rehan Ali Khan, decided,
I remember him, yeah.
I don't want him to bowl and hit that ridge. I'm going to take my helmet off and make him bowl short at me. So he called to have his helmet removed, and Michael Holding went off his long run and still hit the ridge. And I think he might have taken 6 for or 8 for, but it was just devastating fast bowling. He did the same thing to Graham Dilley at Worcester, and Dilley hit him in the head.
Here's the next ball from Taylor, pushed out on the offside, and there is an error. At a very strange stance, Rihanna.
Yeah, he got very...
Looked like a crab.
He got very preoccupied with just not getting out. How, to the point where if the ball was short, he would just drop his hands and let the ball hit him.
Really?
Yeah, and... Yeah, I think Akram and DeFreitas had a bit of a competition who could hit him the most, but he never rubbed a thing. He didn't rub his head when Dilley hit him in the head.
Get away.
He's very brave.
Taylor's in bowls. There's going to be runs here, a couple. Won't go to the boundary because it's towards the longer boundary. So Finch on the chase, and Warwickshire go to 3.
Well, that's absolutely true. At Worcester, Graham Dilley was running in. It was nipping a bit off the length with the new ball. And Ranley Carr, after one over, signals and take my helmet off. He started with it on, but to take it off. And Dilley ran in and bowled a short one. And Ali Khan ducked it, hit him in the head. But he never rubbed it. He said afterwards, I didn't rub it. You're lucky to still be here.
Next ball flicked away by Moseley down to fine leg, where Shazad is the fielder. One more to the total field changes for the right-hander. 4 for 1. Warwickshire replying to Worcestershire's 333 all out. So yeah, and that's the old saying, there's a thin dividing line between bravery and stupidity, isn't there?
Yeah, well, he was very brave. Alex Stewart says he's the bravest cricketer he played with.
Here's Tom Taylor racing away, and this is pushed into the offside, but there is no run as Kashi Fally is at extra cover. End of the over, and Warwickshire are 4 for 1, replying to Worcestershire's 333 all out. If you just joined us, the day for Worcestershire dominated by Ethan Brooks, 140, his highest score in first class cricket, and he hit 8 sixes, and as Mike Taylor was saying, we think that's the second highest number of sixes for Worcestershire in a first class innings, beaten by Graham Hicks' 11 sixes at Taunton when he scored 405, and some of those sixes went into the river for home. He kept hitting Vic Marks. I had a lovely quote the other day. I think it was David Foote, the journalist who came up with it. We're just waiting for Moseley to settle here as Shazad races in and right arm round and then driven into the offside where Kashi Fally is the fielder. Yeah, the quote was, cricket is a global game, but somewhere in the world somebody's hitting Vic Marks for 6. a little cruel, but Vic Marks would have found that amusing anyway, because he's very self-deprecating about his own career. Shazad is the bowler. Mosley's the batsman. And this is gone, caught behind. Shazad has another one. Mosley departs. Well, what a start this is for Worcestershire. Just a thin edge, comfortable catch for wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. And Warwickshire are 4-4-2.
Really good fast bowling, making the batsman play just about every single ball to Mosley. He was having to defend, or he did drive a couple that went on the bounce to extra cover. But Shazad has just bowled a really good, fast spell here. He just got that ball just to hold the angle around the wicket. And on pitching, it just held a little and was just a little thin edge through to the wicketkeeper. So brilliant bowling. At the moment, Shazad has 2 for 1.
Yeah. I'll just... a little technical issue. We've got the programme coming in our cans, Mike, if you could... not sure, quite sure why, but... there you are. That's wonderful, yeah.
Well, Zen Malik is the new man coming to the crease to join his captain, who is yet to get off the mark.
It's a strange game, this, isn't it? This cricket, you know, it's we come and watch it because we don't know what's going to happen, don't we? If we knew what was going to happen, we wouldn't bother turning up.
Well, it's good fast bowling. I mean, most wickets fall, you know, or a lot of wickets fall, bowled LBW or caught behind. And he's had one bowled with the batsman leaving it. And he hasn't mind the fact that Mosley's come in as another left-hander. So he just continued on that same ploy of round the wicket. But he just got the ball in the right area. And when batsmen first come in, they are vulnerable. But he does have some pace about him.
Shazad into Malik, who's forward and drives the ball into the ground, back over the bowler's head. But only to Finch at mid-off. Worcestershire now have 4 close catches. 3 slips, and I'm going to call Jake Libby a gully. Cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. So,
yeah, he's a fine gully, isn't he? He's a bit, probably a 5th slip.
Yeah. But
it's a 7-2 offside field, so there's no square leg. There's a deep fine leg and a mid-on.
Kuram Shazad in bowls and played off the back foot by Malik. To extra cover.
Has Shazad come through the Worcester?
No, he's overseas, Pakistan international. He's only come in for the last, let me say, 2 weeks. Jacob Duffy, who was the overseas bowler,
the New Zealander,
he's gone back to play for New Zealand, as indeed did Henry Nichols, who was the overseas batsman for Worcestershire. So they picked up Shazad, who looks as if he's enjoying himself. The next ball turned off the thigh pad down towards fine leg, Finch the fielder, and the total goes to 5 for 2, replying to 333 all out. Did you play with Garth LaRue at Sussex?
Yeah.
Because we were discussing him the other day. Apparently he had signed for Worcestershire.
Right.
All of a sudden, he hadn't signed for Worcestershire.
He hadn't signed, and Sussex got him, did they?
Well, somebody came up with a picture of him actually at Worcester. You know, the usual picture that you have, is the new signing Garth LaRue. And then the next day, he'd gone off to Sussex. It's only because this picture came up the other day. Here's Shazad in, wide of the stumps, and through to the wicketkeeper. So that would have been total 5 for 2 here. So that would have been Garth LaRue and Imran Khan.
Yeah. In 1983 was when I got signed by Sussex, and Imran had an injured shin, so he wasn't bowling. And there was quite a dressing room, some real personalities in there with Garth, Ian Gould.
Oh yeah.
And Imran, and I was very much told that I was just this little boy, this young fella that should just sit in the corner and not say anything, and you're not going to be in the team for long.
Right.
You're not actually, you haven't come through the Sussex ranks. Once Adrian Jones gets a pair of boots, he'll be back in the team.
Here's Tom Taylor. He's in and bowls, and this is turned away by Malik on the leg side. They're going to jog through for a single, so 6-4-2. And did you sit in the corner quietly?
Well, not really. They nicknamed me Enid, actually, because of Enid Blyton, because I was a storyteller. But Ian Gregg had lost his house keys, was climbing into his flat, the window, and the window ledge broke, and he broke his leg, which is how I got my spot in the team.
Here's the next ball, which is forward defensive from Davis.
When Ian Gregg was fit again, and we actually were playing the Australians, I had a little ankle injury, but Johnny Buckley said, have a rest this game. Just put your feet up, have a rest this game. And I came back to the changing room and my kit, my cricket case with all my clothes and everything had just been thrown out the changing room, thrown down the stairs by Ian Gregg, who was basically saying, I'm back. Take that cricket case to the second team's dressing room.
Taylor in bowls, pushed down the pitch. Taylor on his follow through, does the fielding. There is no run. 6-2. Warwickshire replied to 333 all out. Yeah, so as you say, there were a few characters around then. But county cricket was a bit of a different game then, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah.
Was it more enjoyable? Do you think it was more enjoyable?
No, we played too much at that,
Yeah.
and there was too much sort of travelling on a Sunday night to go back to finish a game on a Monday.
Taylor in bowls, and this is Davis coming forward, just basically blocks the ball. It rolls about 2 metres away from the stumps. So that was in the days when you'd start a game on a Saturday, go somewhere else on a Sunday, and then go back on Monday and Tuesday to finish the game.
Yeah, or play there on Friday,
Yeah.
Saturday,
Yeah.
and then go somewhere else to play the Sunday and come back for the Monday. But 3-day cricket, you might bowl your guts out in the first innings, 20, 25 hard overs, and then on the third morning you're lobbing balls up for a declaration.
Yeah. Taylor in bowls. Davis gets a ball that's short, and he raises his bat high in the air. No doubt that he hadn't played a shot to that one. Thumps into the gloves of wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick.
So for me, county cricket became more enjoyable when 4-day cricket came in, because you didn't get contrived matches, and as a lower middle order batsman, you actually got the time to bat,
to build an innings,
and go in, and if you played well, you batted with the tail.
Taylor in bowls, forward defensive from Davis, pushed out on the offside. 6-2, Warwickshire, as we head up towards lunch on the second day. I'm Dave Bradley, Dermot Reeve alongside me, Phil Britt, and Mark Taylor will be joining us throughout the day.
You just got me thinking of those fish and chips now. Fish and chips and beans in
What,
the
for
members
lunch?
for lunch. Oh, it's lovely.
I'm on salads.
Salt and vinegar.
Salads. Boring old salads. You got me thinking about that now. I might well go for
Treat yourself. Have some cod and chips.
Might go for that. Shazad to continue. He's taken 2 for 2 in 3 overs. He's had Yates clean bowled and Mosley caught by wicketkeeper Roderick. He's in and bowls, and this is turned away to mid-on. Brett D'Oliveira, one of only 2 fielders on the onside. He's at mid-on, and Adam Finch down at... Oh no, in fact, they've got a 12th man on here, Worcestershire. I think that's Matthew Waite down at fine leg. So I suspect that Finch has gone to put his bowling boots on.
And your captain, I think, just pulled rank there and decided, I don't want to be on my own at mid-on with all that space to chase one. So he's now come to short extra cover.
And here is Shazad in and bowls off an edge, drops short of Hose at slip and just goes past him. And they're going to pick up a single I think that just dropped down to the right of Adam Hose.
Well, he's looking like it might have carried because they're sort of saying bad luck to him, and he's
We've got
got his hands on his head and
oh yeah, it did. Just about carried down to his right.
so that's a chance.
Could be 3 wickets down here, Warwickshire. Not an easy one, but he'll be disappointed. Of course he'll be disappointed. Silly thing to say, not to have caught it. Shazad this time to Davis, and he's forward, pushing away on the offside. In fact, I'm not sure who the 12th man is on for, because Finch is still out there, so we'll find out in a moment. We'll call the register to see who's missing. Still a very grey sky above us. A little hint of sunshine earlier, but there's not too many breaks in the cloud. Although, as I say that, there's a little patch of blue sky just above us. Shazad in again. Davis lets this one go by outside the off stump. Oohs and ahs from the slips and wicket keeper. Might be a bit of kidology there, although didn't miss by much, but enough.
Yeah, just nip back a fraction.
Yeah.
But good judgment. But it's been all Worcester this first morning. Quarter of an hour to go now till lunch. Warwickshire is 7 for 2.
Well, when they were 109 for 4 yesterday, they'd have settled for 333, and they picked up these 2 wickets. As Shazad is in and bowls, Davis once more comes forward and just lets the ball go by. That one a little bit wider than the last one, I suspect. So he's bowled those couple that can go. Is he going to try and bowl the one that comes back in, which seemed to do Rob Yates, who shouldered arms and was on his way, balled it at the top of his off stump. Still 3 slips and a gully slow stroke 5th slip, I'm going to call Jake Libby. Is Shazad in bowls. Davis this time does play and pushes out on the offside. End of the over. At the end of it, the total is 7 for 2 in reply to Worcestershire's 333 all out, and Tom Taylor to continue from the pavilion end. Did you have an end that you like to bowl from here, Dermot, or you bowl from anywhere? Bowlers have favourite ends.
Not really here at Edgbaston. I didn't. You'd have your favourite umpires.
Yes.
You know, you'd go, oh, Dickie's there. I don't want to bowl at Dickie's end.
No. Taylor in bowls and pushed out defensively.
Yeah, he was hard to get an LBW out of.
Yeah.
Ray Julian.
On the other hand,
you'd go, oh, I'm going to bowl, even if it's into the breeze or with an in-swing breeze. You'd go, I don't mind bowling at Ray's end. He didn't mind putting the finger up. And
yeah. Ray...
Kevin Lyon was another not-outer. He said to me, I umpire as though there's no leg stump. There's only an off in the middle.
Really?
Yeah.
Here's the next ball, which is pushed back down the pitch and just trickles to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Yeah, Ray in his later years has lived in Worcester, so we often have a chat. I haven't seen him for a couple of years. I don't think he's been too well, but yeah. There is a story that he once gave a batsman out LBW and turned to the bowl and said, "That's my 50th wicket this season."
Yeah.
How true that is, I don't know. Yeah.
He didn't give out David Gower here. He probably wasn't out. It was a big stride. But
Taylor's in and bowls.
He turned to me and said, looks like my boys are going to win this one. When we were playing Leicestershire. But he was a character, and there were some great characters.
Yeah, and you could have a bit of banter with them as well. You could have a chat with them, couldn't you?
Yeah, for sure. I was always discussing with them that when you sweep, you actually get a bigger stride in than when you defend, because I didn't want to get given out sweeping.
You made your case before.
Yeah.
Taylor's in and bowls. Goes through low this time to wicket-keeper Roderick. Just survival till lunch now is in the batsman's mind, one would imagine. And Worcestershire in the end got 2 batting points. Warwickshire would, of course. Did they take the last wicket before the 110th over? I didn't. The last 2. Oh, thanks, Mike. So they would have got the 4 bowling points, which could make a lot of difference come the end of the season. Here's Taylor bowls, and that's gone away wedgish from Malik. He's going to get runs down towards third man. Brooks is on the chase, but the ball has beaten him to the rope, but not where he was aiming.
No, that might have gone straight to that 5th slip or fine gully that Shazad has when he's bowling, but Taylor just got the 3 slips and then a ring of 3, so big gap there between 3rd slip and backward point. But he's bowling with a 6-3 offside field.
Taylor leaves the pavilion behind and bowls full length. Just drops a dead bat on it there. Malik pushes out on the offside. End of the over, and Warwickshire are 11 for 2.
Yeah, that was a really good over, and that little bit of shape away induced the edge when Malik decided to drive. But some days as a batsman, the luck goes with you, and the ball doesn't find the fielder's hands. Malik has already been put down by Hose at 1st slip, so he's scored 7 streaky runs at the minute of 12 balls. Alex Davies is still on 0 after 20.
Khurram Shahzad, the bowler, from the city end is short and goes through to wicket-keeper Roderick. Still got that 7-2 field with the 4 close catches. Cover point, extra cover,
Excuse me.
mid-on, and a fine leg down on the boundary. Skipper D'Oliveira and bowler Shahzad in conversation. One imagines that these 2 will bowl through to lunch for Worcestershire. Finch probably the quickest of the Worcestershire bowlers, but he might get a burst after lunch. Shahzad in bowls and hurries Davis, who plays the ball back down the pitch, making the batsman play. Change again in the field here. It's not a change in the field. Foreman, who's at cover point, has obviously got his hands a bit sweaty or a bit damp, and he's come in and rubbed them in the footmarks of a previous wicket. I imagine that was a practice wicket, because I can't think they would have played any closer to the Hollies stand than this pitch is now. Another one from Shahzad, another leave from Davis. The constant wail of emergency vehicles in the background. Not a vast crowd in today, but as we've said quite often, if you took this crowd and put them in New Road or Grace Road or somewhere like that, it would look a fairly decent crowd, but they're lost in the vastness of Edgbaston. Shahzad bowls again. Davis forward. Suspiciously, I'm going to say there. Pushes the ball out on the offside. Just bowling just straight, really. I'm not seeing much movement at all. I think he might swing a bit under this cloud.
Well, he's just bowling a good pace, nice high action, but he hits the wicket pretty hard. He's getting a bit of carry, but really he's just bowling that, a good channel, and the batsman just got to play it late, let the ball come to them, And Davies is poking a little bit.
Shazad bowls him! Bottom edge, trying to pull the ball away through mid-wicket. Bottom edge onto the off stump, and Davis goes. That was not a ball to pull, I've got to say. It was 2 foot in length. He's looking down at his bat, but really that was, for me, a poor shot from Alex Davis. And Warwickshire are 11 for 3.
3 wickets in this spell, 3 for 3 for Khurram Shahzad. And that's the Warwickshire captain now, who has to trudge off. And they've lost 3 wickets in this little short spell before lunch. At the moment in 8.5 overs, so it's been all Worcestershire. Good fast bowling from both the bowlers, just getting the ball in the right area, and the batsman coming unstuck. But that one, Alex Davis has looked for the pull shot and got an under edge onto his stump, so absolutely right. It wasn't quite short enough and didn't find the middle of the bat. And he's paid the price. So now in comes the big overseas Australian, Bo Webster. Let's see if he can rescue this very much faltering innings by Warwickshire.
And he wouldn't have expected to be batting before lunch today. But that's the first obstacle, is to get into lunch. Alex Davis had been there for 40 minutes without scoring a run. And I wonder whether sometimes even the fact that you've been on naught for a while, you end up playing a stroke like that and getting yourself out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard thing to do in cricket, but you've just got to leave what's happened behind.
Yeah.
And just focus, to stay in the moment. And it was just good fast bowling. Shahzad has just kept the pressure on, not giving any freebies away. He hasn't bowled a half volley,
No.
hasn't bowled a long hop. He's now got 5 slips for Webster. We've got 5 slips, a backward point and a wide mid-off on the offside.
Well, it's worth the punt with 5 minutes to go till lunch to see if they can get another one. And he beats Webster on a back foot push to a ball that wasn't all that far wide of off stump. And it was a bit of a loose shot to play to his first delivery. Cut back, looking at the replay, came back quite sharply. And this has been a splendid spell from Khurram Shahzad, the Pakistan international, cracking open the Warwickshire innings and setting up an opportunity this afternoon for Worcestershire for sure.
It'll be Taylor to continue. And I'll just have another man in the slips. Malik's edged one to first slip, was dropped. Another edge has gone through about 5th slip. And I think for Malik, while he's just settling in here, you can do without your fine leg and have a 5th slip.
Well,
or do without your square leg.
Be worth a punt now, wouldn't it? It's only 5 minutes to go to lunch. He'll surely have thoughts only of survival. And he defends the first ball of Taylor's next over. Warwickshire losing Yates 0, Mosley 4 and Davis also 0.
And whoever's at 3rd slip is just saying to Brett Donoghue, let's get another one in here.
One. Yeah, if there is
He
ever a
wants
point in a game to attack, this is the moment.
You can see that Taylor's getting that little out shape because when Malik defends, the ball rolls away on the offside.
And he scurries in again, Taylor, and bowls wide of the off stump. And Malik isn't going to play at anything he doesn't have to. And he lets that pass. He'll hope that this is the last over before lunch. It might not be. There might be another one. Might have to be some tactical gardening going on in a moment. Clock showing 12:56. The digital clock on the scoreboard anyway. See which one the umpires are going by, and they are going to have another, quite a fine gully really. There's a gap between 3rd slip and the man who's moved in. 11 for 3, Taylor bowls to Malik, who is pushing this into the extra cover gap and scurrying through for a single to get off strike. So he's 8. If you weren't with us earlier, Worcestershire extended their first innings for an hour and added 71, mostly by Ethan Brooks, who helped himself to a few sixes over the short boundary on the leg side off Dan Mosley, who eventually bought his wicket for 140. And those additional runs this morning looking even more of a premium now that Karim Shahzad has taken these 3 wickets. Taylor bowls to Webster, who is crouching down over his front pad, the big man, to defend this into the offside. So shouldn't they want to go off for lunch, all they Worcester? They'd be quite happy to carry on.
Well, they'll go into lunch with their tails up for sure.
Hasn't been a huge amount of obvious help for the bowlers. They've just really challenged Warwickshire, putting the ball in the right area. See, Webster shapes as if he's going to play, and then he doesn't. Taylor knows what's going on. Look, it's 12:58, and he's running back to the start of his mark. They would love to squeeze in another over from Shahzad. There's one to come in this one, so there's a good chance. Is Taylor hurtling in again to bowl full to Webster, who doesn't really time it. He drives up to mid-off. They're going to sprint round. And so they should. Umpire Goff is not to be rushed, walking in from square leg. But, yeah, Warwickshire are going to have to face another one from Shahzad. Which is exactly what they don't want.
And it was absolutely unavoidable, wasn't it? I mean, absolutely avoidable. If
I see
if
what
the
you mean,
Webster
yeah.
just made the bowler wait a bit longer, they wouldn't have got an extra over it.
5 slips. Shahzad bowls to Malik, who is always off the outside edge. It's gone along the ground, a tumbling stop at backward point. And they don't get a run. This is a tester for Zen Malik, who he's not a young cricketer, but he is early in his career. He's a product of the South Asian Cricket Academy, so he's 27. But this is his first full season of county cricket. So he won't have been in this sort of situation all that many times. Represented Staffordshire in minor counties cricket. But now he's under the spotlight of Shahzad, rushing in to bowl to him now, and he leaves a ball that's wide of off stump. Be glad for any of those.
But good pace there,
Yeah.
the carry that Shahzad's getting. Not every ball is bouncing and flying through, but you know, when he gets it right, he's good pace. He gets his wrist behind the ball and gives it a bit of a flick. You can get that little bit of extra sort of bite off the pitch.
Played half a dozen test matches, Karim Shahzad, over the last couple of years, early in his international career. Passes umpire Goff, and Malik is pushing this firmly to mid-on, and a tumbling stop prevents them taking a run. He had a good contest in the 2020 game at New Road a couple of weeks ago. He got into a battle with Hassan Ali, and that felt a bit personal. There were some pretty fiery deliveries going down between them. It was all in fairly good sport, but it certainly felt that they were very much one-on-one, the 2 Pakistan international teammates. 12 for 3. He's in again, Shahzad, and Malik is playing this very compactly into the leg side. And again, there's no run. So Worcestershire have got just about everything they wanted from this morning's session. They batted on for an hour, added some good runs. But 3 wickets would have been the very limit of their ambitions, I'm sure, when they came out to bowl at 12:15. 2 balls to go in the session. Here's Shahzad, and that's taken the outside edge, but it was all along the ground, and it bounced well in front of the slips. Parried at third.
Good testing line and length, though.
Oh, it is. He's very accurate. This is exactly what they wanted from Shahzad in this spell. There's 1 ball to go. In a few moments, I'll also have to do a local radio update, and you'll have to bear with me while I think it'll be more or less as soon as these last balls bowled. Shahzad is getting ready to do it, and here he is for the last ball before lunch, and he has Malik pushing it away, and he's probably going to get 4 runs. So they'll go to lunch at 16 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where the players are about to go off for lunch, with Warwickshire having struggled this morning against some fierce resistance from the Worcestershire lower order, and now a strong spell from Worcestershire's Pakistan international opening bowler Khurram Shahzad, who has taken the first 3 wickets to fall. Rob Yates bowled playing no shot. Dan Mosley caught by the wicket-keeper for 4, and Alex Davis, after 40 minutes without a run, dragging a pull onto his stumps. Earlier, Ethan Brooks took advantage of some interesting Warwickshire tactics to advance to 140 before Dan Mosley bought his wicket. Worcestershire all out for 333. Warwickshire go to lunch at 16 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And just to wrap that up for our internet listeners, entirely Worcestershire session, and they might still have some useful overheads to come out and bowl with afterwards.
Absolutely, they got fresh legs. They got runs on the board. You know, if you get over 300, you should be in the game for sure, and they very much are. In fact, at the moment, they are in the ascendancy. So, Don Rivera and his troops, they're taking a while to leave the field, though.
Yeah.
And they're all congratulating Shahzad on his fine spell there, picking up 3 quick wickets, and I'm sure we'll see more of him from the city end, the Birmingham end this afternoon.
Yeah, well, he'll enjoy his lunch, and so will Worcestershire. Going to sort out Dermot with his, and we shall be back with you at around 20 to 2. With that round of applause you can hear, the umpires are bringing the players back out onto the field. The conditions are not great for batting at the moment. I imagine that somebody will be flicking the switch for the floodlights, or possibly, if they're a particularly keen Warwickshire supporter, they'll be pulling the plug out of the floodlights, but just at the moment.
Floodlight failure.
Yes, I wouldn't have thought they'd be mad keen to go out and bat just at the moment in what certainly without the lights would be fairly marginal light conditions. So they will have to get them turned on if we're going to carry on, I suspect. But Worcestershire will have bolted their lunch, I should think, Dave, and be dying to get back out there.
Yeah. Interesting, straight after lunch, Ben Allison's coming on from the pavilion end. Tom Taylor bowled from the pavilion end pre-lunch, so Allison brought into the attack. Floodlights still not coming on, though. I'm pretty sure that the umpire's been on the radio and said,
put a shilling in.
Put the floodlight, get the mouths going round in the wheel. But at the moment,
maybe not.
Well, perhaps the light there is, as you were saying earlier, we're 3 stories up, aren't we? And we have a different view to that of those down on the pitch. But yeah, it's gloomy. Looks like 12 noon on a November afternoon. Oh well, we're underway, so we're not having the floodlights on. Webster to face. They want the side screen moved, put together.
Yes, I haven't quite looked down exactly where it is at this end. Whether it's also presumably a tarpaulin at this end because the
it's to the
pitch is so far across.
To the right of the Worcestershire dressing room. So Allison's in, bowls, Webster forward, plays the ball back down the pitch. Score from a Worcestershire second team game. They're playing Essex, Kidderminster.
Yeah.
Worcestershire all out for 633.
Oh, that should do it.
Henry Cullen made 221. Ben Gibbon made 177. 21 fours and 1 6. So I think I'm right in saying that Essex made 335 in their first innings. Indeed they did. Here's Allison in, bowls, Webster gets one that just comes back to him maybe a little bit and plays the ball out on the offside. Interesting that Ben Gibbon, who is a bowler, didn't bowl. So he's obviously in the team as a batsman.
So he thought I'd better go and get a few then.
Better justify his existence. And the floodlights are on. Hurrah, hurrah.
It's a good job nothing happened on the 2 balls before they did, really.
Yeah. Tad strange. Allison turning, racing away. And to this ball, Webster is just turning the ball off leg stump down towards back of the square on the leg side, down towards fine leg, basically. Don't you turn that off middle and leg, just looking at the replay. Some excitement from the Worcestershire fielders, but if you've not been with us, Worcestershire finished on 333 all out, mainly thanks to Ethan Brooks making 140, including 8 sixes. He put on 88 with Adam Finch, who was last man out for 14. And then Karam Shazad has gone a bit crazy in this second innings of first innings rather of Warwickshire. Yates bowled Shazad naught. Mousley caught Roderick bowled Shazad for 4. Allison in and bowls. Malik is forward, pushing the ball away on the offside. And Davis bowled Shazad for naught. So 11 for 3 then, 17 for 3 now. Warwickshire.
And I don't think we would say that they have necessarily found anything with the pitch that Warwickshire didn't. I would stand by the fact I think Warwickshire's seam attack on the whole bowled pretty well yesterday, and they didn't bowl for very long today. I do wonder if they ended up... I mean, I think overthinking would be the short way of putting it. Trying to work out what had to do about Brooks.
Allison bowls, driven down the ground. Taylor rolls, picks the ball up as he rolls. I just think they... it was a bit strange because they tried to get both batsmen out last night and today. And then all of a sudden, they reverted to giving Brooks a single off the 4th ball of the over and bowling 2 balls at Finch. I just thought it was a bit weird.
Well, and look, they ended up in effectively trying to buy his wicket with Mosley daring him to hit him over the leg side. It was a T20 game.
Allison in, and this time Malik is forward, just opening the face a little bit and guiding it down to D'Oliveira at backward point. There is no run, 17 for 3 at the end of the over. Oh, sorry about all the rattling. I just knocked the microphone off my head. But it just seemed a little bit strange, and there was some disgruntled supporters were shouting out their advice.
It's a little ribald at one point. I mean, there's a case of the defence, which is we're not getting anywhere here. We've been frustrated by this pair for an hour. We're going to try something different. And, what is the price of Ethan Brooks' wicket? It ended up being 4 sixes in 2 overs off Dan Mosley and a bunch of offside wides. Karam Shazad, he's going to extend his spell from before lunch. No surprise there. And he draws Webster forward in defence to his first delivery. Shazad with 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 7 before lunch. And he very nearly got Webster first ball as well, with one that jagged back between bat and pad. But really, he's not moved the ball miles. He brought one into Rob Yates from right arm round the wicket to the left hand that he thought was going to go away. Mosley touched one that did move away, but only a little bit. Shazad bowls and Webster punches him off the back foot for 4. Just standing to his full height, hitting it on the top of the bounce and away to the short boundary.
Yeah, short and wide from Shazad. Not over wide, but enough width for the batsman to free his arms and crack it away.
Yes, he's very strong in that area, Bo Webster. Back with Warwickshire after a shortened spell earlier in the season. It wasn't really expected, presumably not by him, that he would be taken away by Australia for part of the summer for the World Test Championship and then the Tour of the Caribbean. Shazad bowls to Webster, who takes one hand off the bat as he turns it into the leg side for no run. So he played in the win at Headingley when he scored 85 in his first innings. That was a rattling good effort on a seaming pitch. And played in 4 championship games altogether, the last of them being at New Road. And then he was called away. So they didn't have him at all for the T20 group stage, which was a disappointment for Warwickshire, because you'd imagine we'd be ideally qualified for that.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he's still around, hopefully, for the quarter-final. Here's Shazad bowls to him now, and Webster is playing this on the walk, hitting it out of the middle of the bat up to mid-off.
Because the proposal next season is that it's played and finished, the T20.
Yes.
Before the dreaded 100 starts.
I think that's probably better, actually, than sort of dangling it through until September. The Women's Blast he's being played in that way. The finals days are this weekend. I'm going to the Oval on Sunday for the Tier 1 finals, though. It should be fun. Shazad bowls to Webster, who's reaching in front of his front pad a bit to defend this.
Yeah, and the 50 over competition's a bit daft because I think the semi-finals on the Wednesday and the finals on the Saturday.
Yes. I had that last season, I think.
Yeah. So, if they could manufacture at least a week.
Yes.
Because all of a sudden your team are playing at Trent Bridge on a Saturday, you might have other things to do. So therefore the attendance at that final. I mean, we used to know, and the Gillette Cup final was, and you used to know the finalists about 3 weeks before.
Shazad bowls again to Webster. This runs off the edge through third man for 4. There's nobody down there. I think it was probably off the edge rather than deliberately run down there by Webster, but he had reasonable control of it. It went all along the ground. So 2 boundaries in the over, lifting Warwickshire to 25 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 333. Webster's now 9, and Malik 12. Look, I appreciate that the game has moved on and we can debate, and you all have debated endlessly about whether it's moved on in the right directions or not, or in which ways. But the big cup finals were a thing back in the day, if you remember them, and they were 10 poles for the season, and the season is, whatever else is better or worse, the season is poorer without them.
Here's Ben Allison in and bowls to Malik, who plays forward, comes onto his front foot and plays it to Finch at mid-on, no run. Yeah, I think possibly the only downside of the cup finals, the Gillette Cup final originally, was that they were played in September.
Yeah.
And very often Lords in September was a bit greasy.
Yes. Or I remember Worcestershire being
scores,
suffering in the first hour of a cup final against Hampshire, I think, watching that.
Yeah, there was a few that were not great. Spectacles. Allison in bowls, Malik forward. Plays the ball to D'Oliveira, who's just backward a square on the offside.
But as a celebration of county cricket, they were great occasions, even if the match on occasions turned out to be a dud.
Yeah.
And there were just as many that weren't as well, by the way. But it was a celebration of county cricket, and I think it's a shame we don't have that. I appreciate some of the reasons, good or bad, but nevertheless.
A few friends went to a few that Worcestershire weren't involved in. It was a good day out. Allison in bowls, Malik forward pushes away on the offside. Foreman comes in enthusiastically from the covers to field, and we went to the last Benson and Edges final as well at Lords, the last one ever. I mean, it has changed, and it's changed a lot. But the other thing with the old knockout competition, you had the minor counters in.
Yeah.
And I remember Herefordshire beating Middlesex, and it was the full Middlesex side. It wasn't. They weren't messing about with it. And 1 or 2 shock results as well. Allison in bowls, and this just hurries Malik a little bit. He's solidly in behind it. Just got the impression that might have pretty much straight on from the replay. And he comes across, rather plays across it. Plays it on the onside. I
had a good podcast interview with our friend Brian Halford on his series recently. He interviewed Steve Grisovich, who played for Shropshire, and I believe when they beat Yorkshire.
That's right.
He was in that team.
Yeah. Ed Barnard's dad played in that
team. Did he really?
For Shropshire, yeah. So I believe. Here's Allison in bowls and played back down the pitch again. And there's no run because Kevin Sharp, who was Worcestershire head coach and all sorts for a long time, was in that Yorkshire team.
Yes.
So he was often
reminded of it.
Sharp, through that game you played against Shropshire.
Yes. I've said before, I used to get 3 buses to go and watch Staffordshire at Stone.
Ah, yeah.
Which was a lovely place to watch. And a few names were made in those cup finals as well, not least Dermot Reeve, as I remember.
Here's Ben Allison in bowls and pushed away on the offside. Good tight over from Allison. Maiden over 25 for 3. Warwickshire at the end of it replying to Worcestershire's 333 all out. Webster has 9. Malik has 12. Yeah, I think 1 or 2 got on overseas tours. Doing rather well in
again, we might ask him. I'm sure Dermot's big breakthrough game was a cup final for Sussex where he knocked over Clive Lloyd and 1 or 2 others quite quickly. Anyway, 25 for 3, and Shazad is straight to the top of his mark again. Can't wait to get on with it. You can't blame him. In moderate light, he's got 3 slips waiting, and he bowls to Webster, who is standing up on his toes here, which makes him very tall indeed. And he hits it forcefully out into the covers for no run. Reinforce the offside field a bit. But if Webster hits it, it'll go quickly to the short boundary. But there are 3 slips. Backward point is about halfway to the short boundary. And then extra cover mid-off, mid-on. There's a deep square leg, who you'd have to say he's deep, even though he's nowhere near the rope on the other side. And there's a long leg. And Webster waits for a ball that is angled in towards his hip by Shazad. And just knocks it down into the leg side. And turns away. Webster only made his Test debut at the start of the year in Australia against India.
Is Tasmanian? All right. Did I misread that?
He is Tasmanian, yes.
Yeah.
From apparently from a town near Hobart called Snug.
Snug?
Yes.
Oh, I'd like to live there.
Sounds rather good. Here's a ball turned off his pads by Webster. He's going to get a run out to square leg. He's a latecomer to Test cricket at 31. But he's made a good start in it. Already played 7 Test matches. Was on that tour of the West Indies.
I found that game, Shropshire against Yorkshire.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Ed Barnard's dad, Andrew, batted at number 11 for Shropshire, who made 229. Mushtaq Mahawid played.
Yes.
Steve Gale came in umpire, of course.
Yes, he did. Shazad goes wider of the crease, and Malik is just pressing forward, but letting that go through to the wicketkeeper.
So they scored 229. Steve Bartley took 4 wickets.
Yeah.
Bartley. Steve Ogrizovic took 1, and Yorkshire all out for 192. Boycott, Moxon, Metcalfe, Sharp, Hartley, Bairstow, Carrick, Stevenson, Oldham, Dennis, and Booth. So not a bad Yorkshire team. Yeah, 1984.
I heard Grizovic saying in that interview that Boycott was his hero, and although he didn't get his wicket, he was claiming a part in his downfall in that game. This is a bouncer from Shazad, which Malik is bending underneath. He said he misfielded a ball at mid-off, which allowed them, I think, to get 2 where they would have got 1, and he was out off the next ball. So he claimed an assist.
If he'd only got 1, he wouldn't have been facing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a tenuous link, but it's very good. It's worth looking up. It's very good fun. 26 for 3. But he made it sound very much as though keeping in goal for Coventry was something he did in between the cricket seasons rather than the other way around.
Yeah.
In comes Shazad, and Maliki's caught low down at first slip. It went very low, but straight in and grabbed low by Adam Hose. And Worcestershire, no wonder they are jubilant again. 26 for 4. And Malik, who was trying to inch his way along very carefully, falls 15 minutes after lunch and a 4th wicket for Shazad.
Wow. What a remarkable game this is. So the ball doesn't seem to be doing anything too crazy, but yeah, good low catch though.
It was.
Yeah.
He had to keep very still there, Adam Hose, to grab that. It came right down by his feet. Yeah, we're down on one knee almost to hold that, and they've set up a big opportunity, Worcestershire, at 26 for 4. And a splendid spell from Shazad now, who's through 8 overs and has 4 for 16. And it's absolutely broken the game open for Worcestershire.
It has, hasn't it? It's just turned on its head. Yeah. Well, Ed Barnard.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, tradition says that he's going to come in and get 100 and turn the game on its head again. But he's got a lot of work to do here.
Yes, he's the man for a crisis. Warwickshire. There must be times at the moment in Ed Barnard's career with Warwickshire where he would be forgiven for thinking, I suppose it's me again, is it? You need a wicket call for Barnard. Need somebody to bat anywhere in the order, call for Barnard. Well, there he is again. The two all-rounders, Barnard and Webster.
Well, Tom Taylor's showing the ball to the umpire. Warwickshire 26 for 4.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be changing this ball.
I was going to say, I think your mate Shazad would like a word.
We'll hang on to this.
Yeah. He would like it framed.
Maybe the seam's got a bit ragged. Steve O'Shaughnessy looks as if he might have got a pair of scissors out of his pocket. Let's see. For me, if the ball's out of shape, I think it's a better ball to bowl with, is it not?
Well, I don't know.
So.
I'm good enough to find out. But if I was Shazad, Shazad ought to be saying, you don't be doing anything with that.
Leave it alone.
Give it to me. I'll have it in my pocket.
Yeah, I'll have it after when I've got my fifer. Ben Allison, pavilion end, right arm over, in, bowls, and just turned suspiciously off his hip by Webster. Just took his bottom hand away as he played it down towards backward square. Picks up a single, 27 for 4. The men out, Yates, naught, Mosley, 4, Davis, naught, Malik, 12, all to the bowling of Karam Shazad.
Well, it's an opportunity for a Worcestershire team that has... my impression from afar, Dave, is they've not been miles off it this year. They've had a couple of heavy defeats, but they've not always been miles away.
Allison in bowls, turned away on the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, I think they're overseas. Henry Nichols and Jacob Duffy didn't really perform as they would have been expected. So that was a disappointment for them. Yeah, I mean, they've been hammered a couple of times. I mean, they were hammered by Durham, hammered by Surrey, and would have lost to Warwickshire if it hadn't rained at New Road. Allison in bowls, and this is off a thick outside edge, just goes straight along the ground to Jake Libby at third slip. But on the other hand, they almost won at Essex, lost in controversial circumstances. Ethan Brooks almost took them to victory there. There's a few games where they've been on top. Hampshire batted out for a draw on a pitch that just got deader and deader at Southampton. Allison leaps in and bowls, and this is driven. Nice shot by Ed Barnard, but straight to cover point, or extra cover rather, where Bertie Foreman is the fielder. We were on about this at lunchtime. This match features the grandsons of two cricketers who came to England from South Africa, where they were designated to be Cape Coloured. That was what they were called during apartheid. Bertie Foreman and Brett D'Oliveira. Here's Ben Allison. Ed Barnard forward just dabs the ball away on the offside.
Yes, because you explained the Foreman connection with Sussex. Obviously, Bertie Foreman's come from Sussex.
Yeah.
But it was his grandfather who played for Sussex, was
it? Dennis, played football for Brighton as well.
Did he?
A couple of hundred games, I saw it, only because I've read this. I honestly don't remember him playing. But I think apartheid was only just coming in when Dennis Foreman came to this country. Allison in bowls wide of the stumps. He comes back a little bit, but Ed Barnard left that probably on length, and it was a bit short. Wasn't a million miles wide of the off stump, but enough. You got an update?
I have in about 15 seconds, so I shall butt in to do that. And Shazad, look, he can't. He's there before the wicketkeeper's there now to start his next over, and no surprise there. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are struggling in response to Worcestershire's first innings of 333, and they're being made to struggle by the Pakistan international fast bowler Karam Shazad, who has taken all 4 wickets to fall in this innings so far. 3 before lunch, and in the 20 minutes since then, he has added the wicket of Zen Malik, caught low down at first slip by Adam Hose a few moments ago for 12. Bo Webster has come in to joining Ed Barnard to try and rescue the Bears. He's just pulled a ball from Shazad away for 4 to go to 15, but Warwickshire a long way in arrears at 31 for 4, replying to 333. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And he started that over, Webster, by crunching the first ball for 4 to the longest boundary on the ground. It was only a little bit short, but it disappeared quicker than it arrived. And now Shazad tries again, and that's a much better length that draws Webster forward. And it takes the outside edge and runs away to backward point for 1 run. I think Webster will prefer it short. I don't think you necessarily want to be feeding him there.
Yeah, I think he just opened the face a little bit and ran that one down, but he's not bowled many, in inverted commas, bad balls. So it wasn't, as you say, it wasn't that short, but he's very quickly onto it.
31 for 4, 32 for 4. 3 slips for the new arrival Barnard. Allison a little bit closer at 3rd slip than the others, as Shazad brings Barnard forward with a little bit of a shuffle in defence. And he pushes this to mid-on. Otherwise it's quite an orthodox attacking field. Backward point there, swinging his arms. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Just round a bit from square leg, round towards mid-wicket. And there's a long leg just down in front of us. One of the very few bare patches on the outfield which has greened up appreciably in the last week or so. Floodlights still on and required at the moment. Shazad bowls and Barnard is driving for 4 runs. Good shot. Actually, will it go for 4? It's been a bit slower in that part of the outfield. It's being chased all the way and it just wins. So maybe a little bit quicker in that part of the outfield yesterday, because that was noticeably slower up there, but seems to have dried out a bit, and Barnard's away with 4.
I think they mowed a bit of it this morning as well, which would probably make it a bit quicker. They mow it whenever they get the opportunity, of course.
36 for 4, so Barnard picks up a boundary and settles again, twirls his bat, looks down at it to make sure it's pointing straight, and then brings it through nice and straight again, but not quite timing it as well this time. And it's fielded. Is that D'Oliveira running around at mid-on there to field?
It is.
Throwing it in with his left hand. It stays 36 for 4. Lots of chatter in the slips. Adam Hose is another he likes a bellow with a celebration. Ethan Brooks, when he reached his century, I expected him to sort of tear through his shirt. Incredible honk style he was yelling, and so was Hose when he took that catch. Barnard shuffles across to the offside and guides this down on the bounce to backward point. And it's the end of the over. 36 for 4. Webster has 16, Barnard 4. And Shazad's got through 3 more overs since lunch, but I think he's good for a few more yet if they want to keep him going.
Yeah, well, he's taking wickets and he did concede runs in that over, but you might need a monkey wrench to get the ball out of his hand. Not sure. Tom Taylor's doing some arm swinging, so maybe they fancy him from the City end. But it's going to be Ben Allison continuing. Pavilion end, right arm over to the right-handed Webster. And this ball sees Webster come forward, pushing confidently to Taylor at mid-off. No run. Not a hint of a breeze. The sheets of the side screens are stationary and the trees away in the distance. Nothing is moving. Least of all me. That's a line from a Cliff Richard song, by the way. Imagine a still summer day when nothing is moving, least of all me.
He liked a lot of county cricket, did he, Cliff Richard?
He was very big on it. Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, his brother Viv was pretty good as well. Here's his next ball, which is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. Harry Webb, of course, his real name. So,
Yes.
give us a song, Harry.
He'd have been good for a few overs in the afternoon session, I'd have thought, Cliff Richard.
There's been a
He
few.
sort of rolled in sort of gentle, medium pace, I reckon, fairly inoffensive.
Yeah.
Would have been his sort of thing.
Yeah. There's been a few pop stars who
Bonks,
enjoyed
Mick
it.
Jagger was a well-known cricket enthusiast, wasn't he? I don't know how much of a player he was.
Eric Clapton was a big,
Was he?
or still is a big cricket fan, I suppose. Pushed away on the offside. Bertie Foreman comes into field, almost trips over. He's running over an old crease end there and just caught his foot. He's very big on rubbing his hands in the dust of the old pitch ends, the old wicket ends. Bertie Foreman, he's done it a few times today. Wanders off to extra cover. Not sure he's going to get a bowl this side of tee. Still got 3 slips in there. Allison to Webster, who's on 16 and will stay there. Once again, Foreman enthusiastic. He's showing his new teammates. He's on the ball here, literally on the ball. I think Tom Taylor's going to bowl at the other end because he's doing some extensive warming up.
It's a bit unusual, isn't it? The very short loan spell. It's new to cricket to just drop in somewhere for a fortnight. I suppose it's a product of the way the fixture list is these days. You need to get players out playing, so
Yeah, some
you ain't going to meet these guys for a fortnight.
coming in for one game. Allison in, bowls, good tight over this again from Ben Allison, making a batsman play and pulling Webster forward again. Ball appears not to be doing too much.
No, Webster's been in some decent form. He's played these 4 Test matches since Warwickshire saw him last. The Test Championship final, and then the 3 in the West Indies, in which were not noted for their high scoring. But he picked up 3 half-centuries in those games, so he's been in decent order.
Allison in, and this time Webster goes big, but he gets away with it. He's trying to smash that through extra cover, mid-off area, and it's gone down to third man for 4. Not where he was aiming. Very, very thick outside edge. But he goes to 20, and Warwickshire go to 40 for 4, replying to 333 all out.
I'm going to let Dermot Reeve come back in here and join you for a bit, and then we'll hear from Phil in a little while as well.
The bowling change is taking place, and Tom Taylor is coming on from the Birmingham end, from the City end, as I still prefer to call it. How was your fish and chips doing that?
Oh, I'm full as a boot now. I think I might have eaten it a bit too quick, but no, it was lovely. Yeah.
Good.
I was like baked beans. I have baked beans with everything.
Baked beans,
I have Christmas lunch. I have baked beans with
Do you
Christmas.
really?
Yeah, roast chicken, roast potatoes, and
Baked beans.
baked beans. Don't like peas. Don't
Oh.
do peas.
All right. Got no peas. That's a Peter Kay sketch. Got no peas. Here is Tom Taylor from the City end in bowls and through to the wicket keeper. Well, you wouldn't have put money on Warwickshire being 40 for 4 just after lunch, would you, this morning? Well, I wouldn't anyway. But they are. And some really good bowling.
Yeah, they kept it tight too. It's 18 overs, but Webster's looking like he wants to play positively, perhaps hit his way out of trouble, if you like.
Ed Barnard's the batsman, and to this ball he leans forward and then leaves his bat up in the air and lets it go through to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick.
Well, a super spell from Shazad, but the other bowlers have also supported him well and bowled good lines and lengths. You know, in these conditions, if you just keep the seam up, you will get a little bit of movement. You get a little bit of swing. The old one's nipping back.
Taylor in again, and that's probably Tom Taylor's stock ball, the one that comes back. This time Ed Barnard just dabs the ball down in front of him. He bowled a ball down at Taunton earlier this season that who was the opening bat? Could have been Lavenby, somebody like that. Anyway, he left it, and it was a good leave because the ball was 6 to 8 inches outside his off stump and came back and hit the top of his off stump. It was one of those, almost a ball of a lifetime, I suppose you'd call it. Taylor in, and Barnard lets this one go by outside the off stump. We were discussing the old end of season cup finals, Nat West final, the Gillette final. You played in a few of those.
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah.
It was a good end to the season, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's like the cup final ended the football season. Doesn't anymore. But
Yeah. And my first one was against Lancashire, 86, I think, and I managed to get Clive Lloyd out for naught.
Here's Taylor in, bowls, pushed away on the offside. How'd you get him out?
WW.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, yeah,
Wasn't
yeah.
Ray Julian up for him?
No, Kenny Palmer gave him.
All right.
He'd already given Mendes LB
Right.
off me, and I managed to nip out Johnny Abrams, and then like you talk about that ball of a lifetime. I didn't even mean to do it, but I got one to nip back, sort of up the slope that they talk about at Lords,
Yeah.
and bowled Steve O'Shaughnessy. So I ended up with 4 for 20, and I was lucky. Picked up the man of the match award from Sir Len Hutton.
Next ball driven by Barnard. He's not going to get any runs for it because it's not straight to D'Oliveira. He has to move to his left and tumble to stop that one. So Tom Taylor starts with a maiden over. Warwickshire 40 for 4, replying to Worcestershire's 333, all out. Yeah, I remember the one final when Basil D'Oliveira pulled a muscle and came out to bat with a runner and still scored 50. Scored 50 on one leg. That would have been against Kent, methinks. But yeah, it was a great end to the season, and coach loads used to turn up, especially if you've got like the what I call the country teams, Worcestershire, Somerset, Kent. Used to have buzz loads of them. Here's Ben Allison continuing from the pavilion end, bowls forward. Comes Webster. He's a tall man, Webster. If you get to stride in, good way down the pitch. Kashif Ali comes around from mid wicket to do the fielding. So 3 slips, pretty straightforward field really. 3 slips. In fact, 2 slips, and what we're going to call him, a gully or a 5th slip. I think I would call him a 5th slip. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg down on the boundary. Allison in bowls, and Webster's a couple of steps down and then drives, but can't beat Taylor at mid off. Worcestershire's fielders, as you would expect with a total on 40 for 4, are very chirpy and on their toes.
Well, it was last over that Webster went for an expansive drive and edged it in that gully area. So I think this is smart from D'Oliveira to go with 2 and a sort of orthodox. He's quite fine, a gully, and he's got himself at backward point.
Taylor in again, and Webster gets a ball. It's just coming slightly back into him and plays it away on the side. Again, no run.
Yeah, there are some who think that Webster's technique, there's times when he drives the ball and he sort of drops his front knee and leans slightly back and gets his weight on a little bit on the sort of back foot. Allison
bowls, and he's gone big on this one. He smashed that one through extra cover. 4-4. Just a bit too full of a length. It wasn't that full of a length from it. I think Webster, by reaching forward, and almost turned it into a half volley. Bit too full, but not.
Well, that's a good attacking length. That's the length where if the ball does move late, you will find the edge and it'll carry because of the positive intent on the shot. But that was a very imperious drive from Webster, like piercing the gap between mid-off and extra cover. He hit it very hard.
Allison in again, and this time he hurries Webster as the ball comes back into him and just plays it defensively out on the onside. 44 for 4 now, Warwickshire. That 4 took Webster to 24.
Yeah, he's not going to die wandering, is he, Webster? If you give him a little bit of width, he'll go after it. If you're a little bit full, he's got the confidence to drive you even slightly on the up. And he's full of confidence at the moment.
Allison in bowls, and he's beaten by this one. Webster, he actually ends up on one knee as he sort of almost bows down to the bowler. So Allison finishing the over with a bit of a look at the batsman as well. So end of the over, 44 for 4. Barnard has 4, Webster has 24. If you've just joined us, Worcestershire made 333. Ethan Brooks hit 8 sixes in his 140, putting on 88 with Adam Finch for the Worcestershire 9th wicket. And then Karam Shazad has got amongst the Warwickshire top order, taking all 4 wickets so far. Here's Tom Taylor in and bowls to Ed Barnard. Barnard forward, ball trickles out on the leg side. Bertie Foreman comes in enthusiastically to field.
And he's working hard on the ball as well.
Yeah, well, they do say about, I don't know, players, you know, the Kookaburra ball, it goes soft, loses its shine, does all sorts of things. But they seem to be doing all right with it so far. Taylor's next ball to Barnard. He comes forward, pushes away on the offside, and there's no run. The clouds, it's been hovering over us all day. We saw one brief spell of sunshine this morning, but it's sort of grey and murky above. It's the sort of day, if you've got automatic car lights, they'll come on. Most of my old cars don't have automatic. We don't have lights at all, and so you have to get out and light a candle. Here's Taylor's next ball, and this time just pushed away on the offside. Kashif Ali in threatens to throw at the stumps at the non-strikers, and he's not going to because there's nobody backing up, and if he misses it's probably 4 runs, so he would not be popular with his team, or certainly with the bowler, if that was to happen.
Good line and length from Taylor though, asking the question of Barnard. He's halfway through his 7th over, he's only gone for 9. 2 of his overs have been maidens, and he's tempting the batsman to drive.
Taylor bowls, and Barnard does sort of check drive down the ground. He's going to get a couple. It's half stopped by Karam Shazad at mid-on, and D'Oliveira goes and completes the fielding. So 2 to Barnard takes him to 6. Warwickshire go to 46 for 4. Lots of chirping from the Worcestershire fielders, as you would expect. Taylor to Barnard, flicks it away, down to fine leg. Adam Finch is down there. Finch yet to bowl in this Warwickshire. Would imagine that he would take over from Allison at the pavilion end. Hose and Brooks are the slips. Allison, I'm going to call him a 4.5 slip. He's not a gully. They are the close grabbers. Taylor to complete his 7th over, and this is to Webster. Webster forward, big stride in, pushes away on the offside, and there is No run, 47 for 4, and I think Phil is going to come in and replace me. Because I go for a run round the ground because I've had too much lunch.
Had too much salad.
Yeah, it was very good salad. Don't you mock my salad. I'm trying very hard this summer to be a salad man.
Good man.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's working. I'll probably go home.
Do a couple of laps for me as well then.
Yeah, I probably got the chippy on the way home, just to clear my conscience.
And the very tall Allison is going to continue. Has an unusual action where his front foot splays out wide on the crease. He's into Barnard, who tucks it to square leg, and they pick up an easy single. Afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon, Dermot. Afternoon, everybody.
Did you have the fish and chips?
I did, yes.
You did?
Yes. Can't you tell? I did. I've got... I'm cooking for myself this week, so that was the easy get out.
Right.
So I don't have to do it when I get home.
Well, Allison's in and bowls and squares Webster up a touch. Webster has this sort of habit of dropping that back knee when he sometimes defends the ball or drives the ball or plays forward. But kept his bat nice and straight. But Allison did beat him with the last delivery of the previous over. Went past the outside edge. Another day it would have taken the edge.
They've got a bit of task on their hands, these two.
Allison's in and Webster drives nicely through extra cover. And a good diving stop keeps it to a single. And the ball parried to mid-off and quite a poor throw coming in. If you're trying to keep the ball up and shine it and get some moisture in the shiny side, you don't want to be throwing it into the ground all the time. But if you're hoping for some reverse swing later in the innings, then maybe you want to bowl a few overs cross seam and start scuffing up that dry side. At the moment it's orthodox, if there is any swing at all. Allison is in and Barnard just gesticulates at the ball, just popped a little bit on him. He played it well, played it late, and defended it to short extra cover.
We're not in the best position here commentating to see whether the ball's doing a great deal through the air, are we?
No, we're sort of at long off.
Looking over the head of mid-off, looking down to the Batu's at the Birmingham end. So, have to rely in second on the screen to see if anything's happened, which is behind play.
Allison is in and that's left, and there's some ooze from behind the stumps because it might have been quite close to off stump in the end.
I think slightly exaggerated. It wasn't that close. Yes, it was. You know, there was, but it was certainly a good half a set of stumps wide of the off stump. It was a good leave. I don't think there was any problem with that.
Well, we've already had one, haven't we?
Yeah, it's gone very grey overhead. I'm just a bit concerned about the weather at the moment.
Barnard plays that to mid-wicket for no run, and that's the end of the over. Tidy over, but no alarms really for the batsman in that over.
So the Worcestershire players are being equally helpful as the Warwickshire players, that they're sweaters, which are very nice, very traditional, but they don't have a number on the back. So
right.
If you're not familiar with the faces on the Worcestershire players, it's extremely difficult to pick out who's who, because their numbers are hidden. The only one who hasn't got his sweater on is the wicket-keeper, and you don't. That's the one you do know. It's a bit of a giveaway, the wicket-keeper. Tom Taylor's going to come into the attack at the Birmingham end to take over. He's had 7 overs. I think he bowled most of those from the Pavilion end. He's on his way into Webster Webster waits and is defending that one. Everything behind it, just plays it back into the ground in front of him, and solidly defending. He's got 2 slips, and the scoreboard is wrong, so I have used the scoreboard. Thank you, Dave. It's Adam Finch bowling from the Birmingham end. And the scoreboard has got its Tom Taylor, but however, Dave's picked that out for us. Well done, Dave. This one is turned into the onside by Webster, and they will get a single. Pick up and shy at the stumps there from Karam. That single brought up the Warwickshire 50. It's been a laboured 50. I would have to say they will get 50 runs easier. 4 wickets on lost in the course of getting there, and it's taken them 2 balls into the 23rd over, so it's been hard work for them. As Finch in and bowls. This is again defended this time by Barnard. That scoreboard continues to show Taylor. That's probably going to cause all sorts of chaos on these systems. In the old days with the book, you could just change it, but when it's computerised, to change it isn't as easy as you think it is on these systems. They have to back it all out and then load it all back up again, and often it results in the whole scoreboard going down for a bit. Barnard waits, and Finch in, and this one he just runs away out into the offside. There's no run.
Oh, there's another tall, fast bowler. You can see how the scorers might not have noticed that that it isn't Taylor, but
you might have clocked it by now. You'd have thought, though, wouldn't you?
he's definitely got number 61 on the back of his shirt, Adam Finch, and he did spend quite a long time batting.
Yeah, and Taylor's number 12, but anyway. This one is worked into the onside. Finch has to go running out across to try and prevent the single, but probably did enough to put Barnard, who initially looked as though he was interested in the single, but not to be. So another dot ball goes in, stays on 50 for 4. Warwickshire still trailing by 283 runs with just 6 first innings wickets left. And Worcestershire had a terrific morning session as Finch comes in to complete his over, and Barnard runs this one away to backward point. It's the end of the over, 50 for 4. We've had 23.
Yeah, maiden over. Hit some good lines and lengths there, even with no fielder at mid-wicket or square leg. He's managed to keep the batsman playing straight enough that they haven't managed to knock it into that vacant sort of leg side and pick up an easy single. So his line in particular was very good that over. His length was a little on the short side. It's not a quick wicket, so the batsman had plenty of time to just ride the bounce and defend.
Ah, there you go. Taylor's on at this end now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taylor into bowl, and good line and length, which is pushed to mid-wicket where D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. So now got 4 on the leg side. We've got a long leg, square leg on the boundary, but it's a very short boundary. You have to say that the umpire's probably about 20 pitch away at square leg, and then it's only another length of a pitch. That's probably a 48-yard boundary. Possibly less, might be about 46-yard boundary on the leg side. As Webster is forward and drives Taylor out to mid-off. No real timing on the shot. and not the placement to pick him a run, because mid-off is nice and deep, which is where you can feel if you've got an extra cover, which they do, and they've got a backward point. So there's 3 in the ring on the offside, so mid-off can be nice and straight, fairly deep, and the bowler can take the little block. The bowler's Taylor, who's in now, and that's played nicely and deliberately by Webster through the vacant gully area.
He likes that shot, doesn't he? He just goes back, opens the face, runs it away, and there's a couple of times he's done that. And there's nobody down there, so if he can evade second slip, then it races down to the boundary. I think the outfield as well, you weren't here yesterday, but the outfield was quite sluggish. There was a bit of rain had been around, so it was just holding it. And we had a couple of occasions, particularly on this long side, going out towards the Raglan stand, that the balls actually stopped, held up in the outfield. Whereas today it seems to be going across the surface a bit quicker.
Taylor in again to Webster, who blocks it to mid-on, and there's no run. You get the feeling with Webster that he's the kind of cricketer that doesn't leave many balls. So if he gets a bit of width, he'll tend to try and go after it. But he can play the patience card as well. But in general, you would say he's an attacking-minded batsman. And now we do have a change in the field, so we've now got one from the leg side. Deep square leg has come up, and one man has come across. So there's a man in the gully now that's been added for Taylor, who's got Webster driving, but Webster's up to the task and slams it through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, got a lovely clean contact on that, and it was raced away through extra cover. 2 boundaries in this over. So Warwickshire just easing their way forward. These two are just got lots and lots. They're really, I would say, that Barnard, they're both the batting all-rounders, but they're what I would say probably the last 2 really recognised batsmen. We've got Kai Smith, is another wicket-keeper batsman, but
well bowled. Taylor finds the inside edge of Webster's bat, and the ball goes down a fine leg where Shazad fields, and that was the end of the over. Good over for Webster. He's now moved to 35.
Taylor got 4 wickets in the first innings against Warwickshire at New Road, 4 for 37, and then got 2 for 63 in the second innings in that match, which was drawn. I think it's probably fair to say that Warwickshire were on top. The rain came. Warwickshire had Worcestershire 181 for 8 in their second innings, still nearly 140 behind, but it was Taylor had bowled well in that for Worcestershire. But this time it's Worcestershire who hold the aces at the moment. So these two, Barnard and Webster, have got some work to do as Finch starts his second over from the Birmingham end. This is going to be a single to Webster, just turned into the onside, just waiting and just turning it off his hip into the vacant mid-wicket area. So he goes on to 36 from 43 deliveries, and Barnard, who's been considerably slower, he's faced 28 deliveries for his 8. He is on strike now for the first time against Finch. As in he comes and bowls. And Barnard pulls this one. He stepped across and got inside it and pulled it away down to deep mid-wicket, where they will come back for 2. In the end, it was well stopped out there, and
I think it's Birdie Foreman out there.
Yeah, could be the new guy out there, isn't it? That chap on loan from Sussex. But anyway, he sort of had quite a.
He saved two, didn't he? Definitely saved two.
Yeah, it was well picked up, and it
was well played by Barnard.
A shorter delivery from Finch, which he pulled round through mid-wicket. Is Finch in again to him, and this one is driven beautifully past mid-off and up to the long-off boundary, and right in front of the Thwaites scoreboard for 4, beautifully timed by Barnard. And that one raced up to the fence. So Barnard just beginning to, after a quiet period to start with, just beginning to open up, and Warwickshire move on to 66 for 4.
That was a top quality off drive. Finch probably overcompensating from the ball before, which was short.
Barnard waits, bat held high as Finch is into him, and this one is edged and into the ground, and goes at second slip, dives across and prevents a run. It was just bouncing in front of him, and ball rising as he went across goalkeeper style to stop that one. Prevents any runs. There's a man down at third, down there at third man, so he probably would have got round to stop that, but even so, it was in the end no run coming from it. Barnard just beginning to look to get that board moving as Finch in. Barnard drives and drives again.
He's out.
Straight out and hits straight back to the bowler as Finch is there on the follow through. Barnard just looking to drive it this time, whereas 2 balls before he'd driven it beautifully along the floor. This time he hits it straight back into the bowler's hands, and a comfortable catch in the end for Finch. He reacted well on his follow through, but the ball was hit straight into his chest, and he got both hands to it, and Barnard stands there looking at it as if to say, how did I get out to that one?
That was a really good catch. I mean, you don't get much time when a batsman hits it back that hard, but Barnard's paid the price for hitting the ball in the air.
Yep.
And Finch has got his rewards because he's got the ball full, and the batsman thinks that's a half volley, I'll drive it, but it wasn't quite a half volley. So the check drive from Barnard went in the air straight back to him, and really good hands to catch it cleanly when it's coming back at that pace. But
if you watch where Barnard finishes off as well, he plays that straight drive, but he's actually falling back across, and I just wonder whether in the process of the way he played that, where's that lovely straight drive which went up to the fence, everything was along the floor, and it was much more textbook straight. I think he got himself a little bit out of position playing that shot. But anyway,
he did defend one earlier when he came in, where he played it a little bit on the walk.
Yeah.
Which shows that you're actually not set and planted. And he was in the same position with that one. The front foot his weight wasn't far enough over his front knee with the foot planted so he could actually hold that position. The front foot hadn't gone far enough, therefore the back foot came through, and he chipped the ball back in the air.
Kai Smith is a new batsman, as this one, first ball is from Finch. In his second over, a successful over, is just run away down to second slip. Smith survives it. Warwickshire, in the meantime, having looked to be just beginning to see green shoots of recovery, have slid back again. 66 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 333. And they still trail by 267. And Warwickshire have got quite a long tail, I think, as well. So this...
Well, Finch is of that pace that he can get batsmen's heart rates going and the adrenaline pumping, and you know, you've got to be on your toes and alert, because you know he is quite slippery, and that can make some batsmen a bit too extravagant. And you know, Barnard, he'd played a nice pull for 2, a lovely straight drive for 4, but the ball before that was short that he knocked down to slip, that didn't look comfortable. And it's Taylor to continue, and he continues to bow Webster, who will now be thinking, yeah, I've got to bat with the lower order here and get myself a big 100 to get Warwickshire out of trouble. And it's going to be interesting to see how he plans on doing it, because I think Doherty has been sensible here. He's gone down to one slip and a gully for Taylor, whose idea here is just to bowl dots. There's a deep cover as well, as Taylor's in and bowls now, and this is played off the pads. But there's a man out there now at deep square leg, so it's just a single. So they could, if they're smart here, Worcester could sort of starve Webster of the strike a bit by some canny field placements. And now with Kai Smith on strike, deep square leg comes up, and we go back to two slips and a gully, and slightly more attacking fields.
Webster, in his first spell before he went off to play for Australia in the World Championship, had a top score of 85 against Yorkshire at Headingley.
And Smith is letting go outside the off stump as Taylor bowls a good ball on a nice line and length, but the batsman is not interested. But he is getting the odd one to jag back a little bit, so it's important that Kai Smith knows where his off stump is.
Well, Smith is really in his first season as a regular in the Warwickshire side. He's scored 250 runs this season so far, so he's had a degree of success.
And he defends a full ball from Taylor, and up to mid-on for no run. Well, he's batting out of his crease at the moment, so he doesn't feel he needs extra time against the sort of medium pace, if you like, of Taylor. You do want to let the umpire know as well that that's where you're standing. Sometimes it's good to take guard again out, a foot down the wicket. As Smith defends well, nice and late, and therefore the ball goes behind square on the offside. But good accuracy again from Taylor. He looks a good professional seam bowler.
Yeah,
for Worcestershire.
He's been good acquisition for Worcestershire. He's been good sort of journeyman type county cricketer, but
he looks sort of a bit sort of Ethan Bamber's pace and accuracy and style, and that one's a bit full and it's driven very nicely. Good looking shot by Kai Smith, and they'll manage to get back for 3.
It travelled mostly across the wickets, but the moment it got off the wicket onto the grass across the far side of the square on that very long boundary, it didn't take long to lose all its pace off it. But Smith's on his way, so with that nice shot, he retains the strike. And
what I'd say we've got, and now it'll be for Smith on the offside, I would say that's a 46-yard boundary, and I would say on the leg side is 100 yards. Just counting the amount of sort of pitches and working it out. It's over 100. It's 120 down to the edge. Wide long on.
Yeah, that's a really long trek. Here's Finch in again and bowls. That's his third over, and Smith is up on his toes and just punches this one into the offside, defending it stoutly. 2 slips are in place, and a leg slip has been brought in, who is just now moving finer. There's a backward point, and third man has now been taken away, quite right, to keep the attacking positions with so many runs in hand at this stage. Try and get another wicket as Smith in. A big harp shout there as he pushed forward, and Finch started to appeal for the LBW. So I think he was going over the top of the stumps, and he didn't go through with his appeal.
So I recall Smith having a lot of trouble against Somerset with the short ball when Overson was bowling short, and He wasn't getting in good position with a few sort of hooks that he had.
He waits as Finch is in. Oh, that one got up, and in the end he plays it suddenly from nowhere. It was a ball which was slightly short of a length, and he had no idea where that had gone. He managed to keep it down, but I have to say that was not with any great...
Well, that was a ball that was crying out for you to have a short leg.
Yeah.
And if you'd seen Smith and watched the videotapes against Somerset, you would have seen that he was going up and riding the bounce and getting into trouble with lobbing the ball in that area. And he's done it again and got...
Yeah.
I think he's got struck on the fingers on the bottom hand, and I think we're waiting for
the helmet to come out now for...
Are we? Or we're waiting for the physio to come on and spray his fingers?
I think we're waiting for a helmet and a box for short leg to come in.
It is a good ploy to Kai Smith. He's not comfortable. He doesn't get into good positions. If he has a hook, or it ends up as a bit of a flap without having any sort of control.
Just let's update you while we're waiting, because there's nothing happening. In the test match, England have got a wicket. India won 20 for 1. Chris Wokes has got a wicket. He's got Riral for 46, caught by Crawley. Jaiswal is 58, not out. In the championship, Nottinghamshire piling on the runs, 461 for 7 against Hampshire. And Durham, in their second innings, 190 all out, so Somerset need 86 runs to win there at Taunton, as Finch is in to Smith, who this time is defending it down into the onside. Here comes the helmet, has now been found, I think. Yep, here it comes. So they couldn't put they were told to get on with it, I think, by the umpires, because the dressing room weren't able to find the helmet and the box, which is going in. That's the most important part. Then they'll put the helmet on, and now we'll get the short leg come into place. So Somerset need 86 to win. Essex are 388 for 5 in reply to Sussex 204 all out. As Finch in, Kai Smith gets that ball. This time he controls it and plays it down in front of him. Short leg is actually not probably as close in as I think he probably might need to be.
I'd have another one right at this minute in the game.
Yeah, I think
with Finch charging in and banging it in short there. You know, I'd go without my mid on.
I think I'd have a short leg a bit closer than that. He's quite well back, isn't he? But anyway, Finch in. Smith is pushing forward to that one again. No great. He doesn't look particularly confident in so doing. That sort of, again, that ball wraps into his upper pad and runs away. So a really good over from Finch, who's 3 overs, just cost 8 runs, but he's picked up that important wicket. And it's raining in Yorkshire, who are 376 for 5 against Surrey. So that game has been held up and interfered with by rain quite a bit in Division 1. But Essex on top. And just welcome listeners to Sports Extra, who join us as we relate the Warwickshire in reply to Worcestershire's 333 are 70 for 5. I'm Phil Britt, and with me is Dermot Reeve, the former Warwickshire captain.
And Taylor starts off the over with a half volley, but Webster picked out extra cover, so there was no run.
Warwickshire have started their reply and had a clatter of wickets. Lost both openers without scoring. Mosley going for 4 and Zach Malik for 12.
And it's Webster on strike who scored more than half the runs, and that will be another one to him and another one to the total. As it's a bit too straight from Tom Taylor, so it works out to deep square leg for a single. And now we observe if there's going to be some changes in the field. There'll definitely be a man going to gully, but no short leg. So it looks like they're sort of perhaps attacking a bit more from the city end, the Birmingham end, and just trying to contain with Tom Taylor here from the pavilion end as he's in the Kai Smith who defends it. And it goes to mid-wicket, where Finch does the fielding. And no run.
Brooke Oliver has just brought in that gully. He's put himself to backward points. Hasn't got the short leg, probably not because the pace of Taylor is different to Finch. Kai Smith definitely has had troubled in the last over by Finch.
Now it's Taylor in who bowls, and it's driven very well by Kai Smith. It had a bit of width on it, and I think this one will just make the rope, and indeed it does. And a handsome drive for 4. The width was on offer, and also the length was nice and full.
Yeah, he got through that one nicely. He plays that shot well. And again, only just made the ropes. It's a long old chase out there, and the outfield has really greened up. The rain we've had in the last week or so has really freshened up the outfield, and slowed it down a little. We've been lucky enough today that so far we've not had any hold-ups.
On this occasion, Smith comes forward and defends. He's on 7, and all those 7 runs have come with courtesy of 2 drives through the covers. One that went for 3 and the other one went for 4. He has defended well. He lets the ball come to him, defends it quite late. That's when he's sort of half forward or a bit more on the front foot. It's a short ball that he struggled with, and Taylor finds a bit of extra bounce in that one, and Kai Smith lets it go through to the keeper. And that's an end of another over. And now it gets a little bit more exciting with Finch on, with his raw pace, and at times bowling 2 lengths short, and then occasionally getting one full that brings in the drive. And that's what got on the wicket of Barnard. Barnard didn't have his weight into the shot enough and hit the ball back in the air.
Yeah, he was just starting as well to get going, Barnard. He started to play some shots, and perhaps on reflection he might wonder whether he needed to really play that shot at this stage, but no point reflecting when you're in the pavilion. It's too late then. Here's Finch going to start his 4th over. He's got figures of 1 for 8 so far, and he's bowling to Bo Webster, big tall man, who this time there's no short leg for Webster as he gets up on his toes and plays it away into the offside out to short extra cover, and there's no run.
There's a no ball actually, Phil.
Oh, it's overstepped there. I didn't see that again.
That's 2 these days, isn't it?
Yep.
2 for a no.
2 for a no ball. So 77 for 5 they move on to. And yeah, he was just looking at the replay. He's just over the line there. I think that might be the first one of the innings, as in he comes again and bowls. This one is similar shot. Adds to extra cover, and there's no run. A bit of a breeze blowing across the ground today. It was very still yesterday, but that breeze much stronger, and the Warwickshire flag at the far end is flapping away, not being tugged off the flagpole, but enough to make it stand out as Webster waits. Oh, he gets that one, cuts back in, and he falls back across his stumps as he goes to keep it out, and had to readjust and ends up face on with legs akimbo and dagging back onto the bat just to keep the ball out. And he comes down and gives that one, the pitch, a little bit of a prod, but that one almost got through him there.
Yeah, let's see. The extra pace of Finch is causing the batsman some issues.
he's in again and bowls, and this time they'll take a quick single, turned into the onside. There's a mid-wicket, but the time they'd actually got onto it, Webster had called Smith through. So another single onto the total. Webster moves on to 39. Total 78 for 5. The deficit now 255. As Smith will be back in, and the short leg comes back in for him. So he's just waiting there for Smith to perhaps repeat what happened off the last short ball he had from Finch. As Finch comes into him and bowls. This is given width outside the off stump. Smith flashes at it and it flies away down through backward point down to the third man boundary, and goes down there like a rocket down to that very short boundary. It's probably the shortest boundary on the pitch, that one down to third man, but helped on its way and into a very big gap. Smashes into the concrete wall of the pavilion. Always does the ball good as it hits that concrete. Finch already back and on his way in again. This one is run away again, but again a rising ball, this time outside the off stump, which again was sort of fended at by Smith, not really in control of the shot. He kept it down and it ran away. He gets a single this time down towards third man. He didn't get the pace through that backward point area, but again troubled by that shorter ball.
I think it's just caught his glove as well. It caught his thumb or index finger, and that was the reason the ball sort of ballooned off slowly, because by the time he got down the other end he was shaking his hand. So he is finding a bit of life in this pitch.
I'll make way at the end of this over as Finch is in to Webster, who pulls this one away down to deep mid-wicket. It was in the air a long time and there was a shout to catch it, but Webster got underneath it. But the man was well back. He's picked, if you're going to put one in the air, he's picked one of the longest boundaries on the ground, and in the end it dropped down safe. Webster gets away with it. He gets a single. Total goes to 84, taking Webster on to 40, and Mike Taylor will... we're going to do a double change here. So Mike Taylor will come in and replace Dermot, and Dave Bradley will come and replace me as soon as Mike has got the headphones on, which he has. So I'll make way for Dave Bradley.
Thank you. 84 for 5, and not noticeably easier as we move towards 30 overs and the supposed point at which the ball loses whatever demons it might or might not have had in the first place. Allison starts a new over from the pavilion end, and his first ball is comes off a thick inside edge, runs into the leg side, and I do take one. Webster's trying to work out where exactly on the bat that came off, but it wasn't played with great confidence by the Australian, who nevertheless is holding together Warwickshire's first innings insofar as you could describe it as being held together, Dave.
Yeah, I've actually worked out the follow-on figure.
Yes.
I'm sure they'll go past that.
Allison bowls full to Smith, who defends away on the offside. You didn't think you were going to be doing that first thing this morning?
No. 184, I think it is.
Yes, I concur with that.
I'd be amazed if they don't go past that, and even if they didn't, I think Worcestershire would probably bat again. So I mean, Webster he's taking it back to Worcestershire, isn't he?
Yes, I think he's the sort. If he bats for a session, he's going to be 70 not out probably. Allison's hurrying in to bowl to Smith, who is very correctly forward in defence and playing that alongside his front pad. 85 for 5. The floodlights are still on as they've stayed on since. So I'm just going to get this local radio update away in the next 10 seconds or so.
Okay,
and then we'll press on. We're going to have probably another hour's cricket, I think, until tea. Still 16 overs to go before then. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire is still struggling along in reply to Worcestershire's 333. They're 85 for 5. And only Australian international Bo Webster returning to the team after a spell away with the Australian side. He's keeping them in any sort of order. He's unbeaten with 41 and has hit the ball punchily off the back foot. Now joined by Kai Smith, but the procession of wickets continued since lunch with the dismissal of Malik, caught low down off Shazad at first slip, his 4th wicket. And Ed Barnard, who drove firmly chest height back to Adam Finch and was caught and bowled for 14. Warwickshire still 248 behind at 85 for 5. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And the 4 runs nearer now because Kai Smith has climbed into a cover drive to a swinging delivery from Allison and sent it swinging considerably further over towards the Priory stand side of the ground.
Yeah, nice shot. Just over pitching a bit there. Ben Allison, juicy half volley, not going to miss out on those.
No, he's a positive player, Smith. His landmark innings at this very early stage of his career was the 130 he made in the one-day cup quarter-final against Worcestershire on this ground last August. But taking his first steps this season in championship cricket, where he's acquitted himself reasonably well with the bat. Allison bowls to him now, and he waits for this and plays it with his weight on its way forward into the ground, and it's fielded at backward point. And I notice D'Oliveira polishing the ball, almost seeming with the air of drying it as much as polishing it. I don't know whether there's any dampness around, but there's almost that sort of slightly misty feel about the day, isn't there, really? It's hanging about.
It almost feels like about 2 o'clock on a November afternoon. It's not cold, it's just that that light that's...
Yeah.
It's only... The sun's only appeared once, I reckon, in the whole day so far. And it'd be interesting if there weren't floodlights here, how much cricket we would have got in. Interesting field here now, set by Worcestershire. There's a fine leg down on the boundary. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a square leg and a mid-wicket. So you could probably, and I'm sure the batsman will, work out where Adam Finch is going to bowl to Bo Webster. Or is it a double bluff? Let's see. He's in and bowls, and it's not a double bluff, but he's lifted it up over the slips and out over third man for 6. Just used the pace of the ball and pinged it away, Webster. And well, it was short, but it wasn't where Adam Finch wanted it to be. In fact, there's a third man going out now, and we've got almost 2 third man. There's a third man, and there's he's backward of square on the offside on the boundary.
Yeah, it's not a huge boundary, but nevertheless he cleared it comfortably. Very deliberately played.
Finch in again, and Webster comes forward to a ball of woolish length. Plays it back down the pitch. It's interesting field. You look at the scoreboard, 95 for 5. There's 1 slip. But I think you take the field in the context of where the game is and the way Webster's playing. And we've not seen many go through the slips. Been 1 slip catch in this innings, 1 caught by the keeper. Robbie Yates took a couple of good catches in the Worcestershire innings in the slips. Webster waits and tries to tuck this one away on the leg side. Finch goes across, half grabs the ball and walks back. I wonder where he was going then. He wasn't walking back towards his mark, but he walked back and just scraped his foot along the ground. He almost tangled up with Kai Smith going to pick that one up. There was no run, by the way. I don't know whether there was a word exchange between the two.
There's been very little that's carried to the slips in this game. I mean, there's been 1 or 2 good catches, a couple of sharp chances missed.
Finch bowls. Webster repeats that shot and plays it up on the onside. D'Oliveira, who's been doing some extensive stretching exercises at mid-on, does the fielding.
There have been very few that have carried well to the slips. I mean, the catches you say Yates took were pretty low down. Hose took one right down by his knee.
He took
Went
one
kneeling
up by his
down.
shoulder, didn't he, Yates, when somebody had a flash at it? Probably Ben Allison, I think. But yeah, apart from that, they've been pretty low down. Finch to Webster. That's a good bouncer. Gets the batsman ducking. And Webster wanders off towards square leg, contemplating the last delivery and the meaning of life.
Yes, he's strong, Finch, isn't he? He's a young man.
Yeah, he was out with injury and he seems to have gained about half a yard of pace, but very well on a dead pitch down at Southampton. Well, not Southampton, but Hampshire, I'm going to call it. Here's Finch again. This is short again. It's dropped down and there is a little tangle there between the batsman and the bowler as Adam Finch was going for to try and pick the ball up, and Smith almost tumbles over but drops his bat on the way, and both batsman and bowler put their hand up in apology, so no animosity shown there. 96 for 5. Smith has 16 and Webster moves on with that single to 48.
I think the football commentator in me wants to describe that as a 50-50 challenge. Well, except it's not really, because Adam Finch is not. It looked like a 50-year knocking a first year over in the playground, frankly.
Yeah. They were both very keen to get to where
they were.
wanted to
that's
go.
the point. Yeah. It was fair enough. But Webster accepted the challenge offered by Finch in that over. They want him to take calculated risks, but be careful. Allison is drawing Webster forward in defence as he's kept the strike for this over.
Yeah, I get the impression that Webster's not the sort of man to decline the invitation. If it's there, he's going to hit it.
Yes, he made his best score of his first spell earlier in the season with Warwickshire was a rattling 85 at a run a ball on a pitch where most of the other players found it pretty difficult to make progress. Allison brings him right forward here, almost overbalancing in defence. It was a great game at Headingley. Warwickshire won. It was the one game in which Root and Brooke played for Yorkshire, and appropriately enough, perhaps I'm sure they weren't thrilled to get a warm-up game before the Zimbabwean Test match to find that the pitch was seaming all over the place, to the extent that there wasn't a single over of spin bowled in the match.
Oh, right.
But it was a cracking game. I mean, the pitch had loads of pace in it, and good players made runs. This is turned off his pads by Webster for no run, straight to short mid-wicket. So Joe Root made 90, and Webster benefited from a spell. They had an Australian quick bowler who just arrived that week and looked very sort of stiff and still finding out the lengths of English cricket. And anything remotely short or wide he bowled, Webster just peppered the extra cover boundary with it. And an innings that didn't decide the match but went a long way towards winning it. So he will have a go at anything that's floated up out there. That was a good ball from Allison, though, that climbed a little bit from outside off stump, and Webster had to adjust his stroke to ride the bounce and push it to the extra cover gap for one run. They've all found a little bit extra, haven't they, Worcestershire bowlers?
Yeah, I think from a Worcestershire point of view, they need somebody to keep Webster quiet from one end. And I think Finch could be the danger man here, because they've got more pace out of this pitch than any other bowler.
Yes, that was fair enough. Shazad's quite skiddy by comparison. He did bowl with pace, but Finch is banging it in. Allison to bowl to Smith, and he is forward, thinking only in defence. Playing that to mid-on.
Shazad is down at fine leg, and he's been doing some warming up, and he's taking his sweater off, so maybe he's going to completely mess up my theory in coming on to replace Finch at the Birmingham end.
His opening spell of 4 for 25 either side of lunch. He's making the weather in this game at the moment, as it were. I think that's the in phrase, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Oh.
I'm nothing if not in. Allison bowls to Webster to Smith, who pushes it away on the offside. And it's the end of the over. 97 for 5. 49 to Webster. 16 to Smith. But I feel the game is at an important junction again in this spell up to tea. Warwickshire would love to get there without any further loss, and if they do, they'll probably have got quite a long way towards the follow-on target, because Webster and Smith are naturally quick scorers. But they're on a bit of a tightrope here against Shazad.
Change of bowling here with the very man, Karam Shazad, coming back on at the City end. So Adam Finch had 5 overs, took that wicket, of course, of Ed Barnard. 12th man on for Worcestershire. Matthew Waite is at mid-wicket. Try and work out who's gone off very shortly. But Shazad going to have a couple of slips in. Bowling to Webster, who's on 49. So right arm over to the right-handed Australian, and this ball is just pushed away on the offside, and that'll be Webster's 50. Get a round of applause. 64 balls, 1 6 and 7 fours.
His second half century in 8 innings for Warwickshire, and they could do with him doubling it. He's 4th half century in his last 5 first-class games, if you include the 4 Test matches he's just played for Australia.
Bit of form.
So, yes, and there weren't a load of runs around in the Tour of the Caribbean either. So, he quite often had to come in and bat at 50 odd for 4 or something like that in that series.
Yeah, a lot of wickets, weren't
There
there?
were.
As Shazad is in and bowls forward, comes Smith, plays the ball back down the pitch. Yes, including the second lowest score in Test cricket history. 27.
And it was a bit sad, because I watched quite a bit of that series. It was on at a nice time in the evenings.
Yeah.
And the West Indies seam bowlers were really competitive. They looked a very useful unit, but they just didn't have the batting to back them up.
Here comes Shazad, and this is played off the back foot by Smith into the covers, where Tom Taylor is the fielder there. I'm still trying to work out who's off the field, and I haven't done it yet. Could be Ben Allison, can't see him. He's a big tall fella. It would normally be in the slip reason. Yeah, I'll go for him. He gets my vote. So Matthew Waite has been out for a while from the Worcestershire team. Is back on the field and looking fairly fit. Shazad in and bowls, and Smith gets wrapped on the pad coming half forward. Bit of a shout for LBW, but nothing too... it's missing leg stump. Nothing too convincing. Nothing that was going to convince the umpire anyway.
They had a young quick bowler West Indies in the Test series called Shamar Joseph. I think got wickets in their Tour of Australia about 18 months ago. But watching him, I thought he's the sort of player. If I were running a county, I think he's the sort I'd want for a blast campaign.
Yeah.
Runs in, super bowls rockets, bats down the order and tries to whack everything. He looks like a lot of fun.
Next ball is driven down the ground. That could well go away for 4. Matthew Waite gives up the chase. Nice shot, just over pitching there. Shazad, and coming forward, just drives it. Not a million miles away from mid-off, but enough to get it past him and down to the boundary. So 100 comes up for Warwickshire, 102 for 5, replying to 333 all out. And Smith goes to 20 off 28 deliveries. Yeah,
And timed the ball nicely there.
he did. Yeah,
So-
that was all timing. No great power in the shot. Shazad in bowls, and this time Smith comes half forward, plays the ball down the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over. That's the 33rd over with this ball, so they do say after about 25-30 overs it starts to go a little bit. In that it starts to go, it loses its hardness. The seam gets a little bit flat, so they tell me. It's the curse of the Kookaburra ball, so they so unreliably informed. I don't know much about the hardness or the dexterity of different cricket balls.
Well, trust those who spend most of their day doing it, I suppose. Allison starts a new over, one that was not out of the middle for Webster. He comes off a thick edge and with a little flourish as after he's hit the ball, I think he tries to carry off the fact that he was actually trying to hit it there, but I'm not entirely sure he was, but he gets a run out to deep square leg.
Bit of chat there between batsman and bowler as Webster came down to the non-strikers then. Ben Allison appeared to have a word with him. I think Webster's a bit of a chatter anyway.
Yeah, I think so. Allison's on his way at 103 for 5, and Smith is forward and defends firmly back up the pitch. He's got 2 half-centuries this season, Kai Smith. He made his championship debut in the first game of the season, has played all but one of the others. But both the 50s came in the 1-wicket win at Durham, so they were pretty important. And he got 79 and 62. And Warwick's chased over 300 to win in the last innings with a century from Ed Barnard. One of their 2 wins so far this season in the championship. They also won at Headingley, haven't won here. Allison bowls, and he cuts that through Smith's forward push, and I reckon that must have gone right over the middle stump.
Just looking at the replay. Yeah, good ball, what a ball.
Beat him on the inside edge.
Yeah.
So there's still a little bit there when, as you say, the 34th over.
Oh, it's come back a long way.
It has.
Yeah, it's hit something. Yeah, I mean, that's probably 6 inches outside off stump. It's the original line, and it's come back and gone over top and middle stump.
And that's a good one from Allison, who is without a wicket yet. And he tries again to Smith, who is there a bit early to defend this, and holds the position and defends it away on the offside. Yates 0, Mosley 4, Davis 0, Malik 12 and Barnard 14. The wickets to fall today. 103 for 5. You've been following, wherever you're following from, whether it's near or far, do drop us a note if you want to. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. Whichever side of the Bears Pairs divide you are. Smith pushes away on the offside, and it's eagerly picked up at extra cover, and there isn't a run. Maybe you're a neutral coming to this game, looking in to see what all the West Midlands squabble is about.
Well, Fred is listening again today by the swimming pool in Spain.
Good man, Fred. Well played, sir. Well, I hope you're getting a bit more sun than we've had here today.
There's a song by Madness, We Want Freddie for Our Leader. We want Freddie for our leader. So, don't know if it was you, Fred.
The only one. Allison hits Smith on the thigh pad, and Smith does a little dance around the ball where it lands in front of him, and it's the end of the over. 103 for 5, Warwickshire. Still 81 runs short of avoiding the possibility of following on. Webster has called for a drink and a big towel to be brought out.
I think the power of the internet came to me.
Oh yes.
Well, it didn't come to me, but I suddenly realised the power of the internet some years ago, sitting in an internet cafe in New York.
Yes.
Listening to cricket from New Road on the BBC Sport website as it was then, on the app of course now if you want to get it on there. And I thought, well, this is this is all right, isn't it? Yeah.
The modern world.
Yeah, sat in New York, the other side of the world. And also, I mean, this year we were on a cruise in the North Sea, talking to our postman on a Ring doorbell, which was very bizarre. He didn't ask us where we were, which was a bit of a shame, really. If he'd have said, "Where are you?" We're about 200 miles off the coast of Norway, mate. Here's Shahzadin and Bowles and Webster. Puts a lot of effort into this, but doesn't really time it. Just bobbles away into the covers without a run being scored. He's gone away to practice the shot, and he takes a good old walk away from the wicket, does your man Webster. Some players just wander, don't they, a couple of yards and natter to themselves, but he's got almost a couple of pitches there.
The few seconds between each ball, you've got to occupy your mind somehow, haven't you?
Oh yeah. Next ball is played again into the covers. Good rolling stop there by skipper Brett D'Oliveira. It's got down well. Total. Excuse me, I had a hiccup in the middle of that. 103 for 5.
There's a wicket for Liam Dawson in the Test match, by the way. Has got Jaiswal on his first Test wicket for 8 years. 139 for 2 India.
One wonders why he hasn't played.
Well,
more.
quite.
Shahzadin bowls and reaching for this one a bit. Webster takes his bottom hand away as he plays it to mid-wicket. Well, Libby is the fielder for Worcestershire. Yeah, I mean, I think he didn't do himself any favours by not refusing to go on a tour, didn't he?
No.
So
Right.
they tend to remember things like that, those in authority. But yeah, good player. Very good all-rounder.
Yeah, he's done very well in the last few years. In the First Division at Taunton, Somerset 25 for 2. Still need another 61 to beat Durham. 2 wickets for Callum Parkinson, who's opened the bowling there, which tells you what sort of pitch it is.
Here's the next ball, which is flicked off the pads down towards backward square. Bertie Foreman, who was impressed with his enthusiasm in the field for Worcestershire, flings that one back in, one more to the total 104 for 5. Yeah, Parkinson was on loan to Worcestershire.
He was, yes, indeed.
Bowled a lot of overs down at the Rose Bowl, as I still call it. In fact, I think he played 2 first-class games, both at the Rose Bowl this season.
Yeah.
Well, have a look. He's probably bowled something like 80 overs on one ground this season.
Well, he's probably glad he's not bowling there today, because Notts are 499 for 7 against Hampshire, who got... I mean, Worcester took them for nearly 700 in their last game, didn't they, Hampshire?
Yeah.
Smith is getting... Oh, sorry.
It's all right. One more to the total. It's tucked away square by Smith. Foreman again, the fielder, 105 for 5, replying to 333.
So it's about, what, 1,200 for 12 in the last 2 innings that Hampshire have bowled.
Yeah.
At Hove, Sussex 204. Essex, who've been having a rather disappointing season to this point, have powered past that to 429 for 5. Centuries for Jordan Cox, who made 132, and Matt Critchley, who is still unbeaten on 123. So they're in a good position, Essex.
Shahzad to Webster turns this one away. Square. Doesn't get as far as Foreman this time, as Jake Libby comes across from mid-wicket to field. That is the end of the over. And at the end of it, Warwickshire 106 for 5. Smith has 21 and Webster has 53.
And they're taking tea early because rain has interrupted at Scarborough, where Yorkshire have ground up to 376 for 5. Wharton, Luxton and Bairstow all out in the 70s.
Sounds like a firm of solicitors.
It does, really. And they've steered Yorkshire to at least a safe position by the look of it at Scarborough. Allison is going to bowl another over from the pavilion end to Webster, who's got 53. And now he's got 54 as he dabs a ball around his pad down to long leg. In the second division, Kent setting out in their second innings against Glamorgan, 172 behind, a 4 without loss. Glamorgan 327, 4 wickets for Wes Agar and 4 for Matt Parkinson. Ben Kellaway made 90. He's been in the runs quite a bit just lately. good young cricketer. He's the one who can bowl left arm or right arm as the mood takes him.
Yeah. There was a bit of a clip of a video when the batsman stopped and asked the umpire which arm he was bowling with, where round he was doing it.
I've seen him do both in the same over. This is Smith forward on the offside. Which is just showing off, really, isn't it? But, you know, why wouldn't you? Leicestershire 398, Derbyshire 100 for 1. The Leicestershire innings is a peculiar scorecard in that there were centuries for numbers 3, 4 and 5, and nobody else got out of double figures. Lewis Rees 6 for 56 for Derbyshire, who were 100 for 1 in reply. Harry came, he's a good player, 54 not out. Lancashire ran up 5-5-7 in the Cheltenham Festival against Gloucestershire, who are 21 for 1. Here there's another run for Smith, just turning this off his hip. Around the corner. Tom Hartley, 130, batting at number 10 for for Lancashire.
I was going to say, he's not a front-line batter.
No, and a double-century partnership for the 9th wicket with Chris Green.
Oh, he's a good player.
Yeah, he briefly played here. Yeah. Who hit 8 sixes in 160.
Nice short boundaries, sideways, Cheltenham.
Bouncing it off the college. Also, I imagine, fairly abbreviated boundaries at Northwood, where Middlesex are still going at 572 for 7 against Northants. This is a drive by Webster that's going to get him a run, despite the efforts of 2 fielders in the end to stop it. And it's eventually flagged down at mid-off, and they've taken 1 run.
Matthew Wade's still on. Ben Allison is on, because he was the one I thought had gone off. I'm just trying to see who else is off. It might be Tom Taylor.
Off for a little while in between spells, perhaps. Allison is hurrying in again to bowl, and there'll be another single for Smith, nudging it away to long leg. Not a particularly long leg, because it's only on the short boundary in front of the barn stand.
Put on 44 these two.
Well, it's quite important, at least just to settle things down for Warwickshire, because they were knocked out of kilter entirely by Shazad's spell before lunch. A 3rd Somerset wicket down, by the way, in that small chase. On an intriguing pitch at Taunton. Forward comes Webster, defends back to Allison. It's the end of the over. 4 singles in that one. 110 for 5. 23 to Smith. 55 now to Webster. I reckon we've got, 10 overs to go until tea. So we'll have another burst of Dermot if he's ready, and then we'll hear from Phil in a bit as well. But
okay.
I'll have a burst of Dermot Reeve at the pavilion end. Why not?
I think it was probably Kashif Valley that was off the field. Ethan Brooks is doing a bit of warming up in the slip, so maybe a couple of overs from him before tea, which should be taken at 20 to 4, but won't be. Is Shazad in from the Birmingham end in a bowl short, pulled away. There's a shout of catch, and I think it was in the air. It was Jake Libby who went full length at mid-wicket. Did it pitch just in front of him? I think it didn't quite carry to him. What do you think, David?
I thought it did.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great effort and just about an inch off the floor. But he was at full stretch and the right hand just couldn't quite pluck it and keep it above ground.
Oh, I don't think the replay is going to show us much. No, not really. It was a great effort. 111, Nelson. Webster waits for Shazad's next ball and plays it defensively on the offside. D'Oliveira at extra cover. Does the fielding. Still a gloomy old day.
It sure is, and the lights are definitely making a difference.
Yeah. Well, if it stays like this, even with the lights on, we might not get through to the end because the umpires might decide. I never get the phrase right. If the floodlights are enhanced in the natural light or something, which they are, because there's no point in having them on. Webster flicks this one off his pads, full length, down to fine leg for a single, 112 for 5. But yeah, it's always a puzzle when the lights are on and you explain to people they've gone off a bad light. Well, the lights are up, what have they gone off for? Steve O'Shaughnessy was the square leg umpire, who you mentioned. You got him out, didn't you, in that final? He's the one that gets a bit fidgety out of these two umpires. Shazad is in, and this is tucked away off the pads. Foreman in hurriedly from deep mid wicket. He's a bit of an athlete, this lad, tearing around. 113 for 5.
He is, isn't he? Fast over the ground.
Yeah.
A bullet arm there that when he let it go. He's already 2 runs to his credit that he saved out there earlier, and that he did well to keep that to a single.
We'll put him down as +2. Oh, a large crow lands on the balcony in front of us. Here's the next ball, which is played defensively. Back up the pitch. Bowler himself picks the ball up. Yeah, he was. I recall when Worcestershire played down at Sussex early in the season, he was the 12th man for Sussex. And you can see why. You want somebody who's decent galloping around in the field as 12th man. Couple of slips, close catches. Should have 4 for 36. This is the last ball of his 12th over. Took the first 4 wickets to fall in this innings. Bowling to Webster, who just drops the ball on the leg side and wanders off for a single. It's only gone 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pitch widths away, but very straightforward single. 114 for 5. Smith on 25 and Webster on 56. They've put on 48, these two. Good effort. After the first 4 wickets, first 5 wickets rather, went down for 66.
Actually, that last ball was in the end adjudged to be a leg bye.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I did notice it sort of came off. Sometimes it comes off the pad in sort of a fashion that you wonder whether there was any bat, but so Webster was, if you like, beaten on the inside edge.
Ethan Brooks is going to bowl very medium pace. Tends to mix his pace up a fair bit, particularly in white ball cricket.
He's in now to Webster, who's forward, and as is his wont and his technique, he gets squared up a bit, even on the back foot when he's defending. His toes aren't pointing out squares to cover. He gets a bit turned round and a bit front on, but it's a very successful technique that he has.
Just giving something to the umpire. Stud come out of his boot, maybe. Brooks might get the ball to swing a little bit.
There's an easy single for Webster, who had advanced down on Brooks, but maybe a little bit of shape away. It caused him just to defend it, and it rolled out on the offside for an easy single. And the field has gone a bit more defensive now, just the one slip catching. As Brooks is in and bowls now, and that's a good line and length. And I asked a question of Kai Smith. Should I go forward? Should I go back? Should I play it? Should I leave it? And he decided to play it, and did so nicely with a straight bat and soft hands. But that's a good line and length from Brooks, who's in again. And once again, it's floated up there. Very military medium, you would say, but I have a bit of sort of favouritism for bowlers that bowl this pace.
I was just going to say, not unlike yourself, was it?
Yeah, little mediums. And he might have just tickled that. No, it's off the pad. A leg side flick from Kai Smith, and it was well taken, but it had come off the pad. Yeah, but if you do bowl that pace, you have to make sure that you're getting the ball to go sideways, either in the air or off the pitch.
Yep.
Otherwise, you will get hit. And that's good delivery. That could have easily been a caught and bowled. Luck going the way of Kai Smith as he got a leading edge. Tried to turn it to the leg side. It's just a bit lazy. And he got a leading edge and lobbed up on the offside, but not going to hand.
Just a little hint that it
may
well have dipped.
You've got to, even if it's not fast, if it's going, I would say Shane Warne didn't bowl fast, but he bowled accurately and he got the ball to go sideways. He got it to go sideways off the pitch and also got it to drift in the air. But your medium pacers who can make it go sideways both ways are a bit gone out of fashion a bit in the game. Everybody runs in and bowls it, try bowl as fast as they can and back of the length, but the old-fashioned, I love watching Jimmy Anderson bowl when he's on fire, and he's a swing bowler.
Yeah.
He's swinging it out, and then he'll turn the seam the other way around, and he'll bowl a big in-swinger, getting the ball to move in the air. That comes from working hard on the shine, collectively as a team. But now we've got Foreman coming on.
Yeah.
The bowler's off spin.
Bertie Foreman, his first bowl in county cricket for Worcestershire. Not had a lot of experience. Off-break bowler. So he's got a slip. And I'll go through the rest when he's bowled his first ball, which he's about to do. Bowling to Webster, who's on 57, and first ball is driven back to the bowler, gets down well to his right to field.
How long's he been at Worcester?
This is his first game.
His first game?
Yeah.
So is he the offie that took 8 wickets in the second team?
He's been taking wickets in second team cricket, yeah. For
I
Sussex.
saw that one took 8 or 9 in an innings.
Yeah, for Sussex, yeah. And Webster's down. It's not there. He was down for the big hit back down the ground, but the ball just wasn't there for him. So in the end, he has to play it back to the bowler. 115 for 5. He's ready to go again. And this time, slightly off the inside third of the bat, and the ball just trickles down.
Well, definitely interest from the bowler in that delivery, because the hands went up and there was ooze, so it did get a little bit of spin onto the inside edge.
Foreman jogs in again, and this time forward comes Webster. Good start, 4 dot balls. Give it a bit of air, get it up there. Webster, you'd think, would be looking to get after him. Foreman in again, and Webster's down, and he has got this away. Straight to mid-off, and he's gone. Foreman has a wicket with his 5th ball for Worcestershire and is engulfed in his fellow teammates. And Webster goes for 57, went down for that big hit and drove it straight to mid-off. And he's away for a 57. He knew as soon as he hit it, Webster, that he'd miss-hit it.
And Foreman has picked up the big wicket. What a start for your first-class career for your new county. As he picks up the Australian Test all-rounder, who, well, he won't be happy getting out for 57, particularly in that manner. It was just, I want to dominate you. He used his feet before the ball was bowled, came down, and that's probably just spun a little, and as a result hasn't caught the middle of the bat. So let's give some credit to the bowler for a bit of flight and a bit of spin. But at the minute, he's got 1 for none, and he needs a short leg now, captain, because he has spun it onto the inside half of the bat. So let's hope he's got enough confidence as a young spinner to tell the captain what he wants here.
Yeah.
Which is, as an off spinner, you should have that slip, but also have a short leg, so you're attacking both edges of the bat. Sometimes they play for a bit of spin and they nick it to the first slip.
In fact, I think you're spot on, because it looks to me as if Kashif Ali has got some shin pads on.
Yep.
And a helmet, so yeah, he's going in there.
Good captaincy.
Spot on. So we're going to have a leg slip and a short leg and a slip. Rocky Chowley is the new batsman. Well, he's going to have to wait a bit while Kashif Ali gets dressed. Not that he was undressed, but gets his new kit on. By Jove, he did celebrate that, did Bertie Foreman, as you would, of course. Jogs in and bowls and pushed away on the offside. Think about a single, not one there. So fight over that as the crowd appreciate what the young man has done, and as I say, he'd be very pleased with himself, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. A little bit of history for him. His first class over for Worcestershire, and he has a wicket. Starts off with a wicket maiden. He'll be thinking at the moment, this is quite an easy game.
Yeah.
Well, I watched him bowl in the highlights when he got those wickets in the second team, and there were some good wickets.
Brooks is the bowler, turned down to just in front square on the leg side for a single. Ethan Brooks, who took that catch at mid-off, by the way. Don't think we mentioned that. Sorry, mate, I think I pinched your over here.
No, it's fine. It's all right. I should take it because he's bowling my pace, really.
Yes, yeah, you can describe
Number
it.
77 comes in and bowls now and swings it away, but it starts too much on the leg side, and Rockacholi nudges it out to deep square leg for a single. Interesting little passage of play here, because you'd have to say he's going with a slightly more defensive bowler and defensive field, but someone who's going to bowl a full length like he did there, Brooks. So he's attacking the pads, he's attacking the stumps, he's also attacking that outside edge, and he won't mind getting driven because he has the sweeper on the offside giving him that little bit of protection. And he comes in now past O'Shaughnessy, and perfect line and length, and defended by Kai Smith. And Oliveira here at mid-off now. There's a bit of sweat from the forehead getting rubbed into the shiny side. And a lot of them now shine it on the sort of bottom of their sleeve. Let's see if Brooks gets a bit of swing here. Oh, he's gone leg side again, and it's off the pad. Gone down the fine leg for a leg by. And
I'm going to dive out at the end of this one. I think Mike's going to come in up till tea. I have to go and report to another radio station, giving them my idea of what's happened during the day anyway.
Brooks is in and pitches up, and Rockacholi defends it to mid-on for a dot to finish the over. So we've had 40 overs, 38 still remaining today. And in the 40 overs that we've had in the Warwickshire first innings, they have gone at just under 3 and over. So they made 118, but they've lost 6 wickets.
Yeah, they're in a hole here, and Webster's attempt to get aggressive with Foreman,
Yeah, it cost him his wicket,
yes,
didn't it?
blew up on the launch pad a bit. I can see how the thinking might have come into, they want to get their spinner into the game, especially he's a youngster and he gives them another option. Attack him now, but didn't feel like the moment.
No, you'd have to say there was absolutely no need for it.
That's the point. They were going along quite nicely. Foreman bowls now, and Smithy's going to have a run wide of mid-off. So he's up to 27, 119 for 6. But look, everybody needs a bit of a helping hand now and again. And for Bertie Foreman coming out on loan, knowing you're only going to be with this group of people for 2 weeks, coming to the other end of the country, a young cricketer, what a bonus prize to land in your first over.
But he's bowling an attacking line. Because he's an off-spinner, he's actually bowling it outside off. He's encouraging them to drive it through the offside. And that brings it, if it does spin, it brings the stumps into play.
He's got a slipper leg, slip and a short leg as he hurries into bowl, and Rocky Choli's going to take him on as well and heaves him away over the leg side. And it's chased furiously by D'Oliveira out towards the boundary. It hasn't got all the way. And they're going to have 3. So it looks as though Rocky Choli's going to take the same policy.
Well, at least on that, what he was doing was hitting, there's no one out on the leg side.
No.
So if you back your eye and you're hitting with the spin, if you're going on the leg side, if you're trying to hit him over mid-off, and you're doing it from a position where you've moved your body, you end up playing inside out.
Yeah, and you're taking a chance then. Foreman is drifting this down the leg side, and Smith shapes forward to defend, and then the ball goes past the pad and through to the wicket keeper. Yes, they've got a bit more reinforcement on the leg side now, but it's a very big acreage on that side of the ground. See how Smith approaches this, just a slip for him, and he drives this along the ground to mid-on. But there is a leg, well, not leg slip, sort of leg gully back at about 45 degrees, maybe 20 yards from the bat. There's a man on the flick drive at mid-on. Mid-wicket, fairly close in. He tries to reverse sweep, Smith, and he's taken on the pad.
Why would you reverse sweep when there's a slip there and a backward point? He's missed it.
Asking for
Could have easily got out. And there's ones to be had. You get it to square leg, you get a single.
122 for 6, and he defends the last ball of the over. I'm not sure that there's some terribly clear thinking going on at the moment among the
well,
batters.
I was a big advocate for playing the reverse sweep
Sure.
against off spinners, but when there was 6 on the leg side in one-day cricket, and there was a space with no fielder at all behind square on the offside, so if you just put your bat there and deflected it, you can bring runs safely. But we've seen Mike Gadding do it. I saw one of my Central Districts players did it after I'd left them as coach when they played in the Champions T20 competition, the club competition. Matthew Sinclair did it against one of the Sri Lankan teams, and I think it was Murali was bowling, and he did it and got caught at slip. I mean, don't do it when there's a slip in. That's where you're really trying to get the ball. If you're going to play a safe reverse, the reverse hit is a different matter. But that's premeditated, and it's got risk to it. As we've got Finch on from the pavilion end, and Rockacholi comfortably enough knocks it past short leg for a single. Interesting to see this, because Rockacholi also against Somerset didn't look too comfortable against Overton when he was banging it in halfway down. Was riding the short ball, and we've got a field set here for some short stuff in the fact that there's a short leg and a deep square leg. Also got 2 slips. Finch is in and bowls. It's a good line and length and defended onto the offside.
Well, Smith is a naturally aggressive player, but again, he's got to make the right choices at this point. At 123 for 6. They're in a very precarious position. But I'm sure that Finch will test him out, test his resolve out in a moment.
Now he's pulled him away on the leg side, and there will just be a single as it is fielded, but that was a short ball from Finch, and Kai Smith took it on. Just getting back to Bo Webster's dismissal. If you see that the bowler's tossed it up and you use your feet, it's sort of a predetermined, but is that the right one?
Yes.
No, it isn't. I'll defend it. There was a long on in place, so he was trying to manufacture to get it over the offside. As Finch is in and finds the inside edge of Rockachole's bat, and there's some ums and ahs, but in the end it'll be a comfortable single. Warwickshire still trail by 208.
Yeah, Webster, already had one charge in that over where he'd ended up not pulling out of it, but sort of dragging the ball,
squirting it back to the bowler.
Yeah,
but
there was clearly no thought in his mind to not commit once he'd gone on the charge again.
Finch comes in, past the umpire, past the stumps and bowls. That's full on the pads of Kai Smith, who works it to square leg for an easy single. And Roccacholi has moved to 6 off 6 deliveries. He's had that one whack to the leg side off Foreman that he got away with and picked up a 3. And this is where Finch really wants to get his tail up and charge in and bowl a quick spell. Last ball of this over, he's into Roccacholi, and that's full and down the leg side, and a wasted ball. Maybe an attempted Yorker, but in the end it's harmless and down the leg side and a dot.
So there's 4 overs by my maths to go until tea. So you can give it everything in this burst, Adam Finch. He's going to have another 2, presumably, from this end.
He hasn't looked as good from this end. His rhythm, no. He hasn't hit the wicket with the same amount of pace.
He has a wicket, and so does Foreman. Shazad had the first 4, including 3 in a burst before lunch. So 126 for 6. Still trailing by 207, Warwickshire, as Foreman starts in again. Floats this up to Smith, who takes a step forward as if he's going to try and get a run to fine leg, but he doesn't.
And what was interesting there, Mike, before he started the over, is D'Oliveira at mid-wicket said to him, "Do you want me to come in a bit closer here?" So it's good that D'Oliveira is asking the bowler what he wants.
Foreman gives this some loop, and it's swept by Smith in the air over. It's gone a bit straighter. It's gone over mid-on and away for 4 runs. I wonder whether he was aiming quite as straight as that, but he certainly hit it there over mid-on, and it cleared him quite comfortably. And it looks as though they're going to tell that fielder to stay back now. Not quite all the way to the boundary. About 3/4 of the way back. Foreman bowls again, and Smith goes right back against his stumps and hits it to the same fielder on the ground, this time all the way up to long on, and takes 1. So.
Good batting. I mean, the ball before was full. There's no one back there on the leg side in front of square. So even if you get it round a cow corner, but now there's the long ons. Oh, he's about halfway back.
He's come up a little bit for Roccacholi, who went right back and stepped across his stumps and then played a defensive stroke very late enough to get Foreman excited. He is turning the ball a little bit, Foreman. It's quite slow spin, but he is making it deviate.
He's low in stature, so
yes.
he throws the ball up to get it to come down.
He does. He
That
pushed that
one-
one through a bit.
Yeah, that one he didn't.
Rocky Choli defended it. But yes, he does have a nice loop.
Yeah.
As you say, he's not a big man. Foreman. Pulling up his sleeves. I need to send him back to the Worcester Club shop for a shirt. This one's slightly too big for him, I think. And he comes in again to bowl to Rocky Choli, who whacks him high and straight. And that one, I think, is going to carry all the way, yes. For 6. So Rocky Choli taking the battle back to his opposing off-spinner. He goes to 12, and it's 137 for 6.
Yeah, they weren't bad balls, those two, but just the intent of the batsman. If there's no one back and you're just bowling off spin, I'm just going to keep my eye on it. And, there was no need for them to even use their feet to open up that area. It was just picking the flight, picking the line of length and deciding, well, I'm going to get on one knee and heave you over the leg side. And they did so well in that over. It was 1-4 for Smith and then a 6 for Roccaccioli.
Look, you were pointing out at the start of the over how the captain was talking to the bowler. That strikes me as a really good move from D'Oliveira. I'll come back to that.
As Finch is in, and that's pushed on the offside, and they will get a single to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Yeah, I was just making the point that, some captains will just dictate where they want, and they'll tell the bowler what I want you to do. But it seemed that D'Oliveira was asking Foreman, do you want me to come in on the drive on the leg side here, or should I stay back on the one?
And especially for a youngster who's literally just turned up at the door a few days ago and he's trying to integrate with you. That seems quite smart.
And Finch is in, and this is a bouncer, and Roccaccioli says, I'm not going to hook you, I'm going to get under it and let it go through to the keeper. Good pace there from Finch, and it's quite predictable that you're going to get probably a couple of them and over, a couple of short ones at your head, and quite often it's you thinking about the short ones coming as to what might get you out LBW if he pitches it up. As he's in again, and that's short and played away nicely on the offside square. On the offside, and they'll pick up 2 as Foreman does the chasing and the fielding.
And Dave was saying earlier that Finch looks to be a little bit quicker this season, and he's well built for it, isn't he? He's quite strongly built in the shoulders, Adam Finch. From not too far from here, from Wordsley and Stourbridge, I understand. So, well, it was always traditionally Worcestershire there, but on the edge of the West Midlands.
He's in past the stumps and bowls, and that's well fielded at short leg by Ali. Stops the ball going past him. It would have been an easy single out to deep square.
These are quite tense moments for Warwickshire. They're moving the total up, but I'll be glad to get into tea without any further damage. It's still 2 overs away.
And Finch is in and bowls now, and that one's very short, and Roccaccioli lets it go comfortably over his head.
He's braced for it, isn't he? Rocky Choli. He's folded up quickly twice.
I think I detect a chest pad on. I think he's just occasionally. They can get about uncomfortable chest pads, so he's just giving it a little wiggle with his hand at times to make sure it's in place. But they're a bit of a giveaway that you think you might be getting a few short ones, which he is getting from Finch. Last ball of the over, and that's played nicely through mid-wicket for a single. Most of the stuff in the over was short and quite comfortable for the batsman to play. It looks a very good wicket to bat on.
It still does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Even though, despite the score, I've going to get this local radio update away in about 10 seconds' time, if you'll bear with me a moment. With Warwickshire 141 for 6, and we'll have a couple more overs before tea. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have battled up to 141 for 6, replying to Worcestershire's 333 on a pitch that still would appear to be fairly sound for batting, but Worcestershire's seam bowlers have had the upper hand, and they've been helped on their way by a wicket for their young spinner Bertie Foreman, arriving on loan this week, and he managed to persuade Warwickshire's Australian all-rounder Bo Webster, who was the mainstay of their innings, having made 57, to drive him to mid-off in his very first over. Kai Smith trying to push Warwickshire along unbeaten with 35. In sight of tea, Warwickshire 142 for 6, still 191 behind. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And they've started a new over from Foreman with a drive into the offside for 1 for Rocky Choley. And now Foreman loops another one up to Smith, who flicks it away from his toes, and they don't take a run as he hits it to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. He's very vocal there at the moment, supporting his young bowler. Foreman with a slip and a short leg bowls outside the off stump, and Smith gives Smith room to drive square on the offside, and he gets one to the fielder hovering in front of the Holly stand.
Yeah, he could move his short fine leg onto a leg side drive, like at a short mid-on, and actually encourage them to sweep.
Foreman bowls. This is very full, and Rocky Choley is driving this without timing it up to mid-off. Yeah, there's a fine leg, and he's not all that far back. He's about 25 yards back. Foreman is bowling now to Rocky Choley, who plays this from in front of his pad, and it runs away into the leg side. He's on the starting blocks in case there's a chance of a run, Rocky Choley, but there isn't. Goes for a wander in between deliveries. Very chatty sort. I spoke to him at Hove. He's first away game, he was entirely intrigued by Hove, which was quite touching. Foreman bowls to him again. Oh, it comes off a thick inside edge and runs away to short fine leg. He wasn't quite sure where that was going, Rocky Choley. It's the end of the over, 143 for 6. I spoke to him after he'd spent a day and a half bowling 50-odd overs up the hill at Hove. I said, how are you getting on with county cricket? He's never played in England before. He said, it's terrific. He said, we don't have grounds like this in Australia. I've never played anywhere like this. He said, it's on a hill.
Yeah. I mean, over there, they've got enough space. When they decided where they're going to put a cricket ground, they're all pretty flat, the ovals. And they use them for, Aussie rules as well.
And there's a tiny boundary one side. I've been chatting to the crowd half the day, so it's great. He was full of it.
And played off his pads nicely by Kai Smith to Finch's first delivery, which was a leg stump half volley.
It's quite refreshing, really, to talk to somebody who's flown halfway around the world to be here for a first go in county cricket, and he's really excited about it. Even though he's a reasonably seasoned cricketer, he's been a leading spinner in the Sheffield Shield for a few years. I think he's 27, but he was thrilled to bits to be here, and that was quite refreshing to talk to somebody with that attitude.
As Finch is in to Roccaccioli, and that's a good short ball that he gets up on his toes and plays. Obviously fancies himself a bit with the bat. He would have grown up on quite quick wickets in Western Australia. I know he was playing for the university, the club side for a time. And there are some very good batting wickets out there in Perth. As he's on strike now, and that's good bowling. Nearly got through. That's that line and length that sometimes the batsman doesn't get forward to because you're a fast bowler and ends up playing it from the crease. But invariably, if the batsman keeps his bat straight and watches the ball, he'll get bad on the ball and not get hit on the pads, which is what happened there for Roccacioli, who now is bent down and he's got a problem with his right boot. As one of the slips goes to leg slip. Finch is in and bowls, and that's short, and Roccacioli defends it, and once again gets down on his left knee and is fiddling about with, I don't know if it's his boot or the bottom of the pad.
Yeah, whether it's just got
Something's
caught
a
in
bit,
the top of his
something's
boot.
a bit uncomfortable there for him, isn't it? As D'Oliveira rings the changes again, brings short leg back in, brings up deep square, and moves deep fine leg round to a bit more of a deep backward. So an attacking field and beaten on the outside edge. Very good bowling from Finch. Roccacioli probably expecting the short one with the field that's been set, and just fenced at that and didn't get bat on it. Another day it's a little tickle through to the keeper and you're on your way.
He didn't really shape up very well to that at all, did he? He was fidgety. He seems flustered by the field changes. He's sort of looking up and looking down, looking where the field has gone. He's just really got to just get through this over and go and have a cup of tea, really. They need to steady it.
Well, Finching again and pitches it up, but Roccacioli this time gets bat on ball and blocks it to short extra cover, and that is tea. Warwickshire go to tea, 144 for 6. This partnership has yielded 29 runs, and they'll need to put on a few more after tea if Warwickshire are going to fight back in this game. They're 189 behind, and you'd have to say, once again, that's Worcestershire's session.
They're having a cracking day, and if they can follow up on that in the final session, they could be well ahead in this game by the close tonight. The players will go and have 20 minutes. We will do the same, and we'll pick up the commentary at around about 4:30.
If you remember, they gave us tickets, didn't they? Free for the season. I did that. I said no. You end up with tinnitus from the sheer noise of the music you say that out of the 50% of the franchise, because each franchise is. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, it's all one through. Not as far as I'm aware. I thought it had gone through. Yeah, probably. Because they're committed to this, so it was only on the back of the financial commitment to say 49%. Well, yeah, but the club has to bear an awful lot of redevelopment in that. The club will be a partial owner of the hotel, so I believe. A few have. Yeah. And Somerset and Bristol.
Well, welcome back as the players come back onto the field. Warwickshire batsman Kai Smith and our Australian spinner Corey Rocchiccioli come back out with a bit of rescue work to do here. Rocchiccioli's on 16, Smith is on 37 and 144 for 6 in reply to Worcestershire's 333. So Warwickshire still trading by 189. I'm Phil Britt, with me Dermot Reeve.
Yes, it's definitely been Worcester's day. Good partnership first thing this morning between Brooks and Finch. And then Shazad, in his opening spell, picked up 3 quick ones, and then he's picked up a 4th, so he's going to start things off after tea from the city end.
He ripped the heart out of the Warwickshire top order, didn't he? Just ripped them to pieces, took those first 4 wickets and bowled a really good line, and Warwickshire really got completely bogged down. Alex Davis couldn't get him anything at all. He was there for 30 odd balls. Here's Karam in, and the first ball Kai Smith plays back, and there's no run. 144 for 6.
Yeah, and you'd have to say that for the best part, there's been no demons in this wicket at all. A couple of misjudgments from Yates and Davies, really, and then poor shot from Webster.
And he comes Curran, and this one Smith trying to pull it away. It's wrapped on the pad. Shout for LBW, but
yeah, I think he might have got a little inside edge on this.
Just watch that again, and I'm not sure. I think he was missing leg stump. I think as it fired across him. Wasn't the greatest of shots.
Did it reverse swing in?
No,
no,
I don't think so.
It was that length, wasn't it?
The length beat him, I think, more than anything. There might have been a little bit, but not a huge amount. So Scrum comes in again and bowls. This one will be runs for Smith, turning it round the corner just behind square for a single. So the first run's off to tea. Warwickshire move on to 145 for 6.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at this replay. That may have just tailed in slightly, because it was started off just outside off, but then worked comfortably by Smith down to deep fine leg. And this is the kind of time now that on a dry surface a kookaburra will start reversing of its own accord if you've kept one side dry.
We didn't see a great deal when Warwickshire were using it, I have to say. Here's Coram in and bowls, and this is across the wicket stumps, and this time Rocchiccioli survives it, and dodging here against. He's had 2 shouts against each of the batsmen. Again, just watching the replay, and that one definitely fired down the leg side. It was Rocchiccioli was looking to flick it away, but that ball missing leg stump by some distance.
It's moved in the air though, hasn't it? It's gone from outside off. You know, otherwise you'd have to say, why's he missed it, or why didn't it just stay straight?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'd agree with that.
Right.
I thought it was actually the way he fired it. It was the line.
You just think he got the angle wrong?
Yeah, I think it was the angle rather than any movement there. But we'll see. This one anyway is driven strongly. Rocchiccioli gets a single, diving stop by D'Oliveira, diving across at mid-on, prevents that ball going for
Have
any
a look
more than
here
just a single.
if it tails in. Ooh. He's the kind of pace that will get a bit of reverse swing if he and we will know what he's doing.
Well, they had enough trouble with him when the ball was brand new. If it is tailing in, they're going to be in deep trouble against him. The final ball of his first over after tea, and Smith is defending this one. And there's no run, 146 for 6. Warwickshire has moved on to 17, 38 to Smith. And Warwickshire trail by 187. So their first target is to avoid any potential follow-on. So another 38 runs required for that.
Yeah, in that Somerset match, it was very obvious that there was a point where Matt Henry started just to get the ball to reverse both ways, and the ball got soft, and the Warwickshire couldn't get it away, and all the seamers in that game for Somerset got that bit of late swing, and suddenly batting became a lot more difficult until Somerset took the new ball. As Allison comes in, and this one is a loosener, which is misguided onto the pads and comfortably played away by Roccacioli for a single.
Yeah, that was Warwickshire just avoided the follow-on against Somerset, didn't they? The follow-on totaled by about 3 or 4 runs.
Yeah, and when they eventually took the new ball, Somerset, straight away Sam Hain, got a quick 20 more runs or so. But the ball flew off the bat again, because these kookaburras do go a bit soft. Anyway, it's Allison who's in, and he's just bowling a good line and length and looking to dot him up.
Well, they've been complaining about the Duke's ball going soft as well, haven't they? During the Test match, they had some big problems with the ball going soft. Or going out of shape as well. We had a whole spate of balls having to be changed a couple of years ago, which they seem to have got through that problem.
Allison is full of length, and Kai Smith comfortable on the front foot defending. He seems to have a pretty good, and it is the most important shot in cricket, if you like. If you've got a good solid forward defensive, then you can stay in. And then if you stay in, you can get used to the pace of the pitch, and in essence, as a youngster, you can learn how to bat and find out where your strengths are. But you need that good solid forward defensive as a basis. And that's beautifully driven by Kai Smith. It won't make the fence. Don Rivera is chasing it down, but they will get back for 3. And a nice bit of timing from Kai Smith.
He's played some nice shots through that area, through that extra cover area, hasn't he, on this innings? Brings up the Warwickshire 150 with that shot. It's come in the 48th over. Unfortunately for them, they've lost 6 wickets on the way to getting it. First result of the day is in, guess where?
Taunton, Somerset have won.
Somerset have won by 5 wickets.
Allison is in and bowls now, and that's worked to the leg side by Roccacioli, but no run. Just got it a bit too straight. If he gets that square leg, there's an easy 1. And that looked like what his intent was to do, but it's important not to turn the face of the bat too quickly, because you might get a leading edge.
...157 overs and 35 wickets.
With a kookaburra. As Allison is in, and that's another dot ball on a good line and length, and well defended by Roccacioli. And there's a good energy out there, in between overs, by the Worcester fielders, all jogging around and looking purposeful in their venture to pick up these last 4 wickets in this session. That will put them, even if Warwickshire managed to score another 100, Worcester will still have a handy lead of 83.
Yep.
And the game is moving forward. So,
well, here comes Karam from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this one is pushed up to mid-off. There's no a tumbling stop there at mid-off, which was probably unnecessary. The ball was just rolling towards him, so it's just that's slipping as he picked it up. But anyway, no run. 150 for 6 it remains. Smith is on 41. He waits. In comes Curran. He's already got there's 4 wickets. Fires this one down the leg side, and Smith looking to help it on its way. Give a little tickle on it. Get some bat or something on it, but misses, and the ball goes through to Roderick behind the stumps. Again, it was a little bit wide outside the leg stump. Not quite getting the accuracy he had in his first spell, but 4 for 38. It's an impressive performance so far from him. He's in his 14th over, Curran, as he comes in again. But again, down that leg side, and again, Smith not able to get anything onto the ball. So they'll be wanting to get Smith to play. Smith has not been entirely convincing against the quicker ball, but down in that spot he's not going to be shouldn't be in too much trouble.
Well, it's the first time really today that Curran has been a little bit wayward with a couple of deliveries.
That first spell every ball was on the mark. This one is turned just down square on the onside, and they set off straight away. Good responding from Rucacholi. They get another single. Smith moves on to 42, 151 for 6.
I think he's changed his bowlers round pretty well today, De Oliveira. They've all had a good spell, the 4 quicks.
It's just brought given Brooks and Foreman a few overs as well, just to give them a break. But here comes Curran again. This one, Rucacholi is lifted in the air, straight to deep backward square leg. Curran has got his 5th wicket, and Rucacholi has gone playing a pull shot, which he never controlled. It was a short ball. He got under it and swept, and it was Bertie Foreman who got the catch down there. So he's having a good game. He's got his first wicket for the club, and he's taken catch and took it. We just had to stand there. Literally didn't have to move. It was.
He didn't move. He didn't move a yard.
If you'd said to Rucacholi, try and put one straight down the fielder's throat, he couldn't have done a better job.
No.
But
And he's got himself in. He's got 18.
yeah.
There's 2 men back there on the leg side, and they're there for a short ball. And yes, if you want to play the pull, fine, but just don't follow through. Just bunt it.
Yeah.
Just go 1. There's men out there. I'll just tap it and get a 1. But if you go for a full bat swing, yes, it would have been 6 had he been batting at the other end, but he wasn't batting the other end. He's taken on a boundary which is 100 yards away, and that's just very poor execution of a pull shot.
But he played the shot, stood there, watched it, and sort of crossed his feet to look at it as if to say, what have I just done? But at this stage, with 6 wickets down and still the best part of 200 runs behind, you really need to be a bit more responsible, I think, than that shot.
Well, it's a high risk option. If you're going for a pull where the ball's up at your head level, it's difficult to control. That's why I say if you know there's 2 men out there, you tell yourself, I'm going to hit it down. Don't say don't hook, because your subconscious might not hear the don't, and you might just go for the hook. There's been quite a few cricketers in their time that are just impulsive on that shot.
Anyway, it's brought Curran his 5th wicket, so well done to him as he comes in to bowl to the new batsman, Ethan Bamber, who is a big shout for LBW off the first ball. The slips and the wicket-keeper liked it, not so much the bowler. And unfortunately for Worcestershire, not to Michael Goff, who's the important one, who's the umpire, and it was full, and it was just swinging away down the leg side, so quite right, and he survives, but again, not altogether great shot from Bamber, first ball.
But good smart bowling, new batsman, first ball, get it full, get it at his toes, and it was a Yorker length, so
and there was some
credit to the bowler on that
definite movement
choice of
through
delivery.
the air on that one as well.
Yeah, there is a bit of reverse swing now.
But that one definitely went.
Phil,
So 151 for 7. It doesn't get any easier for the Bears.
and now the field gets pushed back a little bit with Smith on strike, who's on 42, but Allison pops it on a perfect line and length, and all Smith can do is defend it to mid-wicket. But good attacking fast bowling from the other end. I mean, the bouncer, yes, you need the, Roccatrolli earlier, when facing Finch, was getting under the short ball, but on that occasion he decides, I'm going to have a hook at Shazad. And Allison continues from the pavilion end and past the stumps. He bowls now, and he beats Smith on his outside edge. Maybe just a little bit of leg cut, but just a loose nothing shot from Kai Smith. He now does a little dance around, which you sometimes do if you feel like the ball before you haven't got your feet working like they should. And he was quite stuck on the crease and just fenced it at the ball. It went through to the keeper. Allison's in again, and that's a good line and length. Inside edge onto the pad, no run.
Worcestershire have bowled a good line, haven't they, in most of this game? Good length, good line. They've kept attacking. Because with the
yeah, it's been an attacking length where they haven't mind the fact that they've been driven occasionally. It was the drive that got Barnard out.
Yep. Curran with his 5 wickets, Shazad has led the way.
And that's worked away for a single from Kai Smith. They're looking for 2, and there's going to be trouble here if it's over the top, and it isn't. Oof, just a bit wild on the throw there from Foreman, who came charging in from the offside sweeper position. And Bamber was looking for 2, and he'd come down about 4 or 5 yards and got sent back by Kai Smith. And had that throw been over the bails, I think we'd have had a run out.
Yep, definitely. Just wonder what's going on here. Bamber is taking his sweater off. He's decided he doesn't need a sweater out there when he's batting. He's given it.
He doesn't run well with the sweater on.
I was going to say, I think it's, you want to put your running spikes on. Yes, I think he was left high and dry there because he took came quite a long way down the wicket and then seemed to take forever to turn to get back.
Yeah, it was only a 50-50 as to whether there would have been a 2 anyway.
Yeah.
And Kai Smith was looking to get back on strike, but one of those ones where he's pushing his partner to run it fast and then changes his mind and says, no, I'm not coming back for 2. Nearly barbecued him. As Allison is in, 2 balls left in the over, and that's on a good line and length, and Bamber's up to the task. He does get a few runs, even Bamber.
He's got 166 runs this season, batting down the order, so he's not exactly a rabbit with the bat, but
he got a few important ones to save follow-ons and
yeah, he's hung around, which has been good. He's got a lot of 20s and a couple of 30s which have during the season, which have been useful runs.
He's now facing Allison, who decides, I'm going to bounce you, and he just lets it go through over his left shoulder, and that's the end of the over.
So 152 for 7. We have got 28 overs still remaining in the day. That sweater is now being brought off, and umpire Shaughnessy decides he doesn't want to have to walk around carrying Bamba's sweater. He's had it taken back to the dressing room. And Khurram Shahzad will continue at the Birmingham end. Most of the spectators who are in at the Birmingham end are gathered virtually behind where the bowler's running from, in the old press box stand area and the scoreboard area, as that is in a bowls. This is lifted. They were trying to pull that one away, but in the end it drops down, looking to pull it, and in the end that ball ends up just dropping down in front of Kai Smith. There's a shorter delivery which he was trying to pull from just outside leg stump. Now
I think he's gloved it or edged it onto his helmet.
His helmet, was it on the helmet?
So they might have to have this mandatory check from the physio.
Off the shoulder onto the helmet, I think. It's got to be checked. It's got to be the questions asked. If you get hit on the head, you've got a series of questions to answer.
Well, he was lucky he didn't hit it straight down Foreman's throat, like Roccaccioli did, because it was the same shot. He's obviously not in control of it because he hasn't hit it properly or off the middle or kept it down. It's actually struck him on the body, and it must have deflected up onto his helmet.
Gerhard Mosted comes out, the Warwickshire physio. It's just had a look at him, asked him a question, who are you? And he's Gerhard said, yeah, he's fine. It's one of the nicest guys around, Gerhard. He wasn't there when
he was. He was right at the end. Right at the end.
Yeah. South African.
In fact, he was very nice to me last year when I came. I popped into Edgbaston. He got his nail clippers out and had a look at my toes because they're. I grow dead toenails.
Very nice. I'm sure everybody wants to know that. This one turned into the onside, and they get a single, another single to Smith. No wonder he's running away from you then.
No, I know. I went and knocked on the door last visit, and he
hid.
He was hiding
under the table, I should think.
Yeah. All those years of your toes whacking into the end of your boot and
153 for 7.
Destroyed my nail beds. I'm getting hit by the odd Yorker as well.
This next one. Oh, that looks close. It's given. Yep. And Bamba has gone. LBW picks up his 6th wicket. Bamba went back and he was in all sorts of trouble. Never read that one at all. Just kept a bit low on him as well, I think. And trapped him.
A bit of reverse swing there.
Yeah, right in front. He had to think about it, Michael Goff. But the 8th wicket goes. Bamba goes without scoring. So we talked him up and said the useful runs he's made, and he ends up today with a duck. And Warwickshire are in a fair bit of trouble now. Taz Ali and Ollie Hannon-Dolby, the remaining batsmen, and it's very much up to Kai Smith now to try and get this deficit still 180 behind with just the 2 wickets remaining. They could do with the last 2 wickets doing the same as Worcestershire did to them this morning, which is adding it was actually it did move quite a bit off the seam. Once he got trapped back on the stumps, it did take
it's late swing, Phil. It's when the ball's reversing, quite often you might think it's moved off the wicket, but
I was just wondering, looking at it on the replay, whether in fact it had swung enough to have just perhaps evaded the leg stump, but it doesn't matter if he's out. So his 6th wicket.
I mean, you've got what people forget about. You've also got the width of the ball. haven't you? When people talk about the ball hitting leg stump, you've actually got the width of the ball outside leg. It doesn't
Yeah,
have
you
to.
can do. You can go past and clip it. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I had no problems with that. I think that was banging into
Well, I think he was
leg stump, or even if it had only been half the ball hitting leg stump. But the fact is, he's got it tailing in late now, and he's bowling at a good click, probably about 85 miles an hour.
You have so much opportunity for analysing these replays, which the umpires clearly don't. Come into the new batsman, who is Taz Ali, who plays this one with no great certainty back to.
He was nearly
to
LBW first ball,
Oliveira.
but just got his bat down.
Just kept it out. He's, in the end, perhaps he got a bit more on it than thinking, but this is not easy. He's suddenly hit that length again, which he had in his first spell. Took him an over or two just to get the line, but now he's got it. He's causing all sorts of problems for the Warwickshire batsman. 153 for 8. He tears in again and bowls, and this one is played nicely out to extra cover. There's no run. It's more like survival at the moment. The runs have pretty much dried up, which are in all sorts of trouble here. 57 for Webster, 18 Kachurli, 14 Barnard and 12 Malik, and then apart from Smith's 44, there's been 3 Ducks, Davis, Yates and Bamber, and some pretty low scores from the top order. There's coming in for his last ball of this one, which will bring a run down to fine leg for Tassim Ali to get him on his way. 154 for 8 at the end of the over. I think Dave is going to move in here, and I'll make way for him to take over for Dave Bradley.
Another very successful over for Worcestershire and for Shazad, who's now got 6 wickets. He's been honing in on the stumps and on the pads in this spell, finding a little bit of late reverse swing, and it does make batting a little bit difficult for lower order batsmen when there is that late movement in the air. But it's Ben Allison who's bowling from the pavilion end and looking just to bowl a good accurate line and length. Try and bowl maidens. He starts with a dot as Ali is forward and defends to extra cover.
And I believe Sports Extra 2 are with us, so welcome to Edgbaston. I'm Dave Bradley, doing what Reed is talking you through this over from Ben Allison, and those of you who haven't been with us, we'll update you at the end of the over as to what has been going on here, and quite a bit has been going on.
It has, for sure. There's been some exciting cricket today, and very much Worcester's day. As Ben Allison turns, he's running in now past the umpire, past the stumps and bowls. It's full and driven by Taz Ali, but with no power. And fielded at mid-off, it's a dot ball. But attacking length from Allison, as we've also seen an attacking length from Shazad at the city end. He's having a real day out for Worcester. That's Allison's in again. And well played by Taz Ali. Just let the ball come to him and guided it for 2. He'll have to hurry, but he has got back and just guided it through the gully area.
You'd have got good odds this morning that Warwickshire would have been, they're not all out by close of play tonight, but you've got a good odds when
On a
Worcestershire
first
will.
innings lead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's going to be anything but that. 177 behind. As Allison is in again from the pavilion end, and good line and length, and Ali defends it to extra cover for a dot.
Well, there's not been much out of the pitch, has there? You know, it's been good line, good length, and an occasional bit of swing, reverse swing from Shazad. But I mean, you look 156 rate, you think, oh, pitch is doing a bit, and it's not.
Allison is in a bit of unorthodox action, bowls it short, but no trouble for Ali to ride the bounce and defend it back to the bowler. He's just about to complete his 13th over, has one maiden, none for 30, but it's been a pretty good effort with the ball.
Yeah, they're happy to give Ali the strike here, aren't they? Happy to give him a single so that he's on strike next over.
Yeah, they pushed a few out, and Ali just defends it to mid-wicket, and it's a dot ball to finish, which means that Kai Smith will be on strike to a very fired up Kamran Shazad, who's got all six.
I think Mike Taylor's coming in next to me, mainly because he's got to do an update to a news bulletin as well. So yes, welcome listeners to other channels, shall we call it. Worcestershire made 333. Ethan Brooks hit 8 sixes in his 140, and then Karan Shazad has really devastated the top order of Warwickshire. 26 for 4. He took all 4. A little bit of resistance from Webster, who made 57, as Karam Shazad is in again and bowls, and this is pulled away through mid-wicket. Might come back for 2. Oh, there's a mess up here. If it goes to the bowler's end, he's out. It doesn't go to the bowler's end, and he's in. Well, he was coming back for the second run, Smith. There was never a second run there.
No.
But he managed to turn and get back, or that would have been added to Warwickshire's woes. Yeah, Webster went to Bertie Foreman bowling his first over for Worcestershire, on loan from Sussex. He went for 57. Adam Finch chipped in with a wicket, and then Shazad has come back on and taken 2 more. At the moment, he has 6 for 42.
Well, that would have been another calamity on a day of quite a few for Warwickshire. I think it's probably been their poorest day of the summer so far.
Shazad from the Birmingham end, the City end if you prefer, bowls, and this is short and pushed away on the offside. And there is no run. I'll hang over to Mike because he's got to update into yet another radio station.
I shall do this. Dermot, I felt I cut Dermot off slightly in his prime to come and do this piece. Like a slightly out of time cuckoo clock, in that I have to perform at 3 minutes past each hour. And then I pop back in again. But quite a tale. Shazad's going to bowl in the middle of this, but bear with it. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 157 for 8 and still a long way adrift of Worcestershire's first innings of 333. Their innings has been undermined since the start by Worcestershire's Pakistan international quick bowler Khurram Shazad, who has returned since tea to have Corey Rocky Choli caught on the square leg boundary for 18 and pin Ethan Bamber LBW for naught. He now has 6 wickets for 42. Kai Smith is trying to keep Warwickshire's spirits up with an unbeaten 45, but he's batting with the tail. They still need 27 to avoid the follow-on at 157 for 8. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And this is Dave Bradley at Edgbaston, and in a moment it'll be Dermot Reeve at Edgbaston.
And this is Karam Shazad at Edgbaston bowling a short delivery that is played down the pitch, and there is no run. It's all change here. It's like a bit like Morris dancing in this. Yeah.
Oh!
Was it line dancing? Yeah. Another skill at which I failed miserably, line dancing, is Shazad. Right arm over into the right-handed Ali, who is driving the ball into the ground. It pops up short of Bertie Foreman, who's at square leg, and there is no run. Whether Worcestershire would enforce the follow-on, probably not. I think they would bat again and just make sure they can't lose, really, I suppose. Yeah? Would you enforce the follow on to them? I mean, they've been in the field all most of the day, haven't they?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I'd bat.
Yeah.
Get 450 on. Declare about tea time tomorrow.
Yeah. Run up the middle of the pitch every now and then. Not that anybody ever does
I
that.
wouldn't do that.
No, nobody ever did that. Kurum, Shazadin and Bowles and very, very solid here, Smith. Ali pushing forward out on the offside. End of the over, and 157 for 8 is the score, and Kai Smith's running off for something. Drink? No. Fresh gloves. For those who've not been with us all day, we've seen the sun once at Edgbaston today. It's a very gloomy scene. The floodlights have been on virtually all day. I think they have been on all day. And whether we get through to the close, there's still 25 overs left. We do think the light might fade, as it does at the end of the day. You may have noticed, folks. The light
Not
fades
normally,
at the
though,
end.
till
Yeah.
about 9 o'clock in summer.
But then it goes dark. It's remarkable how that happens every day.
Allison continues from the pavilion end, bowling to Kai Smith, who's forward and defends it. And the ball just seems to be coming off the bat a bit softer now. The sound the ball is making on the bat isn't quite the crunch you get when the ball's new. And this happens with the Kookaburra ball. It does go soft. There have been 53 overs with this ball, 53 overs and 1 ball. And Shazad's definitely getting a little bit of tail, a little bit of reverse swing. As Allison is in and bowls it, and that's full on the pads, and they're through for a leg by. See if Steve O'Shaughnessy lifts his leg up. Yes, he does. A touch on the right thigh. And Kai Smith was quite keen. Well, they ran a quick single. So he's put a lot of faith in his number 10, Taz Ali, to be able to bat and build a partnership. And Allison is in to Ali and bowls a good short ball. Ali sways out the way of, but it did get up on him.
That's a good effort to get an old ball like this up like that. His effort ball, as they call it.
This is a time where, Kai Smith has, if he wants, I guess, a license to go into sort of one-day mode with the bat. And if they put the men back, you just play 4 balls out, and then they bring them up to stop the single, and you can hit a couple of 4s off the last couple of balls. But he ran a quick leg by, and as a result, Ali is on strike and defending it to mid-off for another dot where Oliveira does some shining and buffing up of the ball.
And I see Tom Taylor, who's at mid-wicket, is doing a bit of warming up, so I think Allison has bowled since tea.
Yeah.
So that's about 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's been quite a long spell as he's in again, and this one's short and hits Taz Ali on the glove, but there's no short leg in, so there's no chance for catch. There's no run, and now square leg goes back and cover goes back to deep backward point. And what they're saying here is, well, there's more spaces for you, Taz Ali, to take a single if you want and keep the strike. Allison's in, and that's exactly what he's done. He's worked it out to deep cover, and Kai Smith has said, no, we're not going to have that run. I'll keep the strike.
Yeah, he was on his way, wasn't he?
Well, if like last over, he ran a leg by off the first ball to get off strike.
Yeah.
So they've got to try and sort it out and have a chat about what the plan is for them, because now the field will probably spread.
Yeah, they're happy to get
for
some-
Kai Smith.
Yeah.
And at what point will he take a single?
Yeah. My supposition, my proposal that Tom Taylor was going to bowl is being proved absolutely wrong, because Adam Finch is going to bowl. 1 for 33 for Finch. Got Ed Barnard caught and bowled. Sharpish return catch. It was straight at him, but you've still got to grab hold of it. Finch, right arm over in, and his first ball is shortish and played off the back foot down backward of square. No run because the batsman didn't want to take one. There was a comfortable single there if they'd have wanted it. Yeah, Finch bowled a pretty lively spell, as he has done in the last couple of county championship games. He's actually feeling the back of his hamstring as he goes back towards his mark.
Yeah, sort of the behind his left knee, or quite high, sort of above the left knee. He's giving it a little massage now, but his first ball back in this spell.
Well, he's had a few injuries, Adam Finch, so he won't want another one. Well, of course he won't want another one, goes without saying. 158 for 8. And he's in, Finch, and it's short, and it's pulled away to backwards, just backward square on the leg side, where Foreman is the fielder. The batsmen are not running. It was very strange this morning because for about an hour we had proper cricket, what I call proper cricket, and then all of a sudden Warwickshire decided that they would try and give Ethan Brooks a single to get Adam Finch on strike, and Finch had faced about 60 odd balls by then, and you could say in the end it worked because they got Brooks out, but I think it was all a bit weird. Finch in, bowls short again, pushed away on the offside.
Right, so that's 4 balls.
Yeah.
So what will D'Oliveira do here off the last...
That's 3, I think.
Sorry, it's last 3, so sorry. Only halfway through the over, so we'll keep them back for this ball.
Yeah.
So Will Smith take the single now and then give Taz Ali 2 balls. Or will he still say no and see if D'Oliveira brings the field up?
Finch in, bowls short, pulled, single down to deep square leg where Foreman is the fielder, and they take the single. So we got the a bit of cat and mouse going on. I'd kind of like to do something different, say bring the field in after 3 balls and say go on, if you want to hit it through you can.
Yeah, what invariably happens in this situation, if the fielding side do it well, is the batting side start scoring at a snail's pace.
Yeah.
1 and over, or
Yeah.
1 or 2 and over.
Which happened at the end of the last Test match, didn't it?
Yeah.
India were trying to get those runs. They weren't, they were keeping their wickets in hand, but they just weren't scoring runs. Finch in to Ali, who's forward, pushing back up the pitch. No ball. Called by umpire Goff. And there's a short mid-wicket, or shortish mid-wicket.
Well, they haven't got the helmet out there to...
He's not close enough maybe for the helmet, so he's
No, but I think...
on the drive. Would you have a short leg in?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Ali's on 3. He's facing a bloke who can bowl it towards 90 miles an hour.
Bowls again. This is short. Too short maybe. Flies over the batsman's head. I was going to say it was the last ball of the over, but of course there was a no ball. So there will be another ball. Kashif Ali, who was at cover point, has been sent to a backward point position out on the boundary. Jake Libby comes to leg gully. So there's a run on the offside if he wants it. As Finch bowls, and it does tap it down to that fielder, who was Kashif Ali, who was out on the boundary, but they don't take a single. So 1 run comes off the over. Warwickshire 161 for 8, replying to Worcestershire's 333 all out.
So that's 2 runs now that that Taz Ali could have had. On the fact that he's faced 21 balls, and Smith is happy for him to face the last 2 balls of an over by him taking a single off the 4th ball.
Yeah.
It's a little bit bemusing because you either back your number 10 to bat properly and score some runs,
which Ethan Brooks did at the start of their stand today when they put on 88, but then he got into this trap of getting a single off the 4th ball.
Allison continues, and this has gone up and over. Deep square leg for 6.
50 for Smith.
52 for Kai Smith of 88 balls. 5 fours in that last ball that was dispatched over the short leg side boundary, but attempted bouncer from Allison, and first ball of the over, and Kai Smith took it on. And why not, with it being a short boundary? Allison's in again, and this time it's hit out to deep extra cover, and they don't run at all.
Yeah, I think I might confuse the batsman by bringing fielders in there, or off the 3rd ball, so making it difficult for him to get the single. You know, he can quite likely hit it through the field for 4, but chance you're going to take.
As Allison is in again from the pavilion end, and this is hit down to 3rd man, and Kai Smith's looking for 2, but he's never going to get 2. And that means that he's given Ali the strike with 3 balls left in the over. But Doliviri doesn't seem as keen to attack with Allison bowling. Just has a slip and a gully, and then there's a ring of 6. So they're having a chat now, bowler and captain. And the decision is to bring mid-wicket a little bit closer. As Allison's in now and bowls, and defended by Taz Ali, who's looked quite accomplished at the moment.
He's looking very solid. Very solid, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I put a bit of faith in him. Well, he faced all but 1 over. But they took a single off the first ball of the over about 3 overs ago. So there are not many people who can't bat anymore.
The danger comes when they decide that they're going to be good enough to play shots, though.
Yeah, yeah.
So at the moment he's doing a good job of just staying there, and that's an inside edge that goes to fine leg, and they don't run. Now they don't run, and there's still a ball left in the over.
Yeah, yeah. It's it just gets a bit silly, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, that's one that you could have got to the total,
Yeah.
which you haven't got. But it would have put Kai Smith on strike with 1 ball left, and the chances are Doliviri would have kept the field up.
Yeah, yeah.
And Kai Smith could have hit a 4 or a 6. But now he's not on strike, and the field moves back up for the last ball.
Yeah.
And they don't take the single.
Yeah. It all gets a bit too complex for me. Not complex, but because you can understand what's going on. But, well, you can see what's going on. You can't necessarily understand what's going on. But in that session this morning, for Worcestershire's 9th wicket, which added 88, Adam Finch faced a lot of balls.
Yeah.
They were taking a single off the first ball of the over because Brooks had confidence in him facing the rest of the over. And he didn't play any daft shots. He played 1 pull shot for 4. And the rest of the time, what did he get? 14 in the end. But it was very valuable 14.
Well, the value was in all the balls he stayed there for.
Next ball from Finch is short, pulled away. That is going to go for 4. Yeah, just sat up nicely. And Kai Smith very quickly in behind it, smashed it away to the square leg boundary for 4. He goes to 57, 172 for 8. Also prompts a bit of a change in the field. Tom Taylor, who was, well, he's just gone back about another 15 yards at square leg. So there's 2 almost on the boundary as Finch bowls again, and he's trying the uppercut there. Smith trying to lift it up over the wicket-keeper and
Trying to ramp it over the keeper.
there's a third man out there, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a fine leg down here actually on the boundary, and there are 3 within the near vicinity of the boundary, shall we say, 3/4 of the way back, plus a mid-off and a square leg as Finch bowls. This is short, it's pulled away down to Libby, who is one of those not quite on the boundary fielders, but they're not going to take a run.
That was a very controlled pull. That's the kind of pull shot that Roccacelli should have played, where you don't follow through, you just ease the ball to the turf and you get a comfortable single.
172 for 8. Finch in again and wraps the pads, and he appeals. Nobody else appeals because there's nobody else there. Because Gareth Roderick's gone to fetch the ball back and there are no slips, so he was left on his own appeal. I think that was missing leg stump anyway. It is a leg by, and they have taken the run because it was the 4th ball of the over. But Adam Finch was certainly confidently appealing, but nobody else joined in. So everybody closes in. We've got a slip. It's not quite a gully. We've got a first slip and a 5th slip, I'm going to say. And a leg slip comes in as well. Finch in bowls, and that's a nice shot. Just push drive, check drive out on the offside. Rehearses the shot, and it was a good one as well. The rehearsal was pretty decent as well. Ghazali, who doesn't look to me to be in too much trouble. He's faced, what,
25 balls?
25 balls, yeah. Nothing's really troubled him.
Partnership's worth 20, so going along nicely for Warwickshire.
Finch bowls, Ali guides it down towards third man, and again doesn't take a run.
He's just not allowed to score runs.
He'd have had a dozen by now if they'd have taken the runs.
Yeah.
But in this, they don't know that Worcestershire wouldn't enforce the follow-on. But in this situation, Warwickshire trail by 160. I mean, if they do get it down below 149, which is the follow-on figure, then it'd be interesting to see what they do, because I'm not sure that they're going to get many runs playing it this way. Whereas, I don't know, Smith took the strike and played some shots, and I don't know. It's all getting too complicated. Tom Taylor is going to bowl at the pavilion end, I do know that.
Well, we do have such a short leg side boundary that if a batsman, like Brooks did this morning, decides, right, I'm going to take that on, you can score quickly. And we did see in the last over that Kai Smith did play a lovely pull shot for 6, and that first ball there he just played up to long on for a dot. So we've got 4 back on the leg side boundary, and then we've got a slip and 4 protecting the offside boundary. Not too much chances of 2s really, maybe to wide long off, but Taylor's in, and this is swept, and swept nicely, and it's gone all the way. Yes, it has, for 6. So bit of premeditation in the shot, but Kai Smith has picked the ball he wanted, and he's swept the medium fast bowler over square leg.
Yeah, as you say, that is such a short boundary there. A miscue is probably going to go 4-6. Don't think we've seen anybody caught out on that boundary. If he'd played that shot the other way, one of those guys lurking out there might have been in the game. We haven't even got a slip now.
Yeah, and it's important here that Taylor realises that he can still get, even with this field, I can still get you bowled LBW or caught behind. So there's three main modes of dismissal, and Kai Smith plays a ramp, a reverse flick, and gets it dead right and flips it over the wicketkeeper for 4. So Smith here, Kai Smith is really showing his intent. 3 balls gone and we've had 10 off the over.
Yeah, and this is whittling away at Worcestershire's lead, of course. It's still 150, but coming down all the time. It's the second useful 9th wicket stand we've seen today. These two put on 30 so far, of which Ali has scored 3.
I don't know if Tom Taylor possesses a slower ball leg cutter. That's the ball you should be thinking about bowling. And he's bowled it wide off and he's got away with it. But with Smith likely to take on the leg side boundary, which we now have 5 men patrolling, if you get it right as a slower ball leg cutter, the ball will go slightly from leg to off. And also, if he decides to flick that or reverse that over the keeper, because it's a slower ball, you've got more chance of an error and a catch to the keeper. So there's really just one ball you should be thinking about here, either a Yorker or a slower ball leg cutter. And that's driven out to deep cover for a single. A wide half volley.
And Warwickshire have avoided the follow-on.
And that was the applause that you heard from the knowledgeable spectators, of which there are a couple of hundred around the ground, dotted about. The lights are on, it's gloomy. There's a little bit of blue sky coming through the clouds.
There is. We haven't seen much
But
of
it has
that.
very much been a good day for bowling in these conditions. One ball to go in Taylor's over, and it's defended by Ali. Back to the bowler for a dot. So a good over for Warwickshire, going past the follow-on, keeping them in the game. And they know they're going to have to come out with the ball and bowl Worcester out for a couple of hundred to have a realistic chance of winning.
Yeah, useful runs added here, 31. Not just to avoid the follow-on, but to whittle down that Worcestershire lead. They will. They would have almost certainly batted again anyway, but they don't want it to be reduced by too much, and all their hard work of the afternoon, well, just before lunch and the afternoon session, will have been wasted. Adam Finch is bowling to Kai Smith, and Smith has gone, caught behind, goes for a hook shot and doesn't get it, and just a little edge through to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. Fairly straightforward catch, and Kai Smith's valiant effort ends. He goes for 68 and Warwickshire are 184 for 9.
That was a pretty high bouncer, and I can appreciate him wanting to get on with it, but that was a bit of a reach. Nevertheless, without his 68, then Warwickshire would be in a ruinous position. As it is, they're not in a great position. But yes, he overreached himself a little bit with that one, but his third half century in his first championship season was nevertheless a battling effort.
It was not a great shot, to be honest, from Kai Smith. He wasn't really in position. He was playing I don't know.
It was too high.
It was like a double-handed backhand at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And he just didn't get it.
No.
More a double-handed forehand, actually.
Yeah, overreached himself a bit there, but he still made a very important contribution,
Oh, yeah.
because without it, they would be in a ruinous position.
Oliver Annan Dolby is the new batsman. And Adam Finch has his second wicket, 2 for 40.
Yeah, and I think that feels like fair reward for Finch. Shazad has grabbed most of the spoils going today for Worcestershire, but Finch has bowled a challenging length all the time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's bowled a good pace. For Hannon Dolby, we've got a short leg, or shortish leg, in that he's sort of 2 pitches away. A leg slip and a slip. And Hannon Dolby just comes forward and plays this very gently out on the offside, very casually, as if he's been there all afternoon, and he's got at least 50 to his name. He's a very tall man, Hannon Dolby, and if he gets a stride in forward, he's a good way down the pitch.
Yes. I think he's got used to bowlers trying to stick it up his nose, frankly, and dislodge the number 11. So he's become a bit of a sort of a lightning rod at number 11, standing there tall, attracting all these bouncers.
Finch in bowls forward, plays ball back down the pitch. Finch's footballing skills let him down. D'Oliveira comes behind him and picks the ball up. I don't think for a tall man like Annan Dolby, surely a Yorker's the best ball, isn't it?
You'd think so.
It's a long way down for him.
He just seemed to get peppered a lot, considering what a genial chap he is.
He's in again, Finch. Right arm round in and bowls. And that's a short ball to Annan Dolby, which I kind of think is a little bit wasted.
He's got a nice line flexing his knees. He's very good at it. He sort of folds up and then springs back up again.
Yeah.
Which I think is quite good when you're 6'7".
Wicket in the test for Chris Wokes. India are 223 for 3, having been put in. Finch, right arm round to Annan Dolby, who is forward in the air, and a good catch, very good catch there from is that Bertie Fordham again. He's making a name for himself. It was in the air for a long time, but he had to go away to his left, Bertie Foreman, and he's picked up another catch. I'm just seeing what's happening out there, who's running off. Well, the 2 batsmen are running off. This gives us an idea of who's going to do what.
Well, they
Gareth
just
Roderick's
avoided the
gone.
follow-on, didn't they? So at 149,
Oh yes, it does, yeah. Sorry,
yes,
yeah.
no, 149.
Yeah, just by
so,
1 run. Yeah.
Yes,
but I don't think they would have enforced it anyway.
No.
So my watching who's running off has nothing to do with it. But Gareth Roderick's gone off to get his pads on, and I guess Jake Libby has. So Warwickshire all out for 184, and that gives Worcestershire a lead of 149.
and the Worcestershire, for the second time today, are going to line up behind Khurram Shazad, because they allowed him to lead them off at lunchtime when he got 3 wickets, and now he walks off holding the ball very proudly. He looks delighted with it. Yeah, it's nice to see somebody enjoying their work. 6 wickets, and was a menace in that innings from start to finish for the Warwickshire batters. I think it would be fair to say that was a fairly ignoble effort in the circumstances. 184 on a fairly flat pitch.
Yeah.
Good though the bowling has been, I think they'll be extremely disappointed.
There's 1 or 2, who will be looking back at the video in horror. One in particular, I think, was Webster, who got 57, was going well, and he tried to hit Foreman out the ground in Foreman's first over and went. So it was a bit of a tumble after that. There was some resistance from Kai Smith, but really that did not help the effort of the rest of the Warwickshire lineup. So we'll go and have a cup of tea,
Yes.
and please rejoin us in a few minutes' time when Worcestershire go out to bat again.
Well, the sun shines on Worcestershire today in every sense, because for the first time today, and to be fair, as forecast defiantly by the variety of apps which the cricket fan consults, and let's be honest, we're all cricket fans here, you and I,
Of course.
and everybody listening to this. I would suggest the average cricket fan these days has at least 3 different weather apps on their phone, and you consult all of them, looking for whichever is the best or the worst one, depending on the situation your team's in.
Yeah. And it's quite remarkable how different they are sometimes.
They are, yes, but everyone, you're all nodding at home. Yes, that's me. Yeah, and me too. We all do that. But defiantly, they said we could sort of come out about 5 o'clock. Well,
Here it is.
here we are. So, Warwickshire have not had much of a day, to be perfectly honest. They lost control of Worcestershire's innings this morning, well though Ethan Brooks played, and let's not at all detract from that. And while Worcestershire bowled pretty well, as I thought Warwickshire on the whole did, as particularly yesterday, but 184, I think, will have fallen well short of their own expectations, let's put it that way.
Yeah, and here Worcestershire have really got to push the pedal down, haven't they? Hannon Dolby opening the bowling from the Birmingham end. First ball is short, goes through to the wicketkeeper. They've really got to, set out now to bat till, I don't know, tea tomorrow.
This time tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes, because there's 17 overs to go until today. So if they were to bat until this time tomorrow, then there'd be 450 on, probably. It's not been a particularly fast-scoring game so far for whatever reason, but
Yeah.
that ought to be plenty.
Yeah. What they have to avoid is what they did in the first innings, as Hannon Dolby is in, and playing a miss there. Who's an ours? 109 for 4 in the first innings when Hannah Mose was out. That then puts a little bit of pressure back onto them. I know you can say, well, there'll be 250 in front, but I think they need. I would think Worcestershire would not be happy leaving. Well, let's say they match Warwickshire's score and got 184, so that would leave 330 to win, and I think that's quite possible on this pitch. That's Alan Dolby is in, and Roderick turns this one away on the leg side. Won't get a run.
Yeah, I don't think either team will be thrilled with their first innings. I get the impression that both think will think that they should have scored more than that. Notwithstanding how, on the whole, I think the bowling's been better than average. Don't you? I thought the seam bowling has been, both sides. Worcestershire did all the things that we said earlier at the start of the day Warwickshire had spent yesterday doing.
Yeah.
Hitting good lengths, hitting them reliably, fielding pretty good.
Alan Dolby, if bowls, and this is flicked away by Roderick. He's only going to pick up a single down towards fine leg. Kazali down there is the fielder. Is him down there, isn't it? Yeah. This is bizarrely Alan Dolby's first bowl of the day. He didn't bowl at all this morning, which we thought was a bit weird. But there we go. We are not captains of professional county cricket teams. Alan Dolby to Sheikh Libby. This ball finds Libby coming forward, playing once again towards that mid-wicket area. It's Malik fielding. He's
mid-wicket. Yes,
he is mid-wicket.
He's got a little bit more sort of hair at the back of his cap than some of the others. So that's generally how I've been picking them.
Yeah. So 2 slips, a gully, I'm going to say, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, pretty straightforward field really. Alan Dolby, high stepping, comes in and bowls, and Libby is forward playing the ball too. Just backward a square, off on the off side, and there is no run. Worcestershire 1 without loss, lead by 150. And the floodlights are still on, but not needed, I wouldn't think.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. But Didn't there used to be rules about if they were on at the start of a session they had to stay on or something like that?
There is something like that, isn't there? Yeah.
I'm not sure whether you need them now.
Well, ecologically,
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
you could switch them off.
So Ethan Bamber, who said to me last night when I pointed out that he bowled 22 overs in the day and that was rather a lot, he said, I just like bowling. And I'm sure he does, but I don't think he likes it so much that he'd be glad he's bowling tonight, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
2 slips and a gully he has, hoping there'll be something to grab, but there isn't, as Roderick comes forward and defends his first ball into the leg side and Rocky Choli fields.
So we got 15 overs left tonight and 5 balls. So from Worcestershire's point of view, they need these 2 in tomorrow morning, don't they?
Yes.
Because one suspects that it always does a bit more in the morning. It'll be a relatively new ball. So you want your 2 opening batsmen in.
That's the ideal plan. And even if they haven't scored many runs tonight, it doesn't matter. The weather forecast's not bad and there's plenty of time for them to get a good enough lead and leave time to bowl Warwickshire out, or at least put them under pressure. Back forward comes Roderick and defends into the leg side. The short side is on the leg side as he's bowling to Libby. In fact, all the Worcestershire top order are right-handers, aren't they? So unusual not to have a top 6 with no left-handers in it.
Well, definitely all the 6s have been hit over that side.
They certainly have.
Including 8 by Ethan Brooks.
Yes. We need to
It'd
be
be
Charles
interesting
Atlas
to
do it
see.
one over the other side.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the 4s that have been hit, because there ain't been many.
Bamber bowls to Roderick, who jabs this down on the offside, and there isn't a run. There were, in the Worcestershire first innings, I think I made a note, there were 10 6s and 32 4s, which is, so there was a 6 for every 3 4s. 10 6s and 34s, so there you are. And for Warwickshire it was 4 6s and 18 4s, so it's much similar sort of ratio. 1 for none. Bamber has Roderick forward in textbook fashion to defend.
Yeah, but I mean, boundaries have been hit to the long side, but
Yes.
not, I would say, less than 10.
There was an all-run 4 for Ethan Brooks as well, which didn't get counted as a 4 in the official stats.
Oh, did he not?
No, it didn't. I have my sheet here as 12 4s, but it's only come up 11 because it didn't reach the boundary. It must be a different button. This is driven down the ground by Roderick and fielded a tumbling stop at mid-on by Barnard.
Yesterday afternoon, I think when Worcestershire got to 200 or something like that, it came up on the board, members, customers, whatever, spectators are welcome on the field.
Yes.
I saw the guys down there this morning. I had a conductor tour. I said, did somebody press the wrong button? Oh, yeah.
Bamber bowls and Roderick defends into the offside, and it's the end of the over. 1 for none.
I'm not criticising people pressing the wrong button, by the way.
No, I'm good at it.
I still can't work the telly remote at home. So.
My family asks me to put stuff on Netflix. Not that I ever watch it Netflix, I don't, as a rule, but they like watching me do it. It gives them sort of 5 minutes of cabaret to watch me. Essentially, you know, it's got to the point now where my family are entertained by a greying man cursing at a remote.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's better than what's on the telly.
Well, we do watch a lot of what I still call box sets, so series, and very often. I mean, I'll get home tonight and as Alan Dolby runs in and bowls to Libby, who turns it once again to mid-wicket, no run. The series we've been watching called Ballard, and we will have a discussion. Well, which episode did we watch last night? How far have we got in this? I wonder what was going on there, but Alex Davis had to go and get the ball back because whoever threw it back to the bowler, it was not a very good throw, and Oliver and Dolby was not over impressed by that, I don't think.
No, it's hard enough to keep the shine on the ball as it is, without faffing about with it.
Libby yet to get off the mark. Alan Derby bowls, and Libby will be off the mark in a little bit of style with 4. Just a bit too short, bit too wide. Libby off the back foot, pumps it to that short side boundary for 4. Worcestershire 5 without loss. They lead by 154. And the sun now shining on the flats away in the distance, and the towers and the cranes, which is the HS2 railway coming in there, they told me. And also over in the city centre, just picking out the lighter coloured buildings. Alan Dolby in bowls. Libby plays down, back of the square on the offside, but does not get a run for his efforts. So comfortably the best weather of the day. Still 1 or 2 spectators sat at probably about as far away from play as you can get over to our left. But the vast majority, well, yeah, the vast majority are and close to the side screen at the far end. Alan Dolby in bowls, pushed away on the offside for no run. They did sort of, they got involved a little bit this morning when Ethan Brooks was hitting 6s and Dan Mosley was bowling wides. There were a few words of advice from those that have gathered. Well, the ice cream man's ping-ponging round the streets of Edgbaston. 5 without loss. Alan Dolby races in, bowls. Libby gets squared up by this one. He's looking to play it more through mid-on, I seem to think. Maybe squarer than that, and it just catches the outside third of the bat and squeezes away through the covers. A little bit of swing there for Alan Dolby.
In the Test match, by the way, India 237 for 4, 2 wickets for Stokes, but India have also lost Rishabh Pant, retired hurt, after being nailed on the boot by Chris Wokes.
Next ball is pushed back down the pitch, and Alan Dolby picks the ball at 5 without loss. Worcestershire. So Wokes hasn't taken a wicket.
He has taken a wicket. He's got 1 wicket. Yeah, Stokes has got 2, but he has. Pant apparently retired hurt with a noticeable swelling on his foot after being nailed by Wokes.
Right.
Which, because there's always been occasionally been people who said that Chris Wokes isn't quite as, doesn't have the pace that England are looking for these days.
Still going to be painful.
Rishabh Pant would probably like to counter that. Anyway, he's been in the wars a bit, hasn't he, Pant, in this season?
He has.
Bambury's starting a new over to bowl to Roderick and bringing the ball back, but only after really it had passed the batter. And Smith takes it going away towards the leg side.
Interesting stat we came up with down at Southampton. Liam Dawson, playing for Wiltshire in 2006,
yes,
was out to the bowling of Chris Wokes playing for Herefordshire.
Gosh.
So that's what, 19 years ago?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, both of them whippersnappers at the time.
Bamber goes wider of the crease and Roderick defends this right on the popping crease and away into the offside. So it's 5 for none in the 4th over out of 17 tonight that Worcestershire will have. And the weather forecast set fair, or reasonably fair anyway, for the rest of the game. Sunny intervals changing to cloudy, it says tomorrow. And sunny intervals, same on Friday, but getting gradually warmer. Bamber bowls to Roderick and turns away into the leg side. Like me looking for my car keys in the morning, getting gradually warmer very slowly.
I had that this morning.
Yes.
Looked everywhere, in the bedroom, in pockets. And the most annoying thing is,
Yes.
my good lady wife, who I love dearly,
Yes.
says, "What are you looking for?" "My car keys." Oh, here they are. It picks them up straight away. It's most annoying.
It is. Bambo runs in and takes the outside edge. Oh, it nearly carried that to Rob Yates, who flung himself to his left. There's a fair bit of patting on backs. It didn't look like one that carried from here, not quite. He seemed to intercept it in front of first slip, but it definitely wouldn't have carried to Webster at first.
No, I'm fairly convinced that pitch short of him.
Yes, I would incline to agree. So Roderick survives. Bamber in brighter sunshine. Oh, he makes that one bounce past the shoulder of the bat. This is good over this.
Yeah.
And he quickly hurries back to the start of his mark, Ethan Bamber. He doesn't stand there admiring his good delivery.
Good lad. Good lad with 13 overs still to bowl.
Quite. Does the esteemed Mrs. B also say, as members of my family do, when you say I can't find my car keys, she say, where did you see them last?
Yeah.
When did you last have them?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the reason I don't know the answer to that is Bamber bowls too, and this does take the outside edge, and again it doesn't carry. This time it goes straight to Rob Yates, but clearly on the half volley. And that was a splendid over from Ethan Bamber, but it's no good finding the edge if none of them are going to carry to the way you've got the slips, really.
Yes.
And that's frustrating for all concerned for Warwickshire, I'm sure.
Says a bit about the pace of the pitch as well,
It does.
I guess. Yeah. And the other one is, well, why didn't you put them away? Well, if I put them away, I wouldn't be looking for them, would I? You know, why don't you put them on the hook? Well, yeah, I know that. Oliver Hannon Dolby is going to continue from the Birmingham end or the City end, whichever you prefer. Bowls to Libby, who's forward, playing the ball back up the pitch.
I'm most grateful to our friend Brian Halford for the reporter who you all know and will have read his work many times, who posed a question earlier to which I haven't yet managed to find the response, but fortunately Brian, being the resourceful chap he is, has already found the answer. Worcestershire haven't beaten Warwickshire anywhere in the Championship for 25 years.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Since they won at New Road, and they haven't won here since 1993, when they defeated the Warwickshire team captained by Dermot Reeve. So
Next ball is played back up the pitch. Yeah, I wonder how many games that is, because they haven't always played each other in the Championship, being in different divisions, haven't they?
nevertheless,
Mostly Worcestershire been in the second division. Warwickshire. There was one season when Worcestershire were in the first and Warwickshire were in the second. Yeah, that is
still a long.
thing.
It's a long time. It's a generation.
Yeah.
Of Worcestershire cricketers who've not beaten Warwickshire. Well, they won't have often in that run been in a better position than they are now.
Hannon Dolby on his way in, and this time Libby gets the ball away off the back foot. Doesn't pick up a run. Ed Barnard does a sliding attempt to stop it. Didn't really have to bother because there was a fielder behind him, so his efforts were not in vain, but probably weren't needed. 5 without loss, Worcestershire. Haven't scored a run for a while. Libby hit a 4 off the back foot, didn't he? And off Hannon Dolby, in what must have been his last over. So that gap not as long as I thought it was. Hannon Dolby bowls and Libby plays up to mid-on, where there is no run. Ethan Bamber, the fielder there. Most of the crowd have stayed with it throughout the day. Very often some folks might wander off at tea, or they may have buses or trains or whatever to catch. But I always think if you're coming to a day at the cricket, come to a day at the cricket. Oh, a bit of breeze across the ground, ruffling the side screen at the far end. Hannon Dolby in, bowls, Libby forward suspiciously, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he plays the shot. Just trickles out on the offside. Good tight bowling this from Hannon Dolby and Bamber. And Dolby's only given Libby that one really to hit, which was a bit short and a bit wide outside the off stump, but apart from that, nothing too loose. Now we've got Zen Malik going from mid-wicket out to more a deep square leg. Is it going to be a bouncer? Is it going to be a double bluff? It's a good length ball. And Libby eases it away on the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. It's still 5 without loss.
Yes, and Hannon Dolby and Bamber are doing all you can reasonably ask of them here, which is putting the ball in as threatening an area as they can, inviting the ball to do something in their favour, which Bamber is getting it to do, and not giving anything to hit.
15 balls without a run, I reckon.
We have 16 balls without a run, and Bamber's going to see if he can make it 17, but he doesn't, because he bowls on the pads of Roderick. And the first run scored off Bamber in this innings, he's tucked away to Rocky Choli up to deep square leg. So Roderick is 2. Earlier today, if you just switched on, Warwickshire bowled out for 184. It was 149 behind. Local radio update coming in about 30 seconds, the last one of the day. Alex Davis is discussing options with Bamber, who's gesticulating the direction of third man. But I think he's just telling everybody on the offside to move round a bit. But it is quite a conservative field, as you'd expect, given how far behind they are in the game. And he has Libby defending from the crease and aborting, going for a single. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Worcestershire are starting to build on their first innings lead of 149 in the closing stages of the second day. They bowled out Warwickshire for 184, with their Pakistan international opening bowler Khurram Shahzad leading the way, taking 6 for 42, the first 4 in an opening spell either side of lunch, which undermined the Warwickshire innings. Kai Smith made a fighting 68 until he was out near the end, and Bo Webster 57, but there was no substantial innings beyond that for Warwickshire to respond strongly to Worcestershire's 333, and in their second innings, Worcestershire 6 for none, lead by 155. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. I thought Libby was going to run himself out for a moment earlier in this over. He ran a run of his own. He ran halfway down and halfway back.
It was never a run, because it was to the right of Webster, who could have picked it up and shied at the non-strikers end.
Bamber does bowl, and Libby turns this away from his front pad into the leg side, and Mosley's round to field.
Umpire Michael Guff just having a walk down to see where Bamber's feet are landing. Nothing said officially. Umpires, of course, have changed ends because each team has batted once.
His 2 wickets in the first innings took Bamber to 30 for the championship season in his first season with Warwickshire. And he doesn't threaten to add to that here because he bowls well wide of the off stump and Libby is letting it go.
And from a Warwickshire point of view, the last thing they want is one of their bowlers running on the pitch.
Not quite.
Because it will make it considerably easier for the Worcestershire bowlers.
They're far behind enough in the game as it is. Warwickshire. Bamber drifts onto the pads, and that means there's a straightforward single available for Libby, who goes to 5. It's 7 for none. There's the very interesting under-19 series with the one-day games, and now the 2 4-day games is continuing. In fact, it finishes today with India chasing 355 on the second half of the last day, and they're having a terrific tilt at it. 273 for 6 in 40 overs. The young 14-year-old opener who's been blasting sixes everywhere was actually out to the first ball of the innings. But another opener made 126, and they're having a go at chasing it down. But that's been a most engaging series.
Yeah. Here's Alan Dolby in bowls to Libby, pushes out on the offside. There is no run. Yeah, it has. They played a game at Worcester, and I was told that there were a lot of people online watching it. And once that lad was out, half of them left.
Well, because he got 100. This is Vaibhav Suryavanshi.
Yeah.
He got 100 in the IPL, aged 14 a few weeks ago, didn't he? So, talk about making a name for yourself.
I think he got 100 at Worcester as well.
He did.
As soon as he was out.
Some ridiculous amount of time as well. He's in all over Worcester.
Alan Dolby is the bowler, Libby is the batsman, and Ed Barnard is the fielder. And there is no run. Thanks to Bob, who suggests, and I've often wondered about this, re the car keys.
Yes.
Were they hiding in your wife's handbag, says Bob. Now, I often wonder if, I'm just suggesting that things may deliberately be put in certain places so that I can't find them. And then somebody else, I'm not saying who, finds them and says, oh, here they are. Well, yeah, they're there because you put them there. That's just a suggestion.
Dastardly thought.
But it's Bob's thoughts, not mine, of course. Anna Dolby in. Libby just plays the ball out on the side, very gently trundling to mid-on. And there is, again, no run. Might try and find out how narrow or how wide, whichever you like, that boundary is down towards the Hollis stand.
It must be not much more than 50 yards.
There is a minimum.
Yeah,
can be,
I would think it's close to that.
I thought was 60, but I'll see if I can find out.
I have a feeling it's 50, but anyway.
Hannah Dolby in, and Libby hits the ball to that short boundary. Nice shot off the back foot. Twice he's played that shot in this innings. Just a little bit of width from Hannah Dolby. It's only the second occasion he's done that and given Libby the chance to play that shot. And he plays it nicely. Worcestershire 11 without loss. They lead by 160.
It didn't matter whether it was 50 or 60 there, did it? I was going to say, by the way, B.J. Dawkins of Kent made a century today earlier for the England under-19, which is very good. So having been out to the first ball of the match in the first innings, got a century in the second, so good for him.
Alan Dolby in, bowls and cuts Libby in half. This comes back from outside the off stump. In fact, no, it doesn't. I got that wrong. This is sort of coming in towards off stump and then just nips away a little bit. Good ball.
Okay. Yeah, it looked as though.
Reply. I thought he'd gone
beat him on the inside edge.
Yeah. Just a bit of breeze across the ground now. The sheets at the far side and the flag on top of the stand, just billowing away. Very stationary this morning, very static. Alan Dolby's next ball to Libby, and Libby has smashed that one away. 4-4, too wide from Alan Dolby. So in that over, he bowled a couple of beauties to Jake Libby, but also bowled him a couple that he was able to smash down to the boundary. 4-4. So 15 without loss. Worcestershire, they lead by 164. We have 10 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, it looks in pretty good touch again, Jake Libby. Elsewhere in the First Division, at last there is some respite for Hampshire's bowlers, with Notts having declared at 578 for 8. Lyndon James, 203 not out.
So that's the third double century in 2 games.
In 2 games against them. So, yeah, you could 679 for 7, was it, Worcester got? And they've got 578, so that's 1,250 runs in 2 innings. Bamber bowls wide of the off stump, and Roderick lets it go. So
I can just imagine our old mate Kevin James down there. He's thoroughly enjoying that.
He'd be well away. Send him buy a Kookaburra ball, send it in for Christmas. But Hampshire are 54 without loss in response anyway, so at least they're starting to dip their bread now, but that looks a long 2 days ahead. Sussex 204 and Essex 466 for 8. So they're a long way ahead. Hove has a flick off his pads by Roderick for 1 run out to the mid-wicket rope. 466 for 8 Essex, so they're already leading by 262 with centuries for Cox and Critchley today. So Warwickshire still got to play Essex twice, so which if Essex suddenly start to hit a bit of form, because they've been struggling so far this season.
Still got to play them twice in the Championship. There's only 4 games after this.
Yeah, still got to play Essex.
Who sorts these
I don't
fixtures?
know. Still got to go there next week, and then they've still got to play them here in September. Warwickshire not necessarily have a straightforward finish to the season. Bamber has Libby defending into the offside. I mean, it's not to say that Warwickshire are in any relegation trouble. I'm not suggesting that at the moment, although their season could go either way. But their last 4 games are Essex away, Surrey away, Essex at home and Notts away.
Oh, it could be difficult.
Which, I mean, Essex have been in poor form this season, but they've still got some good players. 16 for none. Libby pushes forward here to a ball from Bamber that takes the outside half of the bat and runs along the ground to Gully. What else is going on around the country? Let's have a look.
I just heard a roar and I thought it was it's a motorbike. I thought it was the Cuppers coming on.
No.
I thought they were doing that.
No. They've got them on that quick. They've knocked it on the head for the day in Scarborough, off to the chippy. Yorkshire 376 for 5, so I don't think they got very far there today. It's a really good one from Bamber that squares up Libby and goes past the outside edge of the bat.
One of the joys of doing this job was getting a game at Scarborough against Yorkshire.
Oh, yes.
And meeting up with Dave Callaghan and getting fish and chips and sitting on the bench outside the chippy, overlooking the sea. Sadly, Callie passed away, but last time I was there, I met up with Dave Townsend and we did exactly that. As a bit of a tribute to Callie, really.
In honour to Callie, yes,
Yeah.
he'd have enjoyed that.
Yeah.
16 for none. Bamber bowls to Libby, who pushes this away into the offside. And there's no run, it's the end of the over. Last time I was there, Phil and I did a commentary on the steps outside the old box all day. They had a cup semi-final there. Headingley was out of action for some reason. It was on a Saturday, and Warwickshire won a cup semi-final in the last over. You can imagine how popular me and Phil were doing a al fresco commentary on that.
Lovely.
Darren Maddy hit about 80 in no time. So we made lots of friends that day, me and Phil.
Yeah. A long time ago, went to Scarborough, and we found a lovely spot because we had to work outside, just right next to the side screen.
Yes.
Richard Illingworth. It's that long ago. Richard Illingworth came on, bowling left arm over, and they moved the side screen. we were at an angle of 90 degrees looking around the side screen to see what was going on. As a change of bowling here, and more stats.
Oh.
To answer your questions, it's 22 championship matches since Worcestershire beat Warwickshire in 2000. Yeah.
Well, there'll be a few Warwickshire supporters sleeping a little uncomfortably tonight with that in mind.
Webster on. First ball is wide of the stumps, goes through to the wicketkeeper. Thought he bowled really well in the first innings, Bo Webster. Probably didn't have a little bit of luck. That wasn't his best ball. Looks a bit stiff. He actually looked a bit stiff in the field. He picked a ball up a few minutes ago, and I thought, oh, he looks like a man who's batted a bit and bowled a bit already today. So he didn't run in particularly fluently, I didn't think there, but he'll get the blood coursing through his veins and turns to come in again, and this time wide of the off stump. Although it does come back because wicketkeeper Smith takes it low down on the leg side. In fact, it didn't bounce a lot. Again, I don't think he's not in full rhythm yet. Bo Webster, tall Tasmanian. Lights still on.
They are. It's just gone hazy again in the last few minutes.
Yeah. Webster bowls, and this time Roderick is forward, pushing away.
A couple of the second division games have closed for the day, by the way. In Derby, where Derbyshire were all out at the end of the day for 189. Rian Ahmed 6 for 51 after a century. Yesterday he's playing on his own.
He's not been bowling recently because he's been injured.
Can we play every week? He'll
good
be
cricketer, a good fielder as well.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a week.
Webster bowls. Libby pushes down the ground. Alan Dolby gets his tall frame down onto the ground. No run. 16 without loss. Lead by 165.
So Leicestershire have been romping away in the second division and then completely dropped it in their last game against Middlesex. Back on it this week, so they've got a first innings lead of 209. So they can spend the night pondering whether to enforce the follow-on or not. I'll give you the others in a moment.
Webster to Roderick. Forwardly defending. Pushes the ball out to Bamber, who's at mid-off. No run.
At Cardiff, Kent 106 for 1 in the second innings. That's still 66 behind Glamorgan, who had a handy first innings lead. Matt Parkinson picked up 4 wickets. Both the Parkinsons were getting wickets today, although for Callum it was in defeat as Durham lost at Taunton.
Next ball is short and pushed back down the pitch by Roderick fairly comfortably. That's the end of the over. A maiden over for Webster. Worcestershire 16 without loss. 8 overs remain this evening. That's a long trip, isn't it, from Taunton back to
It is.
Chesterley Street or Durham or wherever everybody lives.
Well, at least they'll be back 2 days early.
Yeah, I suspect they'll have a night out and go home tomorrow.
Oh, quite possibly. The 4th century of the Cheltenham Festival game already for Ben Charlesworth of Gloucestershire, who is 103. Gloucestershire 175 for 1. Jimmy Anderson got the only wicket to fall, but that's replying to the Lancashire innings of 557 in which Matty Hurst, Chris Green and Tom Hartley all scored hundreds. Jake Libby turns the first ball of Ethan Bamber's new over into the leg side, and it's very well fielded by Mosley close in, so they don't get a run.
I would imagine that down at Cheltenham the pitch is relatively flat. The outfield will be like an ice rink.
Yes.
Get it off the square, you'll have 4, and those short boundaries either side.
Yeah.
But it is a great place to spend a day watching cricket.
It is. Bamber is in the end to bowl to Libby, who is guiding this away on the offside, and Warwickshire are very busy. Tazim Ali does the fielding and the covers. And the one of the game at Northwood, where Middlesex eventually called it off in their first innings at 625 for 8. Centuries for Max Holden, Kane Williamson and Lewis Deploy. And Northants in a bit of grief at 95 for 3 in response to that. Off goes Bamber and bowls full and straight to Libby, who plants it straight back down the pitch towards him. And Bamber, who's a very good fieldsman off his own bowling. Well, he's quite a good fieldsman anyway, but he's particularly good off his own bowling. And he bends down and grabs it. Well, you've got to be, haven't you?
Yeah.
Can't stop him with your own bowling.
Yeah, might as well give up.
So he does that. It's clouded over rather disappointingly again. I was looking forward to a bit of evening sunshine, but it looks as though we've had it already. Or some of us had it years ago. 165, the Worcestershire advantage. Bamber throws the ball from one hand to the other like spin bowlers usually do. And now he sets off into his running again with 2 slips waiting, and he has Libby defending out on the offside. Up to Davis at mid-off.
Of course, at Cheltenham there is a plaque next to a tree to Percy Jeeves, who was a Warwickshire cricketer.
Yes.
And a good friend, Brian Holford, wrote a very good book about the real Percy Jeeves. And P.G. Woodhouse stole his name for his book. And Jeeves, who was killed in the First World War. Very good book.
Yes, he'd seen Jeeves, the cricketer, play, hadn't he?
Yeah.
This is, that bounced a bit from Bamber. That's a good ball, and Libby felt for it outside the off stump. He maybe admonishes himself a bit because he might think he had no business playing at that. It was just a little bit wider than the others that have beaten him, but he did jab at it. So Bamber's had a good match. He's already into his 31st over of the match. He only took 2 wickets in the first innings, but he might easily have had 1 or 2 more than that. And he's in the market for one here, although not with this ball, which he drags down a bit outside the off stump. And it's the end of a maiden over from Ethan Bamber. 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 3. But Worcestershire are still intact at 16 for no wicket in 10 overs of their second innings. Roderick 3 and Libby 13.
7 more overs left to complete the day's play. A little trio of persons at the far end think they've seen enough cricket for the day and pick up their bags and head for the exit. Webster to continue. Yeah, I think Bamber will not bowl as well on some days but take more wickets than he has in this game. Webster bowls and Roderick just rocks onto the back foot and plays the ball out on the onside. Roderick has 3 off 26 deliveries. Jake Libby's had the bulk of the strike. He's got 13 off 35. Two slips, gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, extra cover, mid wicket, fine leg, and it's the mid wicket that picks the ball up. And there is no run.
I usually think of Roderick as a rather more freer scoring player than this. You thought he was playing within himself a bit in the first innings, and he seems to be now.
I think he's just determined to be there tomorrow morning.
Oh, there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah. The 3 people that were sitting miles away from the play have also departed. Webster in bowls just run down to the offside. I'm just trying to think of something to say rather than saying just backward a square, but it is just backward a square. And Worcestershire remains 16 without loss, a lead of 165. Buildings in the distance just becoming a little bit more indistinct as Webster is in bowls, and that's a nice shot off the back foot by Libby, by Roderick, but he only finds extra cover, who is Ed Barnard, I think, in there. Yeah. And there is no run. Yeah, the sun's disappeared. It's not picking out those skyscrapers, I think we can call them. Although I'm sure Americans wouldn't call them skyscrapers. They just call them slightly tall buildings. Nothing like New York. As is Roderick. That's a shortish delivery from Webster, but he's just, there's no pace in the pitch, so Roderick is able to play it coming forward. As we've seen in the last few overs, mid-wicket goes to deep square leg, in the belief maybe that Webster's going to dig one in, but he hasn't so far. Let's see if he does this time. Roderick waits and plays the ball pleasantly out on the offside. They're going to take a single because Ethan Bamber mid-off has some yards to go away to his left. And Worcestershire are 17 without loss. Are we going to get a change, or Bamber going to continue?
I think he'll keep plodding on until he's told otherwise, Ethan Bamber, but he's not one who's going to go and ask the captain to come off very often, I don't think. And here he is. He's been a really useful addition to Warwickshire this season. It was one of those those changes that's announced in the middle of the previous season, so we knew for a long time he was coming. Here he is to bowl to Roderick, and has him defending just outside his ground and playing it with a straight bat down to mid-on.
Yeah. As we've seen this week, players moving at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Is it not after the end of June they can be officially approached?
I think so.
By other clubs?
Yeah.
There is a date when you can be officially approached by other clubs.
17 for none. As Bamber has Roderick forward, pushing right into a forward defensive that would have pleased my PE teacher, Mr. Bracewell, who would always yell number 9 to try and get us. Looking for a number 9 formed by your arms and your bat when you're playing a forward defensive. Number 9, you see that?
I never heard that.
It's always shout number 9. Well, I was frankly, turning into a figure of 8, usually poking at the ball outside the off stump. But anyway, he was a very patient chap. In comes Bamber, bowls wide of the off stump. Roderick's not offering any number at that.
Our old teacher. We weren't very good at cricket at our school, but when you were out, you sat there going, he used to come and sit next to you. How many runs are you going to score, sat here, lad? Yeah, okay, Mr. Corbin, I understand, Nobody scores runs sat in the pavilion, he used to say. Not that we had a pavilion, it was just a bench.
Off goes Bamber, and Roderick plays around his front pad up to mid-on, and there's no run, and we're not a stalemate exactly, but in a quiet spell of the game in which Worcestershire are quite content just to keep patting the ball back for the 5 overs tonight. They'll want to get on with some knitting tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But their main objective tonight is not to get out. And Warwickshire's made it, well, I suppose they'd like a wicket, but their main objective is to concede runs as slowly as possible. Roderick pushes the ball away into the offside and through to Tazim Ali, who loops an underarm throw round to Alex Davis.
Yeah, Worcestershire didn't want to be 30 for 2, did they?
No.
Close of play. And I suspect that Adam Finch is padded up now as the night watchman, having batted very well this morning. He only scored 14, but he was out there for an awful long time. Yes,
he occupied Warwickshire for 70 balls, or more to the point, for all the balls he was up the non-strikers end, while Ethan Brooks was playing pinball off the front of the Holly stand. This is played into the leg side, and they get a run to Barnard's right at mid-on. Taking it to 18 without loss, and that's the end of the over. So, more frugal stuff from Ethan Bamber. At the start of the day, Ethan Brooks extended his overnight 80 to 140, his highest first-class score, including 8 sixes, dumped into various parts of the Holly stand. 4 of them off Dan Mosley in a interesting experiment that eventually did yield the wicket of Brooks, but it was a pricey one.
Went to 100 with his 60.
It did.
Spectacular way to do it. Webster to continue, and this ball sees Roderick pushing away on the offside. He's not going to get 4. Bamber's after it, but he's going to get 2. Bamber from mid-off is the chaser, and they do pick up 2 runs. Worcestershire go to 20 without loss. There's a call for a helmet, and Warwickshire is doing a bit of warming up, or he was at the end of the last over, so whether we see a bit of spin towards the end of the day's play.
Well, Foreman did turn into the bit off the pitch. He bowled well. I think Warwickshire would be looking for a bit more assistance for their 2 spinners in this innings than in the first. Rocky Choli didn't bowl a particularly threatening spell yesterday, but I think there's reason to think he might get a bit more from the pitch now, or at least get it in the areas where he would be threatening with it. He kept turning it down the leg side yesterday.
Webster bowls, and that's a nice shot by Roderick off the back foot, cracks it away to extra cover, where the aforementioned Rocky Choli is the fielder, and they pick up another run, do Worcestershire. They go to 21 without loss. They lead by 170. Some changes in the field here. So Ed Barnard is just in front of square on the offside, and he's 4, 8, 12, about 20 strides from the batsman. And Jake Libby lets this one go by. Does like that shot through there, Jake Libby. And if anybody knows where he's going to hit it, it'll probably be Ed Barnard, or where he likes to hit it. So they put the man in there just to stop him doing it. 21 without loss, 170 in front. 4 overs and 3 balls left in the day.
The slips have sort of spread out now. And
Yeah.
second slip's coming quite a bit closer with Rob Yates.
Is Libby driving away on the offside to extra cover, won't get a run.
So I reckon that is, I mean, we're not at an ideal angle to tell, but looking on the screen, I reckon that's an exaggerated gap between the keeper and first slip. So there's two slips sort of spread across three spaces. But Rob Yates, who is the second slip standing sort of where third would be, if you can follow that, is noticeably further forward as well.
Webster bowls, Libby defends, Barnard fields.
Because we've already seen two or three edges in this innings not carry all the way to the wicket-keeper.
Yeah. Yeah. And being at that position, which is probably, as you say, a third slip, it's not going to carry to him.
No.
If he stands much further back than that. Well, unless it's a real swish of the bat and it comes off a thickish edge and it's travelling at 100 miles an hour. Here's Webster's next ball and just allowed to go through by Jake Libby. 24 balls left in the day's play. The total is 21 without loss. The lead is 170, and Ethan Bamber is going to be replaced by Tazir Ali. Is going to bowl from the pavilion end, so he can bowl a couple of overs. I did think it was Rocket Shirley who was going to come on and bowl, but it's not.
Well, we might see him from the other end. Tazim,
Possible.
we saw briefly this morning Tazim Ali bowling from the Birmingham end. Yesterday he bowled from this end. So he's turning the ball away from the short boundary. But it was Brooks took him on over it anyway. But I imagine that Rocky Charlie would favour the other end because of where the boundary is.
There's a magpie striding the outfield, just picked up on our cameras. Not sure where he actually is on the ground, the magpie.
There's one, I think, at long,
that's it.
deep third man at the moment.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Morning, you have to say Morning Lord if it's one magpie.
is that right?
Apparently. So my good lady wife informs me.
Does she? She's telling you that while you're looking for keys.
Perhaps the magpie had the keys.
Lord,
They
that'd
do
be
bring
right.
shiny
They do,
things,
yeah.
don't they, magpies?
Tazim Ali is going to bowl maybe the last two from this end for today. At 21 for none, Worcestershire 170 runs ahead. And he is going to bowl first of all to Gareth Roderick, who goes back and off an inside edge, gets a run to deep long leg, and he really didn't know where that was going.
Played for the turn, and it went straight on by the look of it.
Well, he got his 2 wickets in the first innings with balls that skidded straight on and had players LBW off on the back foot. Second one was a bit marginal, but nevertheless, if you're going back against a wrist spinner, you need to know what you're looking at. Now, he bowls very full to Libby, who slightly overbalances as he plays forward, but turns it securely all the same into the leg side. Slip and a short leg the close field, but there's a mid-wicket reasonably close in. There's a shortish extra cover as well, as Libby again goes back and turns the ball with a wristy flick to mid-on. .22 for none. Malik at short leg, he's swishing his arms forward and back between deliveries to try and stay loose. Here comes Ali, and Libby is again sort of playing round his bat, walking round it as he plays the ball along the ground to Barnard at mid-on. Takes a tug of his cap. And mid-wicket creeps a couple of paces closer. Libby goes back again, but defends with a straight bat back up the pitch to the young spinner. He's been taking wickets in the age group cricket for Warwickshire in quite big numbers in recent years. He's just 19, and here he is bowling again and hitting Libby on the pad. How's that for LBW? And the umpire returns it down. Umpire Goff says no. Hands Tazim Ali's cap. Ethan Bamber pats him enthusiastically on the bat.
Good shout.
Didn't look as though it was too far off, I think. I think that was the straight honour again.
Yeah. Maybe missing leg stump, but yeah. As a bowler, you might be a bit disappointed to get the not out decision. As a batsman, you might have been disappointed. I might have got a little edge on it, but everybody was up for it. So 3 overs remaining. Webster will bowl at least one of them. That's sight screen, well, which is the sheets, the far end now, really billowing away. Roderick waits, defends, forward, pushes away on the offside. No run. Now those people I said who had gone and the furthest distance away from the game, from the pitch, a spectator has appeared. A mysterious spectator in the middle of the block of seats. Another chap at the far end has had enough, puts his knapsack on his back and off he goes. Folder-ee, folder-ah, my knapsack on my back. Here's the next ball, which is Roderick coming forward, and no great pace in it really from Webster on this occasion. He looks a bit like a man who's had a fairly heavy day's work, but Webster. He's not bowled as he bowled fairly aggressively, I thought, in the Worcestershire first innings, but this time he's just not got that bit of vim about him. He's in this time, and this is easily left by Roderick outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. Just starts wide. It does go a little bit after it pitches, but nothing to bother the batsman, who, as I say, was leaving it anyway. Lots of chat from the middle. A few darker clouds building up away to the north, but nothing too frightening. Roderick forward, plays the ball out to Alex Davis at long off.
I think it's a dry forecast again overnight, so
I'm going to have to water the pots on. I want to get home.
I think duty will fall to you.
Yeah. 22 without loss. Worcestershire lead by 171. Webster in, and this is pushed rather than driven. Oliver Anandolby gets his big frame down and gets behind the ball and rolls over in a not really gymnastic fashion, but he stopped the ball, and that's all that mattered. Short leg coming in for the last ball.
He's quite effective in the field.
He does well.
The big man.
Yeah, he gets down and stops the ball. That's, that's all you can ask for. So last ball of Webster's over. He's conceded 4 runs, and this is the end of his 4th over. Now, not a short leg, silly mid-off.
A very silly one.
Yeah, it's pretty close in there. Roderick waits and drives away on the onside. Not going to get 4. Alan Dolby is chasing it down. Could get 3. They will turn for what in the end is a fairly comfortable 3. Drove that to the right of Alan Dolby, who was at mid-on. So Worcestershire go to 25 without loss. And they lead by 174. And there are 2 overs remaining in the day's play. Rocky Chioli has just gone tearing across the field.
Well, he
like
might,
a madman.
yes, he might get the last one at the far end, mightn't he? For tonight, Webster has bowled 4.
He's not doing any warm-ups.
No. Bowled only 9 overs in the first inning. Didn't bowl this morning. We saw Tazim Ali and Dan Mosley. But we didn't see Rocky Choli. We are going to see Tazim Ali one more time today from the pavilion end to bowl to Roderick, who's got quite an open stance to face him, and drives with a flick between into a very narrow gap, and he might get four. It's being chased down by Bamba, who hauls it in just about, and they get 3 runs up to wide of long off. It was a good shot by Roderick. There was a very narrow channel to place that in between extra cover and mid-off, and he found it. So successive 3s take the total to 28. And Worcestershire leading by 177. In a tremendous position after one of their better days of the season. Tazim Ali bowls a ball that Libby correctly reads. He's going past his off stump.
Yeah, started wide that one and didn't turn, so just went straight on.
I don't know how much lateral movement he's actually getting, but the danger is when you go back and he skids the ball on quickly. He's done that a bit. But Libby is confident in going back to a ball that was always looking leg side, and he does get a run here, turning it with a straight bat around to deep square leg. So Libby's up to 14. And it's 29 for no wicket. That was his first run for a little while, Jake Libby, for 35 minutes. But that's alright, he's used to batting long innings. Tazim Ali bowls to Roderick, who plays it down into the offside, into the leg side, and there's no run. And with only 2 more balls for the young spinner tonight, I think that they might as well attack here. Warwickshire getting a wicket would at least lift their spirits a bit after what hasn't been a great day. So they put a leg slip in. So a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. Up comes Ali, and Roderick is right forward to this, striding out to meet it, but only with a defensive bat. Tazim throws the ball from one hand to the other. All spinners do that, don't they? Especially wrist spinners. They love tossing the ball up and down, as if they've got to keep it permanently spinning in their hand. And well, that was a bit round arm, that last one, and it skids through low to Roderick, who has no problem playing it defensively, and it's the end of the over. 29 for no wicket, Worcestershire, and they're close to achieving mission accomplished for this evening. Even if the rate of scoring has been slow, that's not their first concern. Getting to the end of the day unscathed will really reinforce their position, and they are one Corey Rocky Choli away from achieving it.
Yeah, so he is going to get a twirl at the end of the day. I think he would admit himself he didn't bowl too well in Worcestershire's first innings, and
But a lot of leg side stuff, didn't he? To the extent that I wondered if it was a plan at one point.
but he's going to bowl that will be the last over of the day, because even if a wicket falls, it is the last over of the day. So the field that is being set has a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg, sweeper out on the cover boundary, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, a mid wicket deeper, and a man just backward of square on the leg side, saving a single. And Libby pushes it out to that sweeper, who is Bamba, and they pick up a single. 30 for 1, 30 without loss. Worcestershire lead by 179. Roderick awaits the next ball and plays it down. His arms go up in the air, but I think he did play that down quite successfully. Not any turn that I can see for the bowler.
No, they got quite excited about that, didn't they?
Yeah, good to keep your spirits up at the end of the day. In and bowls again, and this time Roderick's going to pick up a single as he plays it very gently to mid wicket. One more to the total, 31 without loss.
I think it's the angle that we look at it from, but from looking on over fine leg, it does almost look as though with Rocky Child, he's got very high action. It looks as though he always rolls his wrist over the ball. I don't think he quite is doing that if you're looking directly on.
Yeah. Pushed out on the offside. 4 fielders chase it down. In the end, it's the bowler who gets there. Wicket-keeper slip and mid-off, or wide-ish mid-off. We're all running after it in the end. Jake Libby doesn't go for the run anyway. 2 balls left in the day. And this delivery is Libby coming forward defensively. The final ball of the day, of what has been a very interesting day's play, and what's been a very good day for Worcestershire. Haven't had too many good days in the Championship this season, but this is certainly one of the better ones. I think we're going to get another close fielder coming in, another 2 leg slips. They stood almost on each other's toes. Umpire Michael Goff is telling them something, making sure that at least one of them, of those 3, is in front of the crease. And Libby comes forward, plays the ball out on the offside. That is it for the day, and Worcestershire end 31 without loss, with Gareth Roderick on 16 and Jake Libby on 15. And that concludes the entertainment for the day. Worcestershire lead by 180.
And, well, they have had the best of this day from first to last. Batting out that final hour, picking up a few runs to pad out their lead, but with full power to add to that tomorrow with all 10 wickets in hand after bundling Warwickshire out for 184 on the back of Khurram Shahzad's splendid 6-wicket effort. So that's where we finished today. The weather forecast's okay for tomorrow, so do come to Edgbaston if you can. If you happen to be in the area in front of the cricket, it'd be nice to give you a wave. But if you can't be here, then I hope you'll be able to join us again tomorrow. Wherever you found us today, whether it's with the pictures or without, on BBC Sounds or Sports Extra, wherever it is, then we shall be here bothering you again from 11 o'clock in the morning.
We will. We wish you a very good evening.
Hello? Hello?